Hello, and welcome to the Google Digital Marketing and E-commerce Certificate. I'm so excited that you're here. My name is Joy, and I'm a Product Marketing Manager at Google. I'll be your instructor for the first course of this certificate program. The demand for digital marketing and e-commerce specialists is growing at an incredible rate. In about a decade, the global e-commerce market grew by over 600%. And as more of the world starts doing business online, more people with varied backgrounds and experiences are entering the field, which means e-commerce is adapting to serve new markets and different cultures. With so much global growth, digital marketing and e-commerce offer high-paying jobs with or without a college degree. But while the demand for digital marketing and e-commerce skills is higher than ever, employers are struggling to find candidates with the right experience. That's exactly what this program is designed to do, to give you the knowledge and skills to start or advance your career in digital marketing or e-commerce. It doesn't matter if you're beginning a new career journey or already working in a similar role. By the end of this program, you'll be ready to find a job in these high-growth, high-impact fields. If you've ever bought anything online, you're familiar with e-commerce from the customer side. But what do digital marketing and e-commerce specialists actually do? Well, think about the last time you purchased something online. Big or small, it doesn't matter what it was. How did you end up buying that particular product? Maybe you needed something specific, like a new lamp or a piece of software, and you searched online to find just the right one. Or maybe it was something you didn't know you needed until you learned about it from a friend or an online ad. Digital marketing and e-commerce specialists probably played a role in helping you get what you needed. Whether it's through social media outreach or making sure the checkout process runs smoothly, they're always thinking about better ways to connect you, the customer, with the solutions and products you need. And in doing so, they help businesses of all sizes succeed and grow in the online marketplace. One of the best things about digital marketing and e-commerce is that there are so many different career paths you can take, each with their own set of skills and responsibilities. So, no matter what your background is, you'll probably find that you already have some relevant experience. For example, I work full-time in digital marketing and have experience running e-commerce stores outside of work. I studied public relations in college and eventually interned at Google, which turned into a full-time position. I also spent years helping my family run their online store, which eventually led me to start my own e-commerce beauty business. If you're not sure what direction you want to take, that's okay. This program will give you an overview of different types of available jobs. It will also let you explore certain specialized skill sets to help you figure out where you want to take your career. The program includes several courses where you'll cover topics like attracting customers through search engines and online ads, engaging customers on social media, and creating email campaigns. You'll also learn about measuring and analyzing results, managing customer relationships, optimizing an e-commerce store, and preparing for jobs. Completing a Google Career Certificate like this one will help you develop skills and learn how to use tools that will make you ready for a job in a fast-growing, high-paying field. You don't need any prior experience or knowledge in digital marketing or e-commerce because this certificate is going to start with the basics and build on the skills you already have. I'll be by your side throughout this first course, making sure that you're learning the foundational knowledge needed to succeed in the field. You'll also have a supportive network of peers taking the certificate at the same time as you. This program is also really flexible. You can complete all of the courses in this certificate on your own terms and at your own pace, all online. In addition, the Google Career Certificates were designed by industry professionals with decades of experience here at Google. You'll have a different expert from Google to guide you through each course in this certificate. We'll share our knowledge in videos, help you practice with hands-on activities, and take you through real scenarios that you might encounter on the job. You'll make customer personas, write marketing emails, use analytics tools, build a portfolio, even create a mock e-commerce store. The certificates are designed to prepare you for a job in 3 to 6 months if you work on the certificate part-time. And once you graduate, you can connect with over 150 employers who are interested in hiring Google Career Certificate graduates. Whether you're looking to switch careers, start a new career, level up your skills, or build a business, the Google Career Certificates can open doors to new opportunities. We've gathered some amazing instructors to support you on your journey, and they'd like to introduce themselves now.
Hello, my name is AK. I'm the Sales Excellence Lead here at Google. I'll be teaching you about attracting and engaging customers. We'll cover topics like marketing funnel, search engine optimization, and search engine marketing.
Hey there, I'm Cindy. I'm a product marketing manager for Google Ads. I'll be your instructor for social media marketing and advertising, which is about incorporating social media into your marketing campaigns.
Hi, my name's Miriam, and I'm a product marketing manager for Google Ads. I'll be taking you through what goes into an email marketing campaign from start to finish. I'll teach you all about preparing, crafting, and sending emails to optimize your business's brand. I can't wait to get started.
Hello there, I'm Michael, and I'm a senior account executive on Google's mid-market growth team, which partners with businesses on their Google advertising strategies. I'll be your instructor for marketing analytics. I'll teach you how analytics tools are used in performance marketing. You'll learn how to monitor key metrics for marketing campaigns and e-commerce.
Hi, my name is Cindy. I'm a sales excellence lead at Google. I'll be guiding you through the course on e-commerce and selling online. Together, we'll explore how e-commerce stores work and how to engage customers.
Hello, I'm Mike, and I'm a Global Performance Curriculum Manager here at Google. I'll be your instructor for the final course of the program. There, we'll discuss how to build customer loyalty and other e-commerce topics.
And my name is Erica. I'm a people consultant at Google. My job is to help managers, leaders, and Google employees grow in their roles to help our organization reach their goals. I'll be guiding you on how to prepare for your upcoming job search and land a career in digital marketing and e-commerce.
And of course, you already know I'll be guiding you through Course 1. This is such a great time to grow your career in digital marketing and e-commerce. Sound exciting? Let's get started. Now that you have some idea of what to expect in this program as a whole, I'd like to tell you a little more about what's in store for you in this course. We'll start with the basics, exploring what e-commerce and digital marketing are and what people in these industries do on a day-to-day basis. We'll also cover some of the core skills for success in digital marketing and e-commerce roles, including some you might already have, and how this program will help you build them. Then we'll explore the current landscape of job opportunities. You'll learn about some of the opportunities available for entry-level job seekers and the responsibilities that go with them. This information should get you thinking about your interests and how they can help you find a fulfilling career path. Later on in the course, we'll explore some tools for engaging potential customers and driving online sales. We'll find out what goes into creating digital marketing strategies and discover some tactics they can use to reach customers, like digital ads, email, and social media. Lastly, we'll cover why it's important to measure and interpret the results of those tactics and how businesses use those insights to improve their overall strategies. We'll also provide a few more career tips to keep in mind as you continue on to the next course. That's all coming at you down the road. Right now, we're going to go over some resources that will help you get the most out of this program. I'm so excited for you to start this journey. Let's get right to it. Did you know that the first sale made completely online happened in 1994? A man named Dan Kahn sold a CD for $12.48 over an encrypted website he built himself. These days, it's a lot easier to sell things online, whether you're an individual, a small business, or a massive retailer. E-commerce has come a long way since the 90s, growing into a global multi-billion-dollar industry. That's because e-commerce is generally cheaper, more convenient, and more accessible than storefront sales. And as the online marketplace has grown, also launched entirely new industries and career paths like digital marketing. In this video, we'll start exploring e-commerce and digital marketing and how they create value for businesses. Let's start with some definitions. E-commerce is a broad term that refers to the buying and selling of goods and services online. Most e-commerce purchases fall into one of the following 4 categories: physical products like books or home goods, digital products like ebooks or online courses, services like vacations or doctor's appointments, and software like word processing or photo editing programs. The ability to buy or sell just about anything, big or small, through computers, tablets, and phones has completely transformed the way we do business. For one thing, you don't need a physical storefront to start an e-commerce business. Many retailers maintain physical stores alongside e-commerce websites, but others are completely online. Without the cost of maintaining a store, it became easier than ever to start a business, which meant more people around the world began entering the online marketplace. But it also meant that the e-commerce market got crowded really quickly. To set themselves apart and get customers' attention, businesses brought their ads online too, which is how we got digital marketing. Digital marketing is the practice of reaching consumers online through digital channels with the aim of turning them into customers. A digital channel is any communication method or platform a business can use to reach their target audience online. There are things like websites, search engines, email, or social media platforms. If the aim of e-commerce is to sell products online, then digital marketing helps businesses make that happen. But there's more to it than that. Digital marketing also helps businesses build trust, inspire loyalty, and better serve their customers. In that way, it's similar to traditional marketing like print advertising or billboards, but it has a few added advantages for both businesses and consumers. First, digital marketing is cost-effective. Advertising budgets go a lot further online than they do on television, radio, and print media. That's because digital marketers can be very specific about serving the right ads to the right audiences at the right moments. But there's also the potential for customers to spread the word through platforms like social media. At the same time, digital marketing can reach more people than traditional campaigns, which rely on local platforms like newspapers and radio stations. It creates brand recognition in new, sometimes even global markets, which can drive sales and make products and services accessible for a variety of different people. Digital marketing can also produce faster results. If a customer encounters a product they want in a print newspaper ad, they may or may not remember to buy that product later on. But digital ads allow customers to take action in the moment, which can increase the chances they'll make a purchase. It also allows businesses to build relationships with customers through direct communication. Channels like email and social media allow a level of personalization that traditional marketing just can't compete with. You'll learn more about the advantages and challenges of digital marketing and e-commerce later in this course. For the moment, let's review what we've learned. Over the last few decades, e-commerce and digital marketing have fundamentally changed business. While the goal of e-commerce is to generate sales, digital marketing helps businesses do just that by connecting with customers and building relationships. Up next, we'll find out about some of the major roles and responsibilities in digital marketing and e-commerce. So far, you've learned what digital marketing is, what e-commerce is, and how they relate to one another. Now, let's explore some of the things people who work in these fields do on a day-to-day basis. The first thing you should know is that the digital marketing and e-commerce industry is kind of like an engine. There's a ton of moving pieces and a lot going on inside. Different parts of the engine do different jobs, but at the end of the day, they all work together to keep things running smoothly and efficiently. Now, at a big organization, you might specialize in 1 or 2 different areas, while at smaller companies, you could be responsible for a little bit of everything. With so many different jobs to do, there's no single set of responsibilities that applies to everyone. That's part of what makes this industry so exciting. No matter what your strengths are, there's probably a role to fit them. It also means you'll have tons of options when deciding where to take your career. I'm a small business owner, so I take responsibility for a lot of activities, like strategizing and executing marketing campaigns, website management, and product development. But I'm also able to outsource some of the activities I'm less experienced at, like customer service and order fulfillment. We all have our particular interests and strengths, and identifying yours can help you figure out what you want to do. So, if you like writing, you might enjoy working on marketing emails or blog articles. If you're more visual, you could end up working with image assets or website layouts. If you have a talent for organization, you might enjoy managing an e-commerce store. Or if you're more of a numbers person, you might spend your days working on pricing strategies or analyzing data to spot trends in customer engagement. This program will help you prepare for a variety of jobs in the digital marketing and e-commerce space, with titles like Digital Marketing Coordinator or E-commerce Analyst. Even though those roles might seem really distinct, there can be a lot of similarities between them depending on where you work. Because the responsibilities of digital marketing and e-commerce specialists often overlap, they tend to share some of the same skills and use the same digital channels, like social media, email, and ads. So, no matter what your title is, you might find yourself doing audience research, planning, creating, or publishing content, updating product descriptions, or analyzing data to understand the results of your efforts. And your goals might include everything from reaching and engaging potential customers online, building trust, demonstrating value, driving sales, or creating a great customer experience. Of course, there are many more types of roles within digital marketing and e-commerce, and you'll learn more about specific job titles and their responsibilities later on in this course. But no matter what kind of role you're aiming for, it helps to understand how their goals and responsibilities fit together, from raising brand awareness to driving sales to managing inventory. Fortunately, that's exactly what this program is designed to help you learn. Coming up, we'll explore some core skills for digital marketing and e-commerce and some ways you might have practiced them already. One of the things I like most about working in this industry is that there are so many different career paths you can take depending on your interests and experience. As you progress through this and the other courses in the program, you'll learn about lots of different skill sets that are in high demand. But even if you're totally new to the industry, chances are that you already have some skills and experiences that will help you succeed. In this video, we'll explore a few skills and qualities that can set you up for success in digital marketing and e-commerce. Curiosity, an analytical mindset, and storytelling. You don't have to be an expert in every single one. Remember, there are many different types of jobs in this industry, but I'm willing to bet that you have at least some experience with all of them. First, curiosity. People who are curious ask questions, seek out answers, and try new things. Some people are naturally curious, but it's also a skill you can build, and that can be important for working in this industry. That's because a big part of digital marketing and e-commerce is being curious about people, what they want, how they think, and what motivates them to take action. Curiosity is also important because the industry can change so quickly. So, exploring and keeping up with emerging trends will help you succeed as it continues to grow and evolve. Taking this course is a great example of curiosity. The fact that you're here means you're curious about working in digital marketing and e-commerce, and that you're actively seeking out answers. Being curious and asking questions isn't the only useful skill. Using an analytical mindset to solve problems can be a big help too. Digital marketers and e-commerce specialists use analytical thinking all the time. That doesn't mean we're all data scientists. I know I'm not. But we do collect and organize information to spot patterns, uncover trends, and solve problems. Having an analytical mindset isn't about technical skills. It's a way of thinking. If you ever made a big decision, like planning a trip or buying a car, you've probably practiced analytical thinking. If you compared things like cost, size, features, and safety ratings and picked a car based on which of those things were most important to you, that's analytical thinking. Most of us analyze situations without even realizing it. If you like solving puzzles and brain teasers, you're analyzing them to find solutions. Being a sports fan is another great example. Tracking statistics to know how your favorite teams are doing and predict how they might do in the future is similar to how digital marketers gain insights from data. Once you've analyzed data for insights, you need to be able to communicate them effectively to an audience. One of the ways we do that is through data storytelling. We use stories to turn dry numbers and statistics into engaging presentations and reports. Digital marketing and e-commerce specialists use data storytelling to share insights with clients and coworkers all the time. But it also helps businesses communicate value to customers in a way that's accessible, engaging, and most importantly, memorable. Stories allow them to connect with customers and set themselves apart from the competition. Everybody tells stories. Whether you've kept a blog or you're just really good at telling jokes, we all tell stories in our daily lives. And not all storytelling is verbal. Digital marketing and e-commerce use visual storytelling too. So if you have experience with drawing, design, or photography, you have the skills to create visual narratives for digital marketing campaigns. You'll learn more about some of the ways digital marketing and e-commerce specialists use storytelling later in this course. These are just a few examples of skills that can help you progress your career. There are many others, like adaptability or leadership. One skill I had before becoming a marketer that has really helped me is creativity. Sometimes you need to figure out how to set yourself apart from competitors. It's up to marketers to highlight a brand's unique qualities and get customers' attention in creative ways. As you learn more about the different roles and responsibilities in digital marketing and e-commerce, I hope you'll think of other ways you can bring your skills and experiences to the table. By considering your strengths as you go through the program, you'll be better equipped to convey them to potential employers. The industry will change and grow as new technologies develop, and you may need to learn new software or technologies. But with transferable skills like curiosity, an analytical mindset, and storytelling, you'll be sure to grow along with it. Coming up, you'll find out about some more specialized skills you might need and that this program will help you develop.
Hi, I'm Prisha and I'm an account strategist. As an account strategist, I help businesses grow by educating them on Google Ads. Some of my favourite aspects of digital marketing is how collaborative it is, and I really enjoy working with loads of different people, and I love being able to make a difference and really putting out the best possible content there is for my clients' users or for anyone out there. When entering marketing, it's so okay to not have as much experience as you think you need. I came into marketing with zero experience, and my biggest advice is to be really open-minded and to kind of not to fear rejection, because you'll be applying for so many different things, and it's okay to not get the role at the start because you'll work towards it in the future. My YouTube channel was something I decided to do when I was 16, and I started it because I wanted to raise awareness of my chronic condition, to help make a difference to the community, and to show others that anyone with a chronic condition or a visible difference can achieve their dreams or their goals. I started to also talk about makeup, but also travel vlogs and educational vlogs, and then I leaned into more apprenticeship / career related content just to raise awareness of that too. I was able to learn what my followers or what my community love most about my channel and kind of keep that going so that I'm able to grow even further. From my YouTube channel and running my own social media, I learned so many different things that I could bring into my day-to-day role during my apprenticeship. For example, one being the importance of being consistent with your campaigns. So when you're kind of running multiple different campaigns, having that consistent messaging is so important. And I did that through my YouTube channel, Instagram and TikTok, just to ensure that people understood my brand and my story on different places. When I was 18 years old, I decided to choose an apprenticeship over university, as at school I knew my passion was digital marketing and I was going to study economics, but I realised that with my passion lying in digital marketing, why not start my career early? And I knew I really enjoyed it from my work experience on my YouTube channel. When I was interviewing for these different roles, one the apprenticeship and my full-time role at Google, I really wanted to show the importance of passion and how excitement goes a long way. And if you're passionate about something, that will carry you forward through any role or through any interview. So something I tried doing the apprenticeship when I had no experience was that I am passionate about digital marketing, and I've done X, Y, Z to kind of really show that through my YouTube channel and through different things. So I think through anything, if you can show you're passionate and really excited about something, that will go a long way. When starting out in digital marketing or any career, it can be really nerve-wracking, and you can have imposter syndrome, and you can really feel like you're not meant to be here. And that's something that I faced in the apprenticeship, but also transitioning to a full-time role. My advice would be in that is just talk to loads of people, and you'll see how many people actually feel like they are having imposter syndrome. And I think from talking about it over time, you'll kind of realize you do deserve to be here and you have earned this position. Finding a mentor can be really helpful. With your mentor, you can actually work on short-term goals, long-term goals, and they can help you with the different fears you may have. For example, I had a fear in public speaking, and my mentor and I were able to work on that and kind of set these short-term goals to be able to help me achieve it, so that now I'm able to present and do different initiatives based on that. I am super excited for you to complete this course and for you to be more passionate than you already are on digital marketing, just like myself. And I can't wait for you to complete this and for you to have all the relevant skills to become a digital marketer. Good luck.
My name is Andrew, and I am a Partner Operations Program Manager for our ad support teams at Google. As a Partner Operations Program Manager, I work with our ad support teams who are providing direct support to our advertising customers. When I was graduating high school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life, or I guess what I wanted to be when I grew up, so to speak. So I was fortunate enough to attend the United States Naval Academy for 4 years, where I graduated with a college degree, but also with a background in leadership to enter the Navy as an officer and lead sailors. The team that I joined was the submarine community, and left Annapolis to go to Charleston, South Carolina, where I entered our nuclear power training program. It's a pretty grueling 6 months of theoretical nuclear engineering and then 6 months of hands-on reactor training. It being a very difficult program, unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for me. And nuclear engineering is something that still challenges me a bit to this day. I ended up getting out of the Navy a little bit earlier than I expected to. And so I had to reassess where I was and what I was doing and really figure out what I wanted to do after the Navy much sooner than I had originally anticipated. When I left the Navy, I was fortunate enough to have a friend who was actually working at Google at the time and understood a bit more of my background and helped me to really understand where I might be able to leverage my skills outside of the Navy and as I entered the civilian world. So I put together my first resume and started applying to jobs. But it really took me a couple of months to figure out how to apply for jobs well. I didn't have a ton of direction on where I wanted to go or what industry I wanted to be in. And I spent probably 5 or 6 months applying to, jobs that interested me or jobs that looked like they could be a fit. It was a bit taxing. You apply for a job and you wait and you wait and you wait, and then you finally kind of get that rejection letter, and you just hope that one day somebody kind of takes a chance on you. So when I started connecting with a few more of my peers to understand what they were having success with, that's when the light bulb clicked for me that I needed to do a better job of telling companies why they should hire me and why I would be a good fit at their company. I think I learned that the most important thing for me was going to be not just telling people about my military experience, but telling people about how my military experience makes me a good fit for the role that they have open. Really trying to translate some of the skills that I did have, even if they weren't directly related experience, translating how those skills would make me a good hire or would make me a successful member of their teams. Once I started making a better effort to tell my own story and own my experiences, I started to see more success when I was actually interviewing. I think it's important to always be looking for new opportunities to learn. I didn't have a formal background in digital marketing, and yet I still was able to get into this industry and find success by being willing to learn, keeping an open mind when approaching new opportunities and asking a lot of questions. For anybody who's transitioning out of military service, my number one recommendation would be to talk with people who are in the civilian world already, whether that's other military folks who have transitioned previously or just friends, family, acquaintances who are already in the industry or in in the area that you want to be in, whether that's asking for informational interviews to get to know more about a role or more about an industry, or asking for somebody to look over your resume to give you feedback about, what's confusing or what could be clearer, or how do you better describe some of your experience. Don't be afraid to ask for help from people who are already in the role, who have that experience and can share some of that knowledge with you as somebody who's just joining the team.
Hi there, my name's Erica, and I'm a people consultant here at Google, known elsewhere in the industry as an HR business partner. I help employees, leaders, and managers solve problems and focus on their career goals. I also provide guidance along the way, and I'll be doing the same thing for you in this program. My journey to working in HR wasn't a straight line. Early in my career, I held several roles in other industries, including restaurant server and cashier. I even handled auto insurance claims for a while. These jobs might seem really different, but they all taught me something about myself and what I wanted to do. When I realized I had a passion for helping others in the area of learning and development, my path became really clear. Now, I'm excited to share my knowledge with you as you embark on the next stage of your own career. I'll be popping in occasionally to introduce career resources and discuss job searching and interview tips to help you on your journey. In this video, we'll cover some things you should know about the job landscape and a few things you can start to do right now that will help you advance your career. Digital marketing and e-commerce are some of the fastest growing industries out there today. Right now, there are thousands of open roles around the world, and millions of people are already working in similar positions. Many of those jobs didn't even exist 5 or 10 years ago, and even more will develop as new technologies emerge. If you search any job board, you'll find digital marketing and e-commerce roles at organizations of all sizes in just about every industry, not just retail and consumer goods. With opportunities in so many fields, people in these roles can make an impact in a lot of different areas, from education to healthcare and finance. It also means you can pursue jobs in industries you care about. Love fashion, technology, entertainment? All those industries need digital marketing and e-commerce specialists. At the same time, try to keep an open mind when searching for jobs. Your next role probably won't be your last, so even if you don't start out in your ideal industry, it can still help you build the career you want. In addition to targeting certain industries, you might also find you prefer some aspects of digital marketing or e-commerce more than others, and that's great. The strongest candidates have a broad knowledge of the fundamentals and a deep understanding of one or two specific areas. So as you move through the program, pay close attention to the topics and courses that engage you the most. Reflect on your strengths and think about what you want to do with them. You might not have the answer yet, but these questions will help you target roles that align with your career interests later. Even if you're not quite ready for a job search, there are things you can do during this program to improve your prospects later on. For example, it's never too early to explore job descriptions for open roles. As you consider your skills and the parts of the program you like best, search job boards for roles in those areas. Make note of terms and skills that come up frequently. For example, you might find that certain roles often mention data analysis and reporting. This information will help you learn industry terminology and find out where you might want to expand your skills. Once you have an idea of the roles you want to target, you can start to identify past samples of work that demonstrate relevant experience. Have you written an essay or a story? Designed a website? Managed a budget or organized information in a spreadsheet? You'll build a portfolio later in the program, so keep track of these items in case you want to include them. If you don't have any samples yet, that's okay too. You'll create some as you complete the activities in the upcoming courses. By the end of this program, you'll have concrete examples of work that can help you demonstrate your experience to potential employers. Another way you can put what you're learning into action is by starting to shape your public persona as a digital marketing or e-commerce specialist. In other words, by building your personal brand. You can demonstrate your knowledge and skills through your social media accounts or personal website, and might even end up with a few samples of work for your portfolio. Finally, be sure to keep up with this program bit by bit until you reach the end. By completing this series of courses, you're investing in yourself, your skills, and your future. You're doing it right now, so just keep going. Good luck, and I'll check in with you again near the end of this course.
So far, you've learned about some of the skills and responsibilities digital marketing and e-commerce specialists might have. And you've discovered a little about the job landscape. Now, let's go a little deeper and explore two of the main paths you can pursue in your career: in-house and agency positions. Some marketing roles are in-house, meaning you work for a single company to market and sell their products. For example, I'm an in-house product marketing manager at Google, so I work on creating compelling video and social content for the Think with Google brand. But if you'd like a little more variety working on different projects across multiple industries, an agency role might be a good fit. Agencies partner with companies that don't have in-house marketing teams to fill their digital marketing and advertising needs. There are pros and cons to both agency and in-house work, and which one is right for you depends on what you want out of your career. Of course, you don't have to commit to one forever, and this program will help you prepare for both paths. But there are some differences you should keep in mind as you consider your options. As an in-house employee, you get to know one company and its products extremely well. You also gain deep knowledge and expertise in a specific industry. So, if you work for a cosmetics company, your experience will translate most directly to a similar company. On the other hand, if you're the sort of person who likes working on a lot of different projects, working with one company on one type of product might not be for you. And if you do want to move to a different type of business, your specialized experience can make it harder to break into a new sector. Now, if you work for an agency, you're unlikely to get bored. Because agency work is project-based, you get to collaborate on a variety of initiatives in multiple industries. By working with different clients, you can develop a broad and flexible expertise that will serve you at a variety of companies. But that doesn't mean you can't specialize. Agencies tend to focus on a few different areas within marketing, like social media or brand building, so you can get to know certain skill sets very well. But there can be downsides too. The same variability that keeps agency work interesting can also make things unpredictable. Sometimes clients can surprise you with unexpected requests or ask you to do things in an unfamiliar way. The hours can be longer too, especially toward the end of a project. Of course, every workplace is different, and they won't all have the same advantages and disadvantages. Whichever path you choose, whether it's the deep knowledge and stability of an in-house role or the broad knowledge and flexibility of agency work, you'll gain valuable experience that can lead you to the next great opportunity.
I'm Zuri, and I'm Associate Product Marketing Manager at Google. I got into digital marketing in an unconventional way. So a part of my story is growing up and not necessarily knowing about digital marketing or marketing as a whole in general. And how I got into it specifically is through an amazing internship with Google, the Bold internship. Before I got into digital marketing, a few of the jobs that I had were not relevant to digital marketing at all. And my first job actually was at Chick-fil-A. In my hometown, I served as a waiter and took orders, served our customers, and made their food and their beverage. And that in itself had a lot of transferable skills to what I see now as a digital marketer, whether it's putting the customer or consumer first, or whether it's managing your time diligently and effectively. At its core, in my opinion, it teaches you how to interact with people. I am confident that if you look hard enough, you can find transferable skills and key characteristics that are transferable to an entry-level digital marketing role. The specific team that I work on within Google Ads is the brand architecture team. We think strategically about what is important to call out in the copy and the text that is in Google Ads. We have to keep in mind the advertiser who will interact and who will see the copy and the text shown within the ads portfolio. As an entry-level marketer, I work with a lot of teams to make sure the customer voice is heard. The majority of my day, I am being resourceful and looking through different documents, different presentations and decks to gather the information that I need to do my job. And that's the first half of it. The second half is pulling that information that I have gathered and going to talk to specific Googlers to ensure that, one, I understand what I read, but also, two, in understanding what I read, that I'm appropriately applying it to the task at hand. And in addition to that, doing different trainings throughout the day and throughout my role that relate to and help me become a better Googler and help me execute my role more effectively. What I like most about working in digital marketing has to be creativity. I'm able to operate as a creative, as a strategic thinker, and also as a problem solver, with the end goal in mind of helping and promoting our brand to customers who love and use our products and services. And that's a key characteristic to have as a digital marketer, to know and understand customer behavior, to understand persona, and to be able to play to that. If you work and interact with people, if you promote and spread awareness about a brand or a product, you have a place in digital marketing.
My name is Jeb Ricketts, and I'm an account manager on big box retail at Google. An account manager basically works with companies that have already invested in Google to spend more money with Google. So think of large retail companies, could be apparel, could be electronics, could be groceries or a supercenter. When I first started at Google, I was working with small to medium-sized businesses, both e-commerce and lead generation. But on the e-commerce side, we worked with anything and everything. It could be apparel, it could be knickknacks. One of my favorite clients sold custom-made cards. So we had everything from small ticketed items to items that might cost $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. A lot of companies continue to go online, even if they have a brick and mortar presence. I think for e-commerce, it really depends on if you're omni-channel or not. Do you have a storefront property, and how can you expand your storefront by also selling online? And then if you don't have a storefront property, how do you increase your brand awareness to get people to go to your website versus going to a competitor website or to a brick and mortar business? I love with e-commerce that we can see the impact of what we're actually selling and working on. So through data analysis, all the analytics piece, we can determine we ran a campaign for $10 million and it brought us $30 million in profit. And that's an awesome feeling that you oftentimes don't get with other media channels. Think about television. It's very hard to prove whether or not that brought in money for the company. So I love seeing that bottom line and top line success with what we're able to do through digital marketing. Usually we'll have weekly projects where we're working on a presentation deck for a new product that we think our client should use. Or we're doing data calculations on a campaign that was just run and we're trying to determine that final return on ad spend. The common task for entry-level e-commerce people depends on what client they're working with. In a small company, you might be on Excel or Google Sheets calculating, what your spend has been for the past few weeks, and then trying to calculate again that return on investment piece, and then thinking about what new strategies can we come up with to improve that. So maybe that's having meetings with internal stakeholders that say, hey, we should do X, Y, Z if we want to increase performance over time. For a larger company, it can be a little bit more difficult to know the day-to-day because a lot of times it's reactive. You get an email from the end client who says, we need you to look into this or we need you to look into that. So you often have to jump around on a lot of small tasks while tackling a larger project, such as we want to adopt a $100 million campaign over the course of a year, and that takes several weeks to months to pitch an idea like that. To be a successful account manager, you need both hard and soft skills. The hard skills would be the data analysis piece. Can you look at the data and determine what needs to be done to improve the project or what we can take from the project after it's been ran? Soft skills could be as simple as just being personable in a conversation where you're talking about the small stuff, small chatting, and then going into very deep, complex situations with that customer. It's really about building trust and earning that rapport early on. I let my clients know I'm open to them. If they have any issues or problems, they should email me, they should call me, and I'll be able to answer those questions. And then when it comes to my time for a huge pitch, they already know me, they trust me, they've seen me answer all these tough questions, and now I have this new product idea that they love just because we've been working together for the past several weeks or several months. So my number one piece of advice would be to simply be patient, but be hungry. There's so much to learn about digital marketing. There's so much to learn about an individual client. Take time to hear that client's needs, as well as take time to learn about the products that you're working on or that you're selling. There's so much to learn, and you have to be open to it, you have to be hungry for it, and you have to be patient enough to learn it, because it does take time.
Congrats on completing the first section of this course. I hope you're feeling confident and excited about the future. I know I am. How about a short review before you finish up and move on to the next part of the course? First, you learned about how to navigate this program and got some tips to help you get the most out of it. Then you learned about the digital marketing and e-commerce industries and how they've changed the way we buy and sell things. You discovered what digital marketing and e-commerce specialists do on a day-to-day basis and how they add value to businesses. After that, you explored some transferable skills that will help you in your career journey, as well as some specialized skills you'll develop in this program. Then you got into more depth with the types of roles and responsibilities you might have working in these fields. You surveyed the landscape of available jobs and learned some tips for career development. You examined the differences between agency and in-house work so you can start thinking about which one is right for you. Finally, you met some Google employees and learned about what they do and how they got where they are today. I hope everything you've learned so far is helping you build confidence about your career journey. But if you feel like you need a refresher before moving on, remember you can always go back and review any content you're unsure about. By picking up the basics, you're laying the foundation for the rest of your e-commerce and digital marketing education. When you're ready, I'll meet you in the next section of the course. Welcome back. Earlier in the course, you learned how digital marketing and e-commerce are continuing to change the business landscape. You found out a little about careers in these industries, including core skills, day-to-day responsibilities, job titles, and career paths. Finally, you considered some of the skills you already have that can help you advance your career. Now it's time to explore the ways that digital marketing and e-commerce create value for companies and for their customers. In this part of the course, you'll learn how companies use digital channels to reach customers and explore foundational concepts that can turn potential buyers into loyal customers. Lastly, you'll learn why measuring marketing performance is so important to success. Digital marketing is constantly growing and changing. That's part of what makes it an exciting field to work in. But some things are always important, like raising awareness, fostering trust, and building loyalty. The methods may change, but learning the fundamentals can help you adapt and grow along with the field. Are you ready? Let's get started. Did you know that over 60% of the global population is online? And more people are joining them every day. That's why every business, big or small, needs an online presence to be competitive. But it's not enough just to have a website. There may be a lot of people online, but there's also a lot of companies that want their attention and their business. Your target audience needs to know you exist, how you can help them, and what makes you different from the competition. Breaking through this crowded field and actually reaching potential customers, that's where digital marketing comes in. Now you might have noticed I haven't mentioned anything about selling products yet. That's because digital marketing is bigger than sales. It's not that selling products or services isn't important, but it's only one piece of what digital marketing can do for companies. Individual sales are easy to measure, but they don't mean much if your target audience doesn't trust your brand or your customers don't come back for a second, third, or fourth purchase. A successful digital marketing effort guides all of a company's customer interactions. It allows companies to think strategically about how to reach customers through digital channels before, during, and after a purchase. It can be harder to measure the value of these activities, but a well-coordinated strategy allows businesses to thrive online and even grow. Let's think through an example. Imagine a company that makes running shoes decides to invest in digital marketing. They create some video ads and place them on a popular news site. They create accounts for several social media platforms and start posting content. But their posts don't get much engagement and their ads don't attract many new customers. What's worse, they don't even know why they aren't getting results. They've wasted time, money, and resources on a digital campaign that doesn't work. Now, let's think about what could have happened if that same company made an effort to learn about their audience. Instead of posting ads on a news website, they targeted sites that focused on running. Because they did research, they knew where to find their new customers online. That knowledge also let them create tailored content for their social media accounts that reached the right audience. And because they researched their audience, they were able to set meaningful goals for their strategy. With clear goals in place, they knew exactly how to measure their success. The information they measured allowed them to adjust their customer communication and improve their video, social, and email campaigns. They were able to recognize opportunities to reach potential customers and engage with them effectively. Yes, sales went up, but their well-planned digital strategy also built awareness, trust, and loyalty. You'll learn more about how marketers create and execute strategies like this one throughout the program. For now, let's recap. Digital marketing is more than running ads to drive sales. It's a set of practices that can affect a company's customer interactions at all levels and during every stage of the purchase journey. By learning about their customers, digital marketing teams can reach their target audience in a crowded online marketplace and nurture customer relationships over time. Coming up, you'll learn more about the value digital marketing creates for businesses and some of the challenges marketing teams face when planning and executing strategies for online engagement.
Hi, I'm Jen, and I'm a shopping specialist here at Google. So I work with large retailers to help them improve their marketing performance with Google products. One of the things that I love about my role is that it's really quantifiable and measurable. The products that I actually bring to market, I can see how they transform retailers' businesses and how it helps them drive more revenue for their company and meet their bottom line. So I was recruited from Howard University, which is a historically Black university, which is really cool because at the time there was not as much diversity, I would say, within the tech and e-com industry specifically. So when I think about DEI in the space of e-com, I really think about how we're connecting to our customers. We have to remember that we're representing and we're trying to reach a diverse customer pool. So our teams also have to be diverse. So I would think that we want to shape our teams, our community, our culture to be as open as possible to reflect society. I came without any e-com experience, without any digital marketing background. I really think that e-com is a place where you can come and grow in the role. And most folks that come from non-traditional backgrounds, are not classically trained in e-com or digital marketing, and are able to ramp up and add value to their clients really effectively within a short amount of time. So when I think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I really like to put it in the context of people. So diversity specifically, I think about the breadth as well as the depth of people. So having the same opportunity set. And diversity is making sure that everyone has access to that. When I think about equity in terms of people, I think about compensation. We all want to make sure that we're being paid at a similar rate for the skill set that we're bringing to the table. And when I think about inclusion, I really think about belonging. And really for me, that has to do with whether my opinion is valued and whether my input is accepted by the team and sparks a dialogue and conversation in the same way that someone else's would. If we think about society and we think about kind of sometimes how folks are just trying to check the box, sure, we can have kind of a diverse environment around us, but if everyone is not being compensated fairly, or if people don't really feel like they belong and they're coming from different backgrounds, it's not really making a dent and really not really contributing to the overall goal, which is, again, to be representative of society. It's important that we have all three because we can have a diverse room, but that doesn't mean that everyone has an equal voice. The way I make sure folks who may not look like me or talk like me or act like me are heard is sometimes I just like to take a step back and listen. We often can fill up a room with our thoughts and you miss the input from some of our more quiet or reserved teammates. So sometimes I just like to take a step back, take inventory of the room, and take a couple of meetings to just listen. And that allows other folks to kind of have more room to voice their opinion and to provide their input. And sometimes I even, like to ask folks directly who I know may not be more comfortable sharing their opinion directly, like, hey, X, what do you think about this specific topic? And that's a way that you can make it open and friendly for someone to contribute without them feeling uncomfortable kind of cutting other people off who may be a bit more boisterous. I think the goal is for companies and marketing companies to look just like society. That is the ultimate goal. But the way that we can do that is through action. So rather than using words and saying what we believe we stand for, the way that you can demonstrate that you believe in it is through actions and through creating that change that you want to see.
My name is Janice, and my role at Google is a product marketing manager on the Grow with Google team. Grow with Google's goal is to create economic opportunity for everyone, and through inclusive marketing, we can really make sure that we're representing everyone accurately and authentically. My favorite part about my job is that I get to work directly with people that we impact and serve. On Grow with Google, I get to be the person that partners with nonprofit organization that can directly go up to people and say, hey, I have an opportunity for you that will open up doors for a new job and a career that you probably thought wasn't possible before. Representation is really important, not just because it is the right thing to do. It's important that people can see themselves in your work so that they feel like they matter, so that they feel visible. But it's also the right business decision. We did a study on inclusive marketing that proved that people who saw themselves represented in work were more loyal to that brand and actually more likely to purchase or use that brand's products and services. If you're new to inclusive marketing, there are a few things that you should think about when practicing inclusive marketing. I think the first thing is saying, am I representing a group in a way that can be harmful to them? That is number one. Make sure that you're not offending a certain group. The second thing is to think about, who am I trying to reach, and are they represented in this piece of work? And then I would also say to ask yourself, who's missing? Who is not in the room? Who are we trying to speak to that we haven't spoken to before and that we're not representing in our work? Understanding your audience is absolutely critical to informing your inclusive marketing strategy. You are not going to be able to accurately represent a group of people unless you truly understand more than just what they look like. You need to understand their environment, you need to understand their actions, their behavior, what influences them. I would start with the research, and then from there, build your idea, build your solution, build your plan, because only then will it be authentic and speak to your users. And so it's really important to that work up front to understand not just one type of person from this group, but many different kinds of experiences from that one group when you're looking into inclusive marketing.
My name is Xiomara. I am a product marketing manager. A product marketing manager works on telling the story about why a product or feature or some tool that we're building can be helpful for them. So you might think of that as seeing a commercial or seeing an ad online, and why that thing is special for you. An inclusive marketing consultant is someone who reviews creatives or campaigns at the company to make sure they're being more inclusive. So an example of that is thinking about what users we're showing and how we're showing them, and if the creative is accessible. So if we're creating a website or we have an event, making sure that anyone is able to attend that event or able to see or hear the website. Being an inclusive marketing consultant fits into my role because I get to use that lens every day when I'm reviewing my creative or reviewing my campaigns. But on top of that, I also get to work with other teams and provide the knowledge that I have about inclusive marketing so they too can apply those principles. My personal experiences growing up low income, being a first generation college student, being part of a family that had small businesses, an immigrant family, all those things come into lens when I think about what stories I want to tell, what users I want to show in our marketing campaigns. And I think in terms of work experiences, definitely being able to be an inclusive marketing lead at the company has also given me the ability to learn about other perspectives that I'm not aware of personally, and then making sure those stories are also being told in the marketing that we put out in the world. We have the influence and the power to tell stories that a lot of people, millions of people, can see. The benefit of having inclusive marketing is that you are building and telling authentic stories in the world, and that is not only good for your brand, but it's good for the people who are seeing it. We're telling stories that matter to people, we're making them feel seen and represented in our work. One way you might see inclusive marketing principles being applied is who you show. So are you showing a range of ages, people with disabilities, people from different racial or ethnic backgrounds? Are you thinking about geography, right? Are you showing people in communities that are in a city versus a rural area? Another way you might see this is if you have a digital ad running and it's a video, do you have captions? Because not every user has the ability to hear, so they need to read what you're saying in your campaign. Inclusion can be right from the beginning to the end of your creative. Marketers can think about inclusion early and often, first by starting with their project brief, outlining who their audience is, what the story is that they want to tell, whose perspective might be missing. The next step might be partnering with an agency, an organization, or doing research with a set of users to then make sure that that story is told authentically. And afterwards, when they're actually working on the creative, is getting feedback early, getting feedback often, again, bringing back a lot of the users' perspectives that may be missing on your team and making sure that that's reflected in the feedback process. Getting different perspectives from a big group of people may seem daunting in the beginning, but it does become an exercise that actually is really important no matter what you're working on, whether your intention being inclusive or not. It's part of the process. So as a marketer, you are always managing a lot of perspectives or opinions from maybe your stakeholders, from your team. So just think of it that same way. Now you actually have another set of users who are also providing a perspective, and you just have to get the themes out of it. And back to analyzing data, it's the same thing. What is the theme that I'm hearing here? And how do I make sure it's being reflected? And in the end, it's really worth going through all of this because you'll have really beautiful, successful stories that you're telling and putting out in the world. There's always room for learning. If you are interested in learning about inclusive marketing, a great resource is Google's All-In Inclusive Marketing Guidelines. If you're learning about a particular audience for the first time, if you want to get research or other insights, or want to learn how to avoid stereotypes, or even see really great marketing campaign examples, this is a good resource for you to go to if you're starting for the first time. Challenge yourself to get other perspectives to continue building your knowledge. We all have biases, and the people we surround ourselves with also help us build certain biases. So by putting ourselves out there, by looking at things that we're not familiar with, we can challenge ourselves to have other perspectives, to start removing the biases we have. That way we build inclusive marketing that's put out into the world, so we're always telling authentic stories.
Welcome back. So far, you've learned about some of the things digital marketing and e-commerce can do for e-commerce businesses. You know the advantages of digital marketing and the challenges of reaching customers in a crowded online field. You also know that the first and most important step to any marketing strategy is learning about your customers. Let's get deeper into that last point. It's easy to think of a business's marketing efforts as being all about them, about ways to bring in customers, boost profits, or grow their online presence. But a really effective marketing strategy starts with learning about customers' needs and pain points. Pain points are the specific problems customers and potential customers want to solve. Instead of asking, how do we sell more products? The most successful businesses want to know, how do we help customers address their pain points or achieve their goals? One is about the company's goals, the other is about the customer journey. What is a customer journey? Well, think about the last time you recommended something to a friend. It could be a product, like an app or a tool, or a service, like a restaurant or a contractor. Now think about your journey with that product or service. How did you first find it? If you had questions, how did you get answers? What convinced you to try it? How did it help you solve a problem or achieve a goal? And finally, what made you decide to recommend it to someone else? The path you take from learning about that product to getting your questions answered to making a purchase is your customer journey. From your perspective, the goal of that journey wasn't necessarily to purchase a specific product. It's just the thing that you ended up purchasing happened to fulfill your needs. Here's an example. Let's pretend you're in the market for a new weather app. Maybe the one you have isn't reliable and you keep getting caught in the rain without an umbrella. So you search online for best weather apps and find some options. One stands out because the name is familiar. You think a friend might have told you about it recently, or maybe it was an online ad. You narrow your options to a few candidates and start reading reviews. 2 have all the features you want, but you pick the one with the familiar name. It tops several best of lists and it has a trial subscription. So you download the app, but it's not working right. You go back to the reviews and find out this is a known issue, so you contact the support through live chat. They help you fix the problem quickly, which makes you feel good about the company. You start the trial, and after a month, you've always had your umbrella when it rained. You get an email reminder that your trial is about to expire, and you're so happy with the app that you purchase a subscription. Now you're a loyal customer. Each interaction with the brand during this purchase journey is called a touch point. From the search to the customer reviews, online ad, trial subscription, live chat, and follow-up email, every touch point had the potential to help or hurt your impression of the brand and its product. A bad experience at any point can mean an abandoned journey, so it's in a company's best interest to make sure you get information and answers you need along the way. With enough customer research, marketers can use these touch points to create a customer journey map. A customer journey map is a visualization of the touch points a typical customer encounters along their purchase journey. You can even have multiple journey maps based on the patterns and behaviors of different types of customers. Of course, it's impossible to know exactly what route each person will take, but journey maps aren't about predicting the future. They help you understand how and why customers are interacting with your business. When you know how customers are finding you, how they're learning about you, and what problems they want to solve, you can work to make their experiences better. And better customer experiences ultimately mean greater success for your business. And there you have it. By understanding customer journeys, you can create better, more user-friendly experiences. Coming up, you'll learn how journey maps work along with another tool, the marketing funnel, to target their marketing efforts and encourage potential customers to make purchases. Now that you know about customer journey maps, it's time to introduce a related concept, the marketing funnel. The marketing funnel, also called the sales funnel or conversion funnel, is an idea that's older than the internet. In fact, marketers have used it for over 100 years. If it's been around that long, it must be a pretty powerful tool. So what is a marketing funnel and how does it work? A marketing funnel is a visual representation of the process through which people go from first learning about a brand to becoming loyal customers. The funnel is wide at the top and narrows toward the bottom because a lot of potential customers will enter the top of the funnel, but only some of them will reach the bottom to become loyal customers. Of course, people will drop off at every stage in between, so you want to make sure you're doing everything you can to keep them moving through the funnel. There are a lot of different versions of the marketing funnel, and you'll learn about a few of them later. Right now, I'm going to introduce you to a simple version of the funnel that has 4 stages: awareness, consideration, conversion, and loyalty. At the top of the funnel is the awareness stage. This is when a potential customer encounters a brand for the first time, maybe from an ad or a recommendation. At this stage, the customer probably doesn't know enough about that company to form an opinion. They're just aware it exists. Awareness is the widest tier because even though a lot of people might know about a company, only some of them will think about doing business with them. That's why it's important to raise as much awareness as possible among target audiences. A target audience is the group of people most likely to purchase a company's products. They're the ones whose attention your digital marketing efforts should capture. Things start to narrow at the next stage, consideration. This is when some potential customers from the awareness stage start to think about doing business with a company. At this point, they could be actively browsing the website or comparing different brands, so making a good impression is key. Those who move beyond consideration go to the conversion stage. Conversion is when someone decides to make a purchase and become a customer. To increase the chances of conversion, businesses should demonstrate their value and provide a user-friendly experience. The last stage is loyalty. It takes a huge amount of effort to move potential customers from awareness to conversion. So, once a customer completes a purchase, you want to give them reasons to return. Making current customers happy can increase trust and keep them coming back for years to come. Now, if you're thinking that this all feels pretty similar to a customer journey map, you'd be right. Marketing funnels and journey maps are related concepts, and they're best when used together. Here's how they complement one another. First, you know that a journey map traces the customer's path to purchase along specific touch points. But a marketing funnel is part of a business's plan for moving customers along that journey. A journey map adopts the customer's perspective, but a funnel considers that same process from the position of the business. Second, the structure of a marketing funnel is simpler than a journey map. Customer journeys are complex because they demonstrate how customers might interact with a brand. Their paths to purchase are unique and they can repeat or loop back on themselves. In contrast, the funnel is a linear model that breaks this journey into broad stages. It's not about how specific customers reach consideration or conversion, but what a company can do to move lots of customers from one stage to the next. Remember the weather app example? Let's think about a few of the touch points our hypothetical customer encountered and how they might fit into a marketing funnel. The customer was reminded of the app by the online ad and search results, making these awareness activities. The trial membership could be a consideration offering since it helped the customer learn about the product. But it was the reminder email that finally got them to commit, so that's a conversion tactic. Funnels like this one help businesses focus their goals and marketing efforts, making their path from awareness to loyalty as smooth as possible. They drive engagement and make it more appealing for customers to do business with a company. When used together, journey maps and marketing funnels help marketers understand and serve their customers better than either can alone. Let's review. Along with customer journey maps, a marketing funnel is a powerful tool that allows businesses to focus and coordinate their marketing efforts. To get the most out of a funnel, they should try to optimize their work at each stage. From awareness to consideration, conversion, and loyalty, a carefully planned funnel can help businesses succeed online. Coming up, we'll explore a few different versions of the marketing funnel and discuss how they evolved through e-commerce. Meet you there. Hello again. Earlier in the course, we went over the concepts of the customer journey and the marketing funnel. Now, let's explore the funnel in a little more detail, starting at the top with the awareness and consideration stages. We'll consider some of the things teams can do to get attention from potential customers and drive engagement effectively. First, awareness. You already know that awareness is when a potential customer encounters your brand for the first time. This may seem like a simple idea, but how do you make sure your brand gets in front of the right audience? The first step is research. Finding out who your customers are and where they are online can help you focus your marketing efforts in the right places. Getting to know your particular audience allows you to pick the channels that have the best chance of reaching them. There are a lot of different tactics a business can use to reach customers. One way is to improve their rankings and search engine results. They can do this by optimizing website content around specific search terms or paying to place digital ads on websites, social media, email, or video platforms. Forming promotional partnerships with other brands or influencers can also help raise awareness. You'll learn more about each of these tactics later in the program. For now, just remember that a strong top-of-funnel marketing strategy takes advantage of multiple channels and creates a consistent experience across all of them. It's also important to keep in mind that awareness isn't a one-time event. Once someone knows about your business, it can take days, weeks, or even longer for them to get to the consideration stage. So once you've reached a potential customer, the goal is to get them to remember you. Say your company sells refrigerators. That's a big purchase and not one that you make every day. So even if a potential customer knows about your business, They might wait until their old fridge breaks to start thinking about a new one. Maintaining a consistent online presence can remind them that you exist when the time is right. That way, they'll think of your business when they do need your services. Now let's move on to consideration. You know that consideration is the getting to know you stage. It's when people start exploring your business and finding out what makes you different from the competition. During this stage, the goal is to increase the chances that a potential customer will eventually make a purchase. They might be reading online reviews or actively browsing your website by now, so you need to give them reasons to stick around or to come back if they've already left. At this stage, some potential customers will become leads. A lead is a potential customer who has interacted with a brand and shared personal information like an email address. Let's take that refrigerator example again. Imagine that customer goes to your website and checks out a few different models, but they don't make a decision right away. Maybe they need more time to think about it or want to compare different brands. Or they could have just gotten distracted. You can engage that person again by serving them ads based on the products and pages they visited. That makes it more likely they'll return to make a purchase. Once a potential customer is on your site, you should aim to educate them about your offerings and explain how specific products or services address their pain points. That can mean offering engaging, useful content like blog posts, newsletters, or webinars. Free samples, tools, or trial memberships can let potential customers test out your services before committing. The goal is to start building trust in the quality of your products and give customers what they need to make an informed choice. To recap, the top of the funnel boosts awareness and customer engagement. At the awareness stage, marketers use a variety of tools and channels to connect with potential customers and stay fresh in their minds. During the consideration stage, they should make it clear what they're offering and how they can meet customers' needs. When executed carefully, awareness and consideration tactics can lead to more people eventually becoming customers. Coming up, you'll learn more about marketing funnels and discover some ways to measure awareness and consideration success. So far, you've learned about some ways to raise awareness and engage with potential customers. You know that selecting the right channels to reach a target audience is one of the most important things businesses can do to market products online. But we haven't gotten to the most important part. How do you know if the tactics you've chosen are working? Are there ways to improve on what you're already doing? Or do you need to start again with a whole new plan? To answer all of these questions is measurement. The fact is, no matter how much research you do or how carefully you plan a marketing strategy, none of it matters unless you can measure your success. Measuring outcomes at each stage of the funnel allows you to find out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and where you can improve. In this video, we'll discuss some of the metrics companies use to measure success at the top of the funnel. A metric is a quantifiable measurement used to track and assess progress toward an objective. Marketing metrics can gauge different aspects of campaign performance and effectiveness, which can help businesses make improvements for the future. For example, to measure awareness of their ads, marketers use tools to track things like impressions, reach, and frequency. Impressions are the total number of times an ad appears on people's screens. That number includes users who encounter the ad more than once. So if an ad is encountered 200 times by 100 people, the number of impressions is 200 since it's been shown 200 times. In contrast, reach is the total number of unique individuals who encounter an ad across their different devices. No matter how many times a person gets that ad, they're only counted once. So the reach of an ad that's encountered 200 times by 100 people would be 100. Frequency refers to how many times each individual encounters the ad in a given time frame. So if each of those 100 people gets the ad twice in a week, their frequency would be 2. These are just a few of the metrics you can use to gauge awareness. You'll learn more about tracking and analyzing awareness measurements later on in the program. The goal of the awareness stage is usually to get ads in front of the right people at the right times. By analyzing impressions, reach, and frequency, marketers can find out how big of an impact their ads are having. If the numbers are below the company's goal for awareness, they may decide to reevaluate their ad strategy. But businesses can also have more specific awareness goals, like getting a certain amount of visitors to a page on a website. Exactly what you choose to measure depends on what you're trying to achieve. That's why it's important to set goals for each stage of the funnel. At the consideration stage, there are different ways to measure success, but they all come down to one idea: engagement. How much, how often, and for how long are potential customers engaging with your content? Analytics tools can track things like how often customers search for your business online, the number of first-time visitors to a site, the number of pages per visitor, and how long visitors spend on a page. Signing up for emails or newsletters is another good measurement of engagement. And getting customer contact information will make it easier to remind them you exist and demonstrate your value later on. It may seem like more engagement is better, but that isn't always the case. If the goal is for customers to find what they need quickly, but customers spend a long time completing tasks, it may mean you need to reevaluate the layout of your website. Measuring website interactions can give you a lot of insights, so knowing which numbers are important and what they mean for your goals is crucial. Even with clear goals and accurate information, measuring awareness and engagement is often more challenging than measuring bottom of the funnel concerns like sales. Later in the program, you'll learn how to interpret this kind of information and how businesses use it to improve their tactics for moving leads from consideration to conversion. Let's review. Measuring awareness and engagement is the most important things brands can do to ensure success at the top of the funnel. Marketing teams use analytics tools to measure awareness through numbers of impressions, reach, and frequency. Consideration can be measured through website engagement, including page visits, detailed views, and email signups. Knowing what to measure in order to reach your goals is an important part of marketing success. Coming up, you'll learn more about the funnel and what to do at the conversion and loyalty stages. Welcome back! In the last lesson, we covered the awareness and consideration stages of the marketing funnel. We discussed some of the things businesses should do and measure to raise awareness and boost customer engagement. Now let's get into the conversion and loyalty stages of the funnel. We'll consider what teams can do to drive sales and keep customers coming back again and again. You know that the conversion stage, also known as the decision or purchase stage, is when someone makes a purchase and becomes a customer. Not everyone who considers a purchase will convert, and potential customers make purchases when they think that one company's solution fits their needs better than others. So it's essential that they do everything they can do to demonstrate and deliver value at this stage. You want customers to trust you and feel confident in their decision to buy your product. The goal of the conversion stage is simple. It's to turn potential customers into buyers. But how different companies go about making that happen depends on their products and audience. It's also important to keep in mind that different customers can get from consideration to conversion through different touch points. But it is possible to identify trends in customer behavior so you can personalize content and improve target areas. You'll find more about identifying these trends later in the program. To set themselves apart at the conversion stage, businesses should provide clear and useful content and experiences. That includes everything from accurate product descriptions to a smooth checkout process and a clear returns policy. Well-placed, product-focused ads and a clearly organized website can be persuasive too. Whatever the methods, making it easy for leads to find answers and take action makes conversion more likely. Now, some marketing funnels end after the customer makes a purchase, but building and maintaining customer loyalty can be just as important as converting them in the first place. Successful businesses balance customer acquisition with retention, because once you've made the effort to build a relationship with a customer, you want to keep that relationship going. Customer loyalty depends foremost on the quality and value of your product. But even if a customer loves their purchase, that's no guarantee they'll come back for more. Building loyalty is about creating a great customer experience during and after purchase. Many companies use things like follow-up emails, rewards programs, or social media engagement to nurture relationships with customers on an ongoing basis. Those interactions should always be purposeful and thoughtful. For example, email coupons can encourage repeat purchases. But sending a coupon for something a customer just bought, they probably won't be too happy about that. When companies focus on creating a positive post-purchase experience, they can drive future sales and win customers who aren't just brand loyal, but devoted fans. And that's it. Let's review. At the bottom of the funnel, businesses focus on converting potential customers and encouraging those customers to return in the future. During the conversion stage, they demonstrate value through quality content and experiences. After a purchase, they build loyalty by continuing to engage customers and build relationships. By optimizing these results at each stage, businesses can thrive in a crowded online marketplace. Coming up, you'll review what you learned about marketing funnels so far and find out some things businesses can do to measure success at the bottom of the funnel. Meet you there. By now, you've learned a lot about the marketing funnel and how businesses use it to raise awareness, increase consideration, encourage conversion, and build loyalty. You know some of the things they measure at the top of the funnel and understand why tracking this information is key to success. In this video, we'll explore some ways to measure success at the bottom of the funnel in the conversion and loyalty stages. Let's go! The most basic thing you can measure at the conversion stage is the number of conversions. A conversion happens when a potential customer takes a desired action, in this case, when they make a purchase. Seems simple, right? The number of conversions is crucial information, but it's not the only thing you can measure at this stage. Tracking time to conversion, cost per conversion, the average number of touch points before conversion, or the average order size can provide valuable insights into how customers interact with your brand. These insights also allow you to address drop-off issues like abandoned carts. Cart abandonment is when a customer adds an item to their cart but doesn't complete the purchase. Believe it or not, it's estimated that nearly 70% of online carts are abandoned. So, finding out where customers drop off in the checkout process can help you improve procedures and increase your conversions. Okay, it's time for the last stage of the funnel, loyalty. How a business chooses to measure loyalty depends on their target audience and particular goals. Some common things to measure include the rate of repeat purchases, the length of time between purchases, the number of orders per customer, and the rate of account activation after sign-up. The level of engagement with rewards programs is also another indicator of customer loyalty over time. Loyalty metrics allow businesses to assess and refine strategies to keep customers, boost sales, and save money. But they also reveal where they can manage customer relationships more effectively. In the end, customer loyalty is the truest test of how well the entire funnel serves customers and meets their needs. We'll get further into how conversion and loyalty measurements are used later in the program. For now, just remember, beyond completed purchases, conversion measurements also track behaviors like time to conversion and order size. These measurements provide valuable information that can enable teams to curb drop-offs and increase sales. Loyalty measurements track things like account activation, time between purchases, and orders per customer. By measuring loyalty, businesses can improve retention rates and build revenue over time. And there you go. Measuring results throughout the funnel is the best tool brands can use to optimize their effort at each stage. And a well-planned funnel means they can nurture leads effectively throughout their purchase journeys. Coming up, you'll explore some ideas of where the e-commerce industry might be headed in the future. You did it! Congrats on finishing this section of the course. You're that much closer to starting or advancing your digital marketing or e-commerce career. Before we move on, let's reflect on what you've already learned. In this part of the course, you learned that digital marketing is more than just creating ads to drive sales. An effective digital marketing strategy can affect every interaction a brand has with its customers. You explored the idea of the customer journey and how businesses use journey maps to understand their customers' needs and motivations. You also found out how customer journey maps can work together with marketing funnels to focus marketing efforts where they'll be most effective. Then you learned more about the top of the funnel and the tactics businesses use to reach and engage with potential customers in the awareness and consideration stages. You explored the bottom of the funnel and some ways to turn leads into loyal customers. Finally, you discovered the importance of measuring success throughout the funnel and how the insights businesses gain can help them improve the customer journey. By learning customer journey maps and marketing funnels, you're beginning to understand how to use digital channels effectively to reach customers. In the next section of the course, we'll find out what goes into building a digital marketing strategy and learn more about some of the tools and tactics you can use to carry one out. Meet you there. Hi there, glad to have you back. In the last part of the course, we explored what digital marketing and e-commerce can do for brands. You learned how customer journey maps can help companies understand their customers and nurture relationships over time. You also discovered how they use digital marketing funnels to raise awareness, encourage consideration, drive conversions, and foster loyalty. By learning about these concepts, you're starting to build a strong foundation for the next phase of your career. In this part of the course, you'll learn that a funnel fits into a larger digital marketing strategy. You'll explore the relationship between branding and digital marketing and some specific ways companies can build their brands. You'll also find out what goes into planning a digital marketing strategy and get to know some of the most common channels and tactics they involve, like search engine optimization, social media marketing, and email marketing. Using these channels, businesses can attract customers, drive sales, and maintain relationships over time. Creating a digital marketing strategy is one of the most effective things brands can do to reach customers, so it's crucial to understand how they work even if you're just starting out in the industry. In fact, one of the first things I did when starting out as a product marketing manager was collaborating on digital marketing strategies for social media. I worked hands-on in developing ways to reach and engage our target audience. Digital marketing strategies are so important because they ensure that a brand's digital marketing and sales activities all work together toward a common goal. I'm so excited to get started, and I hope you are too. So far, I've said a lot about brands, how they find their audiences, how they engage with customers, and how they build loyalty and boost sales. But what exactly is a brand? And how does it relate to digital marketing and e-commerce? In this video, we'll explore why understanding brands is so important for digital marketing. A brand is how a business or organization is perceived by the public. There are a lot of factors that can influence a brand, like values, culture, design elements, and tone of voice. And companies can do things to build their brands, but a brand isn't a physical asset like a product or service. Products and services are the things a business sells, like clothing, software, or entertainment. A brand is more like a personality or a reputation. It's the sum of who you are and what people think about you and your products. So, why is it important to know about brands and their value? Because a company's brand guides all of their marketing and sales efforts. Before they can even start thinking about ads or promotion, companies need to understand their mission, values, and unique offerings. Marketing efforts can and should change with the times, but a brand identity is permanent. Think of it this way. If a brand is who you are, marketing is how you get people's attention. So a company can pour tons of resources into a digital marketing strategy, but without a strong brand identity, no one's going to remember who they are. Likewise, they can have great values and amazing products, but they still need marketing to build brand recognition and drive sales. A brand is the foundation of a successful digital marketing strategy, but digital marketing can also affect public perception of your brand. You can't have one without the other. A strong brand can be incredibly valuable, and digital marketing can make it even stronger. For example, digital marketing campaigns can help increase value through brand equity. What is brand equity? It's the value consumers attribute to one brand's offering when compared with similar products from another brand. When a brand has positive equity, it means consumers feel good about the brand and might pay more for it than an identical product from another company. For example, let's say we have 2 bottles of sunscreen with identical ingredients, one from a known and trusted brand and the other from a lesser known brand. Brand equity is how much more customers are willing to pay for the brand they know and trust than the other one, even though they have the same ingredients. The trust people have in the familiar brand adds to its overall value. Digital marketing is one of the ways businesses build that trust. When they run an ad campaign, those ads don't just get consumers to take notice, they can also help shape public perception of the brand. Digital marketing can communicate a brand's values, personality, and perspective, which can influence how people think of them. All right, time to review. A brand is more than just another word for a business. It's how customers think and feel about a company and its products. It's also the foundation for successful marketing and sales strategies. Digital marketing, in turn, can help build brand equity, recognition, and trust. Moving forward, we'll begin to explore how brands create digital marketing strategies that support their larger goals. Now that you understand the relationship between branding and marketing, it's time to get deeper into how brands use digital marketing strategies to reach business goals. When you're just starting out in digital marketing or e-commerce, you probably won't be responsible for creating a digital marketing strategy. Unless you're working at a small company, setting a strategy is usually a broad, collaborative effort, but you'll definitely help execute the strategy, even if it's set by others. That's why it's important for you to understand what a digital marketing strategy is and what goes into building one. Simply put, a digital marketing strategy is a plan for achieving specific goals through online channels to support and advance business objectives. So now, let's discuss what actually goes into creating a digital marketing strategy. Before you can start planning things like ad campaigns or social media outreach, you need to research your audience and set meaningful goals. These steps will tell you who you're trying to reach and what you want to accomplish. You'll learn more about how to do these things later in the program. All you need to know right now is that they're essential to the success of any digital marketing strategy. Once you've completed your research and set your goals, it's time to work out a strategy. That means you're using what you've learned to guide customers through each stage of the digital marketing funnel with the most effective tactics and media mix. Media mix refers to the combination of digital channels used to reach your goals and how you divide your budget among them. These are all the activities that go into your marketing funnel. To select your media mix, you'll first review your existing media content to find out if there are any gaps. After that, you can decide which channels to focus on, what content and campaigns to run on those channels, and how to allocate your budget. Let's try an example. Imagine you're part of a team that's working with a high-end jewelry retailer who wants to drive a 30% increase in revenue within 3 years. You know that jewelry customers can take a long time to go from awareness to purchase. So you pick marketing goals that support movement through the funnel, bringing in new customers and nurturing existing leads more effectively. These are upper and middle funnel concerns that should boost sales over time. That means you'll need to concentrate on raising awareness and encouraging consideration to achieve them. Here's a simplified version of a digital marketing strategy for these goals. To increase awareness and draw in new customers, your team puts 40% of its budget toward upper funnel efforts. From your research, you know that video ads are the most effective way for raising awareness among your target audience. Another 40% of your budget goes to driving leads in the middle of the funnel. Use this money to engage customers across different channels, like social media and a paid ad campaign to reach customers who are actively researching jewelry purchases. The last 20% is for serving product-focused ads to website visitors and email marketing. The goal of the email campaign is to turn those leads you nurtured in the upper funnel into paying customers. Each part of your funnel is important, but most of your budget goes to the top and middle sections to help you reach new customers and nurture leads. Once you have a strategy in place, you can start creating the content you'll need to run your campaigns. That includes everything from email templates to video animations, ad copy, and banner images. You'll learn more about creating all that content later in the program. Lastly, you'll need a plan to measure and analyze the results of your efforts so you know how you can improve in the future. That one's really important, and we'll explore some ways to do that later in this course. And there you have it. There's a lot that goes into creating a digital marketing strategy, but remember, this is a team effort. You may only be responsible for things like aligning budgets to marketing activities or analyzing the results of a campaign. Let's recap. To plan an effective digital marketing strategy, you first need to research your audience and set goals that support the business overall. Next, you review your existing media for gaps, select marketing channels, and plan the content you'll use to reach your goals. Finally, you'll create a plan to measure and analyze results. And if all this seems like a lot, don't worry. We'll break everything down for you over the course of this program. Coming up, we'll learn more about setting effective goals for your marketing strategy. So far, we've covered the basic elements of digital marketing strategy, the importance of customer research, and what goes into customer personas. Now, let's think about the next part of the process, setting goals for digital marketing strategy. We all set goals, whether in our professional or personal lives, but we're more likely to reach our goals if we're clear about why they matter and what they involve. That's as true at all levels of a business as it is for individuals. Every company, department, team, and employee benefits from setting clear and relevant goals to guide their work. You already know that digital marketing goals should support a business's larger goals, but what's the difference between a marketing goal and a business goal? And how do you make sure they're aligned? Let's start with business goals. Business goals are desired aims, achievements, or outcomes for a business. They're typically big, long-term, and have the potential to affect an entire company. They include things like increasing profits, gaining new customers, improving customer service, raising productivity, or launching new products or services. Marketing goals tend to be smaller, more targeted, and you guessed it, related to marketing activities. There are specific objectives in a marketing plan or strategy that should support a business's larger aims. Some common marketing goals include raising brand awareness, increasing web traffic, generating new leads, and driving sales or conversions. So how do you connect a marketing goal like raise brand awareness to a business goal like increase profits? For starters, both your business goals and your marketing goals need to be specific and measurable. So for example, let's say there's a company that makes photo editing software and they want to expand their customer base. A well-defined version of this business goal could be something like grow our number of active customers by 25% over the next 2 years by adding 5 frequently requested features to our software. That's way more specific, right? It tells you what they're going to do, how they plan to do it, and when they want to get it done. You'll learn more about setting well-defined goals later in this course. For now, let's consider this goal from a marketing perspective. What kinds of digital marketing goals could help this company expand its active user base? How about increasing website traffic? After all, people need to visit the website to sign up for an account. But more website traffic doesn't necessarily equal more new users. It would depend on how many of those visitors are new versus existing customers and what they're doing once they get to the site. So increasing website traffic might work, but maybe there's a better option. What about generating new leads? Since a lead is someone who is already interested in a company, lead generation is more likely to result in more signups than general website traffic. A well-defined version of that goal could be, we will increase our lead generation by 40% in the next year by running upper funnel ads that highlight our new features and increasing our mid-funnel budget by 20%. By raising awareness of the new features and increasing the budget for activities that create new leads, the marketing goal supports the business goal of growing its user base. That's one example of how a marketing goal can support a business goal. But there are a lot more. In fact, you can think of business goals like the top part of a pyramid. There are a lot of different goals below that support them. So, a digital marketing strategy can even have multiple goals that build toward that top business objective. And you may also have goals for each part of your strategy. For example, you could set goals specifically for your social media or email marketing efforts. When all these smaller goals are aligned to the big things a business wants to achieve, they are much more likely to reach those aims. Let's recap. Well-defined goals are important at all levels of a business. Business goals are long-term aims that can impact a company at all levels. Marketing goals are specific to marketing efforts, but should always contribute to business-wide aims. In the next lesson, we'll explore some of the tactics and channels brands can use to advance their marketing and business goals. Meet you there. In the last lesson, you learned all about creating a digital marketing strategy. We covered customer and competitor research, setting marketing goals to align with business goals, and what to consider when selecting digital channels. Let's expand on that last point. There are a lot of digital channels to pick from when planning strategies and campaigns, from email to social media to video and beyond. But all those channels fit into 3 main categories of digital media: paid, owned, and earned. And a strong digital strategy takes advantage of all of them. You'll find out more about each one as you move through the program, but let's start with a quick overview. First, paid media is exactly that. It's any form of digital promotion a brand pays to put online. Some examples of paid media include banner ads, video ads, social media ads, shopping ads, and pop-ups. You'll learn more about some of these types of paid ads later in the course. The big advantage of paid ads is that they produce results quickly. The downside is that those results go away instantly when you stop paying for them. And paying for ads can get expensive over time. That's why paid media is just one piece of a larger digital strategy. Paid ads can lead directly to purchases, but they also help drive traffic to a business's owned and earned media channels as well. Now let's move on to the second type, owned media. Owned media refers to all the digital content a brand fully controls. Owned media content can be persuasive, but unlike paid media ads, it doesn't advertise or sell products directly. Instead, it provides value by giving customers what they need in order to make informed decisions. Think of it this way. If paid ads brings consumers to a company's website, owned content is what convinces them to stay. Owned media includes things like website content, blogs, ebooks, and social media content. Documents like white papers and case studies can also inspire confidence by explaining why brands make certain decisions and conveying the results through real-world examples. The thing about owned media is that it can't do much on its own. No matter how great a company's website or case studies are, they can't educate customers who don't know they exist. Businesses can bring customers to their own content through paid ads and ranking highly on search engine results pages. We'll break down some ways to improve search rankings in a bit. Right now, let's move on to the last type of digital media, earned. Earned media is any positive digital exposure generated through personal or public recommendations. Companies don't create or own earned media, and they can't pay for it directly. It's generated by customers in response to things like product quality and customer service, in addition to successful marketing campaigns. So if a brand starts a formal partnership with an influencer, that's paid advertising. But if a customer likes a product so much that they tell their friends about it for free, that's earned media. Basically, it's the reputation a brand builds for being great at what they do. Earned media can take the form of social media mentions, blog posts, written or video reviews, or positive press coverage like product profiles or best of lists. Customer-generated content can help businesses sell products, but it does way more than that. It also helps brands reach new markets and build public trust. Before we move on, let's review. To be successful online, brands use a combination of paid, owned, and earned media. Paid media is advertising you pay for, like banner or video ads. Owned media is content a brand creates and controls, like website content, blogs, or case studies. Earned media is positive, customer-generated content that raises awareness and enhances a brand's reputation. Now that you know about the different types of digital media, you're ready to learn more about the specific tactics and channels brands use to reach customers. Have you ever wondered how a search engine decides which results go at the top of a page and which go at the bottom? What about the results that end up on page 2, 20, or 200? Search engines work by exploring and indexing the content of billions of web pages across the internet. When you search for a term, the search engine uses an algorithm to rank the results by relevance and quality. Those rankings matter because search engines are the most common method people use to find products and services online, and the internet is a crowded place. Let's try an experiment. Say that I want to buy a plant for my home office, maybe a small cactus. If I search the web for the phrase potted cactus for sale, I get over 26 million results. That's more than 2 million pages of links. And just how many of those results do you think I'm going to click on before I find the cactus I want? It's a lot less than 26 million. So ranking in search results is essential for reaching customers. But how do you make sure you're producing content that a search engine recognizes as relevant and high quality? The answer is a process called search engine optimization, or SEO for short. SEO is a set of practices designed to increase the quantity and quality of traffic to a website. At the most basic level, it involves optimizing content around commonly used search terms, also called keywords, to improve a website's position in search engine results pages. Search engine results pages, or SERPs, are the pages of results produced when someone performs a search. Typically, the higher a site ranks in these search listings, the more likely customers are to click on it. And the more visitors you have, the more chances you have to drive sales, establish authority, and build your brand. SEO and paid ads each have advantages and disadvantages. You've already learned that ads produce results quick, but those results disappear when you stop paying for them. With SEO, it's the reverse. The exposure you get from good SEO can last much longer than paid ads. But rising in the SERP rankings can take time and efforts, which is why SEO and paid ads are often used together. SEO has been around since the early days of the internet, and it's evolved a lot in that time. These days, it involves a lot of different activities. Let's go over a few SEO basics now: keyword research, quality content, and website structure. First, keyword research is the process of identifying common search terms and phrases consumers use to find products or services online. For example, some common keywords for a company that sells musical instruments might include guitar, drum set, or grand piano for sale. Part of SEO is finding the keywords that are most relevant for your audience and products and making sure they're part of your content. But you can't just pack your website full of keywords and expect good results. You also need quality content that's useful and usable for your customers. That means not only writing great content, but keeping it up to date. You want website content to match a business's current offerings and reflect keyword trends. Quality content is a win-win because it's helpful for customers and tends to rank better in SERPs. Your content should also be easy to find, so organizing the site in a user-friendly way is important too. A well-structured website makes it easier for both search engines and customers to navigate your content. Time to recap. SEO is the process of increasing the quality and quantity of traffic to a website from search engines. Businesses can improve their search engine results page rankings, or SERPs, in a few different ways, including keyword research, creating useful, usable content, and a clear website structure. Of course, there's a lot more to good SEO than we've covered here. In the next part of the course, you'll find out more about SEO as well as some paid advertising strategies. So far in this lesson, you've learned about 3 types of digital media: paid, owned, and earned. You also discovered how brands use SEO to rank in search engine results pages and increase traffic to their owned content. Now we're going to explore paid advertising in a little more depth. You'll recall that paid advertising is any form of digital promotion a brand pays to put online. A big part of that promotion is search engine marketing, or SEM. SEM is the process of generating traffic to a website through paid ads that appear on search engine results pages. SEM ads are the ones that appear above or below the regular search listings in a SERP. A quick note on terminology here. Some companies think of SEM as a broad umbrella that includes both paid ads in search engines and SEO. We're going to simplify things and say that SEO has to do with the ranking of search listings within SERPs, while SEM happens through paid ads. SEM starts out the same way that SEO does, with keyword research. So, if your company sells vitamins, you might want to serve an ad to customers who search for the phrase vitamin C. Once you have your keywords, you enter an ad auction to bid on them. An ad auction is how a search engine determines which ads to display in the order they're shown when someone performs a search. When you bid on a keyword, you decide how much you're willing to pay when someone searches for a term and clicks your ad. This is known as pay per click, or PPC, because you pay only when someone clicks on your ad. The amount you pay when someone clicks on a PPC ad is called the cost per click, or CPC. Now, just like in every other auction, it's possible to lose your bid. That means your ad won't come up every time someone searches for your keyword. Search engines decide which ads to display based on factors like quality and maximum bid amount, and you'll learn more about them later on in the program. SEM is a great way to reach specific customers quickly, but it has other advantages too. When a customer finds a website through search listings, they'll usually end up on that website's homepage. But paid ads give you control over where those visitors land on your site, whether that's a sign-up form or a specific product page. But one of the biggest benefits of paid ads is that they create opportunities for remarketing. Remarketing allows you to identify previous customers or visitors to your website and serve them paid ads on other sites and social media platforms. Have you ever browsed a website for a pair of jeans and then noticed those same jeans popping up on other sites? That's remarketing. It's a way of recapturing the attention of people who are already interested in your brand. And that's really important because most website visitors leave before completing an action like making a purchase. Maybe they want to consider their options or do more research before buying. Remarketing encourages those people to come back by reminding them why they clicked on your ad in the first place. Website visitors and previous customers are also the segment of your audience that's most likely to convert, so those extra reminders can have a big impact. You'll be able to explore all of these concepts more later in the program. Right now, it's time to review. SEM is a way for brands to generate traffic to their websites by placing paid ads on search engine results pages. It uses a model called pay-per-click advertising, which charges you when someone clicks on your ad. Paid ads have some big advantages like reaching customers quickly, controlling where visitors land on your site, and remarketing. Next up, you'll learn about some other types of paid advertising for attracting and converting customers. Now that you've learned about SEO, SEM, and display ads, it's time to introduce two more channels businesses can use to reach their digital marketing goals: social media marketing and email marketing. Social and email each have different strengths, which makes them much more effective together than separately. So before we discuss each channel on its own, let's go over what they do well and how they can work together to raise awareness and maintain customer relationships over time. Brands can do a lot on social media. Because so many people are on social media, it's one of the most effective channels for finding new audiences. With social media accounts, companies can engage with customers, run ads, and even generate earned media through viral content. But social media also has one big drawback. Businesses can control what they post to their accounts, but they can't control the platforms themselves. So if a particular platform shuts down or changes their algorithm, it can affect a brand's ability to reach their followers overnight. The good news is that social media can help brands grow their email lists, which they own completely. Email marketing doesn't have the reach of social media, but it also doesn't need to. That's because email marketing is about nurturing relationships with people who are already interested in a brand. And because businesses control their email lists, they can nurture those relationships over time. Email marketing is also incredibly cost-effective. On average, it brings in more than $40 for every dollar spent. And there you have it. Together, email and social media marketing helps brands increase their reach, raise awareness, and connect with customers online. You'll learn more about both of these channels and how they work together in just a bit. Meet you there. Throughout this course, we've stressed how important it is to find and connect with target audiences where they are online. One of the best places to do that is on social media. Well over half the people in the entire world are on social media, and that number is only growing. Maybe one audience likes Twitter more than TikTok, or another prefers Facebook to Instagram. But no matter what a business sells, chances are good that social media is a key part of their marketing strategy. Social media marketing is the practice of creating and publishing content for social media platforms in order to drive engagement and promote a brand or product. Creating social media content might seem simple. After all, people post interesting, funny, or touching content to their personal accounts every day. But there's a lot more to social media marketing than writing clever or informative posts. Social media marketing involves a lot of the same concerns as a company's overall digital marketing strategy, like increasing engagement, expanding their reach, and building their brand. It's just that all of those activities happen on social media platforms. So now, let's explore some of the ways businesses use social media to amplify their efforts and reach their digital marketing goals. We can break down these activities into 5 categories, known as the 5 pillars of social media marketing. These pillars include strategy, planning and publishing, listening and engagement, analytics and reporting, and paid social media. Let's start with strategy. Before planning your content or campaign, you need to know who your audience is and which social platforms they use. So if your audience is mostly interested in content about home decorating, you might not post on a platform that caters to business and networking. Posting the right content in the right places can save both time and money. To know what types of content to create, you'll also need to understand your goals. For example, if you want to build community around your brand, you might focus on interactive content like polls or questions and answer sessions. But if your goal is to promote a new product, running a contest or giveaway might get better results. Understanding your audience and having clear goals will help you create effective, relevant content. Once you've set your strategy and content, you'll need to consider planning and publishing. That means deciding when to post content and how often to post content. The goal is to engage followers enough so that they remember you, but not so often that you overwhelm them. Next up is social listening and engagement. Once your content is out in the world, you can track and analyze social conversations and mentions related to your brand. This could mean monitoring direct responses to a brand's social content or earned media, like posts about its products, which are great ways to find out how customers feel about your business. The insights you gain can help you decide how to respond to and engage with customers on social platforms. Those responses are important because they can affect your brand image and customer relationships. Think of social listening and engagement like a conversation. First, a business publishes content. Then they listen to how their audience responds. By paying attention to what their audience says, they can determine the best way to reply. For example, if someone posts about how helpful they find a particular tool, like a habit tracking app, the brand could respond with thanks and encouragement. But if they post that the app isn't working correctly, they could share troubleshooting tips instead. Next, You'll use analytics and reporting to find out how your content or campaigns are performing and communicate results to others. Social media analytics tools can track and measure things like comments, shares, follows, or clicks. They can tell you how many people are using a hashtag or the number of positive mentions over time. Businesses can use these insights to respond to trends or guide future strategies. Finally, there's paid social media. Paid social media ads have a lot of the same benefits as paid ads for other channels. It can expand a brand's reach beyond its existing customer base and allow them to remarket products. But advertising on social media has some other advantages too. For one thing, social platforms provide more detailed user information than search engines. That means brands serve ads to highly specific customer groups. Finally, paid social media is a good way for brands to grow their email lists. By linking ads to email sign-up forms, businesses can contact their followers directly and send them special offers. Like any digital marketing strategy, social media marketing involves getting to know your audience, finding them online, and setting meaningful goals. Only then can you plan, create, and publish content. Next, social listening and measurement can tell you how to engage with your audience effectively and refine your strategy. Lastly, with paid social ads, you can expand your reach, address specific customers, and grow your email lists. Coming up, you'll learn more about social media marketing and how to use email to maintain customer relationships. So far, you've learned that social media marketing enables brands to extend their reach and build a list of email subscribers. In this video, we'll discuss some of the things brands can do with those subscriber lists once they have them. But before we get to that, let's define what email marketing is and what it isn't. First, most importantly, email marketing is not spam. Spam, also known as junk mail, refers to any unwanted emails sent out in bulk to a mass recipient list. These are the emails that land in your inbox even though you never signed up for them. Spammers might make claims that are too good to be true or send the same content to everyone on their list, regardless of their interests. And they'll often send so many emails that they end up annoying potential customers. So, how is email marketing different from spam? Email marketing is when a brand sends messages to a list of existing subscribers to share information, drive sales, or create community. That means sending relevant, helpful content to people who've agreed to receive it. When it's done well, email marketing helps brands build and maintain relationships with potential and existing customers. So how do brands avoid coming across like spammers? How do they make sure they're sending the right content to the right people at the right time? They use segmentation and personalization. Let's take these ideas one at a time. First, segmentation. Email segmentation is the practice of dividing an email subscriber list into smaller groups or segments based on criteria like interest, location, or purchase history. It allows brands to customize emails for different groups and send subscribers content that's relevant to them. And the more brands learn about their subscribers, the more they can segment their lists, which makes it easier to build relationships with customers. So, if someone buys cat food from a pet store, they might appreciate getting ads about other cat-related products, like treats or toys. But if they get a coupon for bird seed, they might delete that email. And they could even unsubscribe altogether, which is the opposite of what the pet store wants. Let's move on to personalization. While segmentation helps marketers decide what email content to send to which people, personalization is a process of customizing email content for individual subscribers. That doesn't mean writing a different email for every single subscriber. If email marketers did that, they wouldn't have time for anything else. But there are some things they can do to deliver an experience that feels specific to each individual. Here are a few examples. Email marketers can address each recipient directly by putting their name in the greeting or subject line. Send promotions for special events like birthdays, holidays, or anniversaries. Send messages that match where customers are in the marketing funnel. For example, an email about a loyalty program probably shouldn't go to subscribers who are still at the consideration stage. And finally, they can follow up on previous interactions, like asking a customer to share their opinion on a recent purchase. Now you know the difference between email marketing and spam, and how brands use techniques like segmentation and personalization to build and maintain customer relationships. Coming up, you'll learn about some different types of emails that can engage, convert, and retain customers. You made it! You've learned so much about attracting, engaging, and communicating with customers through digital channels. Let's sum up what we've done so far. First, we found out why digital marketing is essential for building a strong brand. Next, we covered the basics of creating a digital marketing strategy. We explored the foundations of a digital marketing strategy, learning about your audience and setting goals that support a business's larger aims. Then we discussed picking channels and creating content to carry out that strategy. We went through some of the most common channels and tactics that marketing and sales teams use in their strategies, like search engine optimization, which helps them reach audiences through search results. We also discussed search engine marketing, pay-per-click advertising, and display ads. Finally, we explored how companies expand their reach and engage with customers through social media, and how they build relationships using email marketing. Remember that even if you never write an acquisition email or do keyword research, understanding these concepts is an important foundation for your career. By now, you may be starting to get a better idea of which parts of digital marketing and e-commerce interest you the most, but there's still more to come. In the next part of the course, you'll learn about some of the ways companies measure and improve their marketing and sales strategies so they can better meet their goals. Welcome back! Earlier in the course, you learned about the relationship between digital marketing and branding. You also explored the different parts of a digital marketing and e-commerce strategy, including research, goal setting, and selecting the right channels and tactics. Lastly, you found out a little about some of the channels and tactics like SEO, SEM, social media, and email marketing. This part of the course is all about data. How you measure it, how you interpret it, and how it can make your strategy better. We'll explore the concept of performance marketing and examine some ways you might be working with data in an entry-level digital marketing or e-commerce role. We'll discuss how data can help you find out what's working well and how to adapt to necessary change. We'll also go over some ways to demonstrate those findings through data storytelling. Measuring the success of your marketing efforts may be the most important thing you learn in your digital marketing or e-commerce career. No matter how carefully you plan your strategy, measuring your results can always help you make it better, from building your brand to engaging customers and maximizing sales. The first time I really worked with data and digital marketing was when I began running paid advertising for my own e-commerce store. I wanted to understand if the effort I was making was worth the extra cost. This made me realize that there was a whole world of measurement beyond the paid campaigns I was running. I could measure the health of my whole store through different dashboards and analytics resources. This is where e-commerce and digital marketing really gets fun, because you can actually prove that your tactics are helping you reach your goals. You're almost to the end of the course, and I'm so excited for you to cross the finish line. Let's get back into it. Throughout this course, we've emphasized how important it is to measure the results of digital marketing tactics, campaigns, and strategies. In fact, these activities are so important that there's a special term to describe them: performance marketing. In this video, we'll explore what's involved in performance marketing and how it allows businesses to set goals, track results, and improve on their work. Let's get started. Imagine this. It's 1985 and you work for a marketing agency that's promoting a new breakfast cereal. You run some focus groups to learn about your target audience and what they like. You use those interviews and your past experiences as a marketer to create memorable ads for newspapers, billboards, and televisions. And then you wait. Your sales go up. The campaign works. But what you don't know is which ads were most effective and how many of the new customers found the product through your campaign. That doesn't mean your ad strategy is all guesswork, just that there's limited information you can gather. So you can keep going with that same successful strategy. Now imagine you're running that same campaign today, only online. With digital marketing, there are dozens of ways to measure the success of your tactics and campaigns. So if you place an ad for cereal online, you can track the things that just aren't possible with billboards, like how many people encounter and engage with your ad each week. Collecting and evaluating all of that information can help you rethink a weak strategy or make a good one even stronger. That's performance marketing. It's the process of using concrete information about customer behaviors to plan and refine marketing and sales strategies. It focuses on measurable results like clicks and conversions. Performance marketers set specific goals and use metrics to find out if they've reached them. You're already familiar with some performance metrics, like the number of impressions or cost per click on paid ads. Another performance metric is customer lifetime value, which refers to the average revenue generated per customer over a certain period of time. There's also ROAS, or return on ad spend. ROAS is how much revenue is gained versus how much was spent. So if you spend $100 on an ad, but made $150 as a result of that ad, the ROAS would be 150%. So for the cereal example, if you were to set a goal of increasing overall revenue, ROAS might be one of the metrics used to measure success. There are so many ways to measure performance at every stage of the marketing funnel, and those measurements are critical because the average customer journey takes about 6 touch points. That number has doubled more than twice over a 15-year period. Performance marketing lets us gauge how each of those touch points contributes to our goals, which helps us reach and engage with customers more effectively. Time to review. Measuring results with performance marketing is one of the most important things you can do to ensure success. By tracking metrics like ROAS and customer lifetime value, digital marketers can reach their goals and refine their strategies over time. Up next, you'll learn more about performance metrics and working with the data they produce. Performance marketing generates a lot of data, from impressions and clicks at the top of the funnel to conversion and sales numbers at the bottom. Data is critical throughout the whole marketing and sales cycle. Data is a collection of facts or information. Your company's total number of social media followers, how many hours a team spends on a project, or total year-end revenue. All of those numbers are data. Marketing data can help you answer questions in a concrete way by drawing on real customer behaviors and interactions. The insights are useful for planning campaigns, predicting future behaviors, and finding out whether your activities are helping you reach your KPIs. You'll recall that a KPI, or Key Performance Indicator, is a measurement used to gauge how successful a business is in its effort to reach a business or marketing goal. Your KPIs could be certain metrics, like ROAS. But if you find that you aren't reaching your goals, you might need to prioritize different KPIs instead. To know if you're meeting your KPIs, you'll need to collect and interpret the relevant data. The process of monitoring and evaluating data to gain actionable insights is called data analytics. And it's one of the most important skill sets you can develop for a career in digital marketing or e-commerce. That doesn't mean you need to be a statistics expert to work in these fields. What it does mean is that most entry-level roles you'll encounter involve working with data in some way. Let's go over a few of the main data analytics responsibilities you might have. Pulling, reporting, and analyzing data. Data pulling is the process of collecting data from analytics tools and putting it into a spreadsheet or database, making it easy to access and work with. For example, you might have campaigns with similar goals running on different platforms like Facebook, Bing, and Google. To make it easier to compare and analyze your data, you'll need to bring it all together. One way to do that is by pulling the data from each source, organizing it into a spreadsheet. Data reporting also called performance reporting, involves organizing and summarizing data to track performance across marketing and sales efforts. This process makes it easier to identify trends and spot unexpected results more quickly. For example, if you've pulled data from multiple sources, reporting makes it easier to tell if one has a higher ROAS than another. Quality reporting provides a clear picture of the raw numbers. It should help you shape questions that can be answered through analysis. Data analysis is the process of examining data in order to draw conclusions, make predictions, and drive informed decision-making. If reporting is the what, then analysis is the why. It helps you develop insights that explain the reported results and make suggestions for next steps, like shifting your budget or prioritizing different KPIs. You'll learn lots more about working with data later in the program, but I hope you feel like you've got a better understanding of what data is and why it's so important for marketing and sales success. Now, let's recap. The data produced by performance marketing is an incredibly valuable resource for understanding how well your strategy is meeting its goals. In an entry-level role, you may find yourself pulling, reporting, or analyzing performance data. Through data analytics, you can find out if you're meeting your goals, anticipate customer behavior, and make plans for the future. Coming up, we'll get into some ways to interpret data and present it to others. All right, you've set your strategy, picked your channels, planned your content, and measured your results. Now what? You know that all data should tell you which channels and content are performing well. But what does good performance actually mean? Is it when an ad gets a lot of clicks? When a tweet goes viral? What about increased website traffic? With so many different touch points and channels shaping customer brand interactions, how do you know where to start? In this video, we'll explore how businesses use reporting data to find out which of their marketing and sales efforts are the most successful. Success can mean different things depending on your particular marketing and business goals, but every digital marketer wants to know which touch points are getting customers to take action. Say you're running a campaign for a company that sells art supplies. If tons of people are clicking on an ad for a new line of paints, but only a few of them eventually make a purchase, that ad might not be so successful after all. In order to optimize a strategy, you need to know which touch points are influencing customer decisions the most. Of course, you can't know exactly what your customers are thinking. All you have to go on is what they do. But those customer behaviors can tell you a lot about where your efforts are succeeding and where they're falling short. The process of determining which content and channels are responsible for generating leads, conversions, or signups is called attribution. This isn't something you need to determine on your own. Most analytics tools include features that can use your data to find out which touch points and keywords customers interact with before taking action. You'll get some practice with these tools later in the program. By accurately attributing success to specific marketing and sales efforts, businesses can make informed decisions about where to invest their time, budget, and resources. Now, some people assume that the last touch point should get all the credit. And it makes sense, right? People often think that the touch point right before purchase must be the one that convinces a customer to take action. But that isn't always the case. You know that the average customer encounters 6 touch points on their purchase journey, and that the path isn't always straightforward. Say someone is shopping for a new computer and they decide which model to buy after the second touch point, but then they put off actually making the purchase. Maybe they're waiting for a holiday or for the computer to go on sale. Maybe they just get distracted. It might take another touch point to remind them of the purchase they already planned to make. Both of those touch points deserve some credit, and attribution is how they get it. Businesses have some choices when it comes to attribution models. We won't go over all of them here, just a few to give you a sense of how they attribute success. Data-driven, first click, last click, and linear. Data-driven attribution measures customer engagement with marketing content across channels to understand what's motivating them to take action. It assigns credit to each touch point based on statistics, like which ads or keywords most often lead to conversions. Data-driven attribution draws on real customer behaviors to assign credit. But if you don't have enough meaningful data for this model, they have other options. Here are a few examples. First click attribution assigns all the credit to the first touch point that eventually leads to a conversion. Let's go back to our art supply store. If a customer's first interaction with the brand is a social media ad for oil paints, all the credit for their purchase would go to that ad, even if it takes a few more touch points for them to buy something. Last click attribution assigns all the credit to the last known touch point before conversion. If our art store customer makes a purchase after the fourth or fifth touch point, maybe a promotional email, last click attribution would give full credit to that email. Linear attribution assigns equal credit to each touch point along the customer journey. So for our art store customer's journey, the social ad, promotional email, and all the touch points in between share credit for the eventual conversion. Attribution isn't an exact science, but it can give you a better idea of how customers are interacting with your content and what's leading them to take action. Using models like data-driven, first click, last click, and linear attribution, businesses can put their resources in places that will maximize customer conversions. Up next, you'll learn about communicating the insights you get from your data insights to other people. Working with data isn't just about the numbers. You know that the process of data pulling, reporting, analysis, and attribution produces valuable insights that can change the course of a project or strategy. But how do you turn those insights into action? How do you persuade key people that something needs to be done? By using your data to tell a story. Without a story, data is just numbers. Those numbers can tell you what happened, but they can't tell you why it happened, why it's important, and what you can do about it. That's where data storytelling comes in. Data storytelling is the practice of conveying data insights to a specific audience using a clear and compelling narrative. Data has a lot of stories to tell, and no two people will tell exactly the same one. Everyone brings their own perspectives, experiences, and biases to data storytelling, and you'll find out about navigating some of those challenges in a bit. For now, let's think about how to create stories with data. A data story has three main components: the data itself, a compelling narrative, and clear visualizations. Together, these pieces should engage your audience by explaining what you learned and how you can use that information to take action. Let's take them one at a time. First, data. Think of your data points like the characters in a play. If they're all on stage at once, it can be hard to know where to focus your attention. So you need to be selective about which numbers you highlight. The most important data points are your lead characters, while others could play supporting roles, and some may not need to be in the scene at all. To decide which data points are important, it's crucial to understand the questions you're trying to answer. For example, maybe you work for a toy company that's measuring the results of a new social media campaign. Your question could be as simple as asking whether this new campaign is more efficient than the last one. For that question, your main data point might be return on ad spend. But remember, you need to understand the question you want to answer to know what data to use. Being clear about your questions and the data you can use to answer them is also the first step in planning your next piece of your data story, the narrative. The narrative is like the plot of a play. It's what happens in the story. A well-structured narrative is engaging, memorable, and persuasive. Once you've picked the data points and insights that answer your questions, you can start building a narrative that conveys them effectively. In the toy company example, you'd explain how the ROAS data you've gathered compares to the previous campaign and how those results could impact your future efforts. In other words, your data story should explain not just what your insights mean, but why they matter to your audience and what they can do about them. That doesn't mean you need to have all the answers. In fact, some of the best stories create space for discussion. But appealing to your audience with a strong narrative can draw attention to your insights and encourage others to take action. You'll learn more about how to create an effective narrative in just a bit. Now that we've explored a simple narrative structure, let's get into the last element of data storytelling, visualizations. Data visualizations are graphic representations of data that convey information. Data visualizations are like the costumes, lightings, and stage set of a play. They focus attention and help the audience understand what's happening in the narrative. Visualizations can take the form of charts, graphs, infographics, or other illustrations. A well-placed visualization clarifies trends and expresses relationships between data points. Returning to the toy company example again, we could choose to represent the ROAS data as a series of numbers. But if what we want to do is compare the current campaign to the last one, it's a lot clearer to convey that relationship with a bar graph. It gets the point across quickly and clearly. You'll learn more about visualizing data and making presentations accessible to different audiences in a later course. Data storytelling is a powerful tool and one that's in high demand for digital marketing and e-commerce roles. Using data, narrative, and visualizations, we can engage audiences, communicate insights, and influence big decisions. Up next, we'll explore more about how to structure data stories.
Hi again. Remember me? My name's Erica, and I'm a people consultant at Google, known elsewhere as an HR business partner. The last time we were together, you had just started this course, and now here you are, almost at the end. Congrats on your progress so far and on taking meaningful action to advance your career. Now that you're wrapping up the first course, I wanted to let you know about some of the great career-building activities and resources you'll encounter in the rest of this program. In the next course, and those that come after it, you'll have the chance to complete a number of hands-on activities based on real-world marketing and e-commerce scenarios. They'll let you put what you're learning into practice and help you discuss your skills with hiring managers in a concrete way. Be sure to save your work from these activities. They'll be useful to you as you near the end of the program and start thinking about the next stage of your digital marketing or e-commerce career. When you get to the last course in the program, we'll go in-depth on preparing for a job search. We'll cover how to find and apply for jobs that interest you. I'll also share some tips to help you prepare for the interview process so you'll know what to expect going in. You'll learn how to put together an online portfolio that will help you demonstrate your knowledge and experience. You'll also complete a scenario-based project from beginning to end that you can put in your portfolio and use to present your thought process to potential employers. Just like a customer journey, your career journey will be unique to you. But whatever path you choose, the knowledge and resources you gain from this program will give you a strong start. You've accomplished so much already, and there's so much more to come. Good luck on the next part of your journey. I'm excited to meet up with you again soon.
Hi, my name is Elle, and I'm the Vice President of the Mastery team. My role is to support Google's business organization with great learning experiences. One of my core values is curiosity. And my favorite part of my job is that I get to support the curiosity of our entire business organization with great learning experiences that help people learn, grow, and develop and bring their whole selves to work every day. You will have moments through this program and throughout your journey when you don't feel confident. And confidence is so important. I'm going to tell you a story about a moment that I lacked confidence and what I did to pick myself up. It was about 10 years into my career, and I was sadly let go from my job. I was devastated. I completely lacked confidence, and I had no idea how I was going to pick myself up and find my next job. And so I went to a quote that I often think about in moments like this. And that quote is, "It's not about how you fall, it's how you get back up that counts." And I surrounded myself with a support system to help me rebuild my confidence. And there are two types of people that I highly recommend that you surround yourself with. The first is a cheerleader. This is a person that completely believes in you because they've seen that you have capabilities and that you could do this. They hold up a mirror and they describe to you moments that they've seen evidence of you displaying these capabilities. If you're not clear where you could find your biggest cheerleader, that person can be anyone in your life, that has experience and exposure to you in all aspects of your life. A quick example is my sister. For me, my sister was re-entering the workforce, and I had an opportunity to support her and cheer her on as she looked for whether or not she had the skills to apply for a job. And I reminded her of all of the moments that she displayed key skills that would set her up for success in that job. All right, the second person that you can surround yourself with is a practice partner. So find a practice partner, somebody that can hold you accountable and support you as you practice. That can come from this program, that can come from any aspect of your life as well. All right, so as you think about embarking on this program, two things: find yourself your biggest cheerleader and find yourself your practice buddy, because there will be times where your confidence is shaken, and confidence will be so important. I didn't enter the marketing or e-commerce world until about midway through my career when I was choosing to make a pivot. And this certificate program didn't exist back then, but I wish it did. I'll give you a couple of tips about how I started to learn more about the marketing and e-commerce space. The first thing I did was I created a search campaign. A friend of mine was selling her condo, and so I created a campaign that really helped promote her condo, and I learned a lot about search marketing through that experience. The second thing I did was I decided to learn more about websites and decided to create a blog. And something I'm really passionate about is yoga. So I created a blog all about my yoga journey. And then I applied analytics to the blog and started to see who was accessing and reading my blog, and saw people from India, all parts of Asia that were accessing and reading this. And it was so much fun to learn through doing in both of those experiences. And so my tip for you: engage with the hands-on practice experiences through this program, and potentially experiences that you might have access to outside of this program. But the main point is that we learn the most through doing. So find opportunities to practice. There will be people in your life that may try to define for you who you are and what your career should be. Some may even put doubt in your mind that you could complete this certificate and potentially create and or pivot your own career. And I'm here to tell you, step back, trust your gut, and believe that you can define who you are and who you want to be.
You did it! You're almost done with this section and the whole first course in the program. Before we wrap it up, let's recap what you learned in this part of the course. First, you found out about the importance of data and how performance marketing can help businesses succeed at every stage of the marketing funnel. You learned all about collecting, organizing, and interpreting data in order to reach marketing and sales goals. You discovered how businesses use attribution models to find out which touch points are most effective at getting customers to take action. You also learned about the power of storytelling and how conveying insights through stories can help businesses make informed, data-driven decisions. Finally, you explored some skills that can help you adapt to change when you really need to adjust your course. You're so close to the end now, and I know you'll finish strong. Just a little bit further and you'll be on your way. Congratulations on completing the first course. You've come so far and learned so much about what I personally think is a really exciting industry. Before you move on, let's take a minute to celebrate and reflect on all you've learned in this course. You started out with the basics, exploring what digital marketing and e-commerce are and a few of the many different roles and opportunities you might find in these fields. Next, you learned about how customer journey maps and marketing funnels can help a business reach their target audience and turn them into loyal customers. Then, you examined what goes into creating a digital marketing strategy and how to use digital channels for brand building, building relationships, and driving sales. Finally, you explored how measuring and interpreting performance data can improve a campaign in progress and help you plan for the future. I hope you're proud of the work you've done so far. No matter what you end up doing, whether you're a digital marketing coordinator or an e-commerce analyst, a social media manager, or something else, everything you've learned up till now will lay the foundation for the next phase of your career. And as you move through this program, you'll have the chance to hone your skills even further. In the next course, you'll learn from my fellow Googler, AK, about how to attract and engage customers using SEO, SEM, and display ads. You have some great instructors coming up in this program, and I can't wait for you to meet them. I'm so glad I got to be here for the beginning of your journey. You're off to a great start. I hope I've helped you gain the knowledge and confidence you need to move your career forward and recognize the skills you already have that can make you a great marketing or e-commerce specialist.
Hello there and welcome. In this course, we'll discuss how to identify your ideal customers, connect with them online, and motivate them to become paying customers. Specifically, you'll learn marketing strategies including search engine optimization and search engine marketing. Now, before I talk about what you'll learn, let me first introduce myself. My name is Coach AK. I'm a performance coach, serial entrepreneur, and the current sales excellence lead here at Google. The thing is, I am excited to be the instructor for this course. For over 10 years, I've worked in the startup space, really helping entrepreneurs turn their ideas into reality. You know, everything we experience, from the furniture in our homes, the appliances we use, even the way in which we travel, all started with an idea. That idea manifested into action, and that action led to new products and services that impact billions of people every day. For me, my first experience with entrepreneurship was actually in athletics. I was a professional track and field athlete. Now from there, that really taught me the importance of continually growing to make big results. I always found a way to grow, to iterate, and learn the latest techniques and strategies to become successful. And after retiring from athletics in 2016, I used that same energy and dedication and transferred it into the entrepreneurship world. I learned from scratch how to build websites and incorporate SEO strategies. I even used Google Ads to reach audiences from across the world I never knew I could reach. My first website, I still remember, was awful, but looking back, it's what started my journey. Every new thing I learned, I implemented piece by piece. The thing is, my biggest takeaway after all of these years is that you can always grow and you can always learn something new. If you just take the time, be willing to try something new, everything will come together. Every new skill gained is a new muscle formed, which helped me and you become better than we were the day before. Because I believe that 1% better each day creates massive results. See, this course is all about that improvement, helping you build marketing muscles to advance your career in digital marketing when you cross that course finish line. Let's discuss what you'll cover in this course. We'll begin with an important marketing concept and something you should create before beginning any campaign: customer personas. The personas help you ensure you represent specific customer identities, traits, and needs in your marketing. Then we'll go in depth on strategies for each step of the marketing funnel: awareness, consideration, conversion, and loyalty. Then you'll learn about search engine optimization, also called SEO. Search engine optimization is the practice of getting a website to rank higher in search engines like Google. Think about when a potential customer searches for your product and service. You'd like your website to appear as close to the top of the search page as possible, right? Next, you'll learn about search engine marketing, also called SEM. Search engine marketing is similar to search engine optimization, except it's paid placement. A popular example of SEM are the search ads on the Google search engine results page. We'll wrap up with display advertising. You know, when you visit a website and see an advertisement, that's often a display ad. You'll learn how display ads work and some best practices on when and how to use display ads. Okay, now that you have an overview of the course, you're ready to get started. Hello, and in this upcoming section, you'll learn strategies to move a customer through each stage of the marketing funnel. We'll start with an overview of the customer persona, which is a representation of an ideal customer for a business. You'll also learn how to research and create multiple personas. Then, you'll get an overview of the marketing funnel. This is a step-by-step approach on how to attract customers who may not know about a brand and its products and services and turn them into repeat customers and brand advocates. We'll review the first stage of the funnel, which is the awareness stage. This section is all about strategies to get customers introduced to the brand. Then we'll discuss the second funnel stage, consideration. This stage is all about building interest in potential customers. After that, we'll cover conversion. At this stage of the funnel, customers are ready to make a purchase. We need to build their trust so they become paying customers. And finally, we'll discuss the loyalty stage. This is when you have paying customers and are encouraging them to become repeat customers and brand advocates. You'll also read through several case studies on how businesses applied these strategies for each stage of the marketing funnel. We have a lot to cover over the next several videos. Are you ready? Great. Let's get started. We're bombarded with marketing and advertisements all day. So as a marketing professional, how do you get a brand to stand out? Well, you must create messaging and materials that connect with your customer. Before you start creating marketing materials, you need to know who you are marketing to. That's why we're going to start this course with an important marketing concept, defining your ideal customer. In this video, we're going to discuss the customer persona, also called the buyer persona, marketing persona, or audience persona. A customer persona represents a group of similar people in a desirable audience. They can help you figure out how to reach people at the right time, with the right message, offer, and products. The customer persona we'll be discussing is very simple. It includes who the persona represents, also known as their characteristics, their goal or what they want to achieve, and the barrier to reaching their goal, also called the pain point. Typically, a marketer creates several types of personas for a product or service. You may even work with a business with over 10. This is because most businesses have more than just one type of customer. It's important to remember that customer personas can get very complex. For our purposes, we are presenting a simple version. As a marketer, you may find yourself adding many details such as customer interests, behaviors, needs, and skills. So why create customer personas in the first place? Well, one reason is to better understand the customer's perspective. With a persona, you're imagining things through the individual's point of view. This is more specific than a target audience, which is more broad and general than a persona. When creating a marketing material, such as an advertisement or an email, you should consider the customer's priorities. Like what message or visuals would best appeal to them? Does it help them reach their goals or relate to their pain points? Another reason is once you understand who your customer is, it's easier to create customized content for them. You'll understand how they think, what they want to achieve, and what's holding them back from making a purchase. The last reason to create customer personas is for effective ad targeting. Later in this course and in the following courses, you'll learn more about ad targeting, also called targeted advertising. Most digital advertising platforms now provide targeted advertising. The platforms offer several different targeting tools to help get your ads in front of the audiences you wish to reach. Let's quickly go over an example of a customer persona, specifically for a company that sells camping tents. Now, they want to create a marketing campaign for a 6-person tent. Based on the company's research, the marketing team determines one of the persona's elements is a parent or guardian. They continue doing research on demographics and learn that they're in their mid-30s to mid-50s and have 2 to 3 children. After conducting in-person interviews, the marketing team learns that their general goal is to purchase a budget-friendly tent that will last for several years. You'll also learn that a common barrier to purchasing a large tent is concern about setting it up due to frustrating prior experience. With this persona, you can create materials accordingly. For example, an online ad could read like, easy to set up tent for the whole family. You can also target this ad to people who fit the demographic profile. Remember, you can certainly go in more depth on the demographics, the goals, or the barriers for this customer persona. Excellent. Now you have a working knowledge of customer personas, which will help you connect with customers in your future digital marketing role. Hello there. Now that you know what customer personas are and why they're important, let's discuss how to create one. When crafting a customer persona, you'll need information about your ideal customers. You shouldn't just guess. You need actual data. The thing is, you'll likely need to do research to collect this information. Here are a few ways to do the research. The first is to review customer data. It's possible the business already has existing data about its customers. Review this for information for details such as demographics, location, sales history, and customer service notes. A second way is to conduct customer interviews. Consider interviewing customers directly about their experience with the product or service. Ask questions such as, what brought them to the product? Well, how did it solve their problem? And if appropriate, consider collecting information on their other interests as well to form a more detailed persona. Now, another way is to analyze web data. If the business is active on social media, review any demographic data about people who follow your business account. Additionally, website analytics such as Google Analytics provide data about elements like the age and gender of website visitors. Now, if you're wondering what Google Analytics is, we'll be covering that in a later course. If available, research online reviews and comments as well. They can be a great opportunity for persona data. A fourth way is to send out surveys. A simple method to collect information is to email a survey out to current customers. You may find that participation is low on this particular type of strategy. So to do, instead, encourage survey participation by giving away something for free to one of the customers who fills out the survey. Now, once you've done your research, the first part of creating a persona is defining who your customer is. This includes defining persona interests, traits, and demographics. Demographics are information specific to the customer, such as age, gender identity, income, family size, occupation, education, and location. For example, a persona for a pet business could be a man in his 30s with 2 children who loves the outdoors and lives in the suburbs. They may even get more specific with their personas and detail out a 32-year-old man with 2 children who owns a large dog and likes to go hiking. Now, the more detailed your personas, typically the more personas you'll create. This aligns your advertising language to many members of your audience. Now, once you determine the persona's interests, traits, and demographics, it's time to get specific about their goals and barriers. To create the goals and barriers, you should primarily rely on the data you collect about customers, such as surveys and interviews. For the customer persona goal, get specific about the customer and what they want to achieve. This goal needs to be related to the product or service. For example, if it's a landscaping business, the customer wants great-looking greenery. Reviewing the data, you also identify additional goals they may want to achieve. Some of the customers just want peace of mind that their plants and property will be taken care of. For other customers, it's pride in the look of their landscaping. While you're relying on your data to form the goal and barrier, it's okay to include additional details. For instance, maybe customers consistently said they want their landscaping to look good. You can infer they want to feel pride in their home. Now, after identifying goals, consider the barrier, or what's preventing the customer from achieving their goal. You can also consider what's keeping the customer from hiring the company. Again, review the customer data, including the surveys and interviews. Can you identify any barriers? Continuing with the landscaping example, when reviewing the customer survey, you notice a few recurring barriers. Some customers state they don't have time to take care of their lawn. Others state they've tried, but don't believe the lawn looks any good. Another group stated they simply just don't have the equipment. Consider a barrier related to hiring the company. One could be that they don't trust landscaping companies because they received poor service in the past. Now that you have the demographic information, the goals, and the barriers, combine that information to create your personas. Following the landscaping example again, one persona could be a 55-year-old woman in the city with a small yard and a garden. She has been taking care of her own yard for 5 years, but currently doesn't have the time to do it. A second persona could be a 30-year-old new homeowner. They've never worked with landscaping before and just moved to the suburbs. And a third persona could be a 27-year-old, budget-conscious renter in a rural area. They are trying to get basic landscaping to keep up with their homeowners association demands. Now, let's imagine you've completed a few personas. Now, what do you do with them? A best practice is to keep them readily available. Whenever you work on any marketing material, consider all of your personas. Who are you trying to reach? What visuals appeal to them? What messages appeal to them? What online platforms do they spend their time on? That's the power of a persona. Instead of just guessing or combining all personas together, you have specific data about who your customers are. You know what they want to achieve and the barriers that keep them from achieving those goals. Customer personas may seem like a lot of work, but they are well worth it. Successful marketing starts with knowing your customers well. And now you know what steps to take to gain that knowledge and really make that connection. Welcome back. Earlier, you were introduced to the marketing funnel, which is a process to take people who are unfamiliar with your products or services and turn them into paying customers. Overall, our main goal of the marketing funnel is to help a business accomplish their goals, whether that be for profit, revenue, new customers, or even something different. All of the marketing efforts need to be well optimized so that they lead to achieving business goals. Now, as a marketer, you want to ensure that you are reaching and resonating with your target audiences in all stages of the customer journey. Now, if you do any research on marketing funnels, you'll quickly realize that there are many, many different kinds. You may work for a company that has a 6-stage marketing funnel. That's perfectly okay. A marketing funnel is just a framework. It helps show how customers move from knowing about a business to purchasing something. The structure may be a little different depending on the business. For this course, we're going to focus on a 4-stage marketing funnel: awareness, consideration, conversion, and loyalty. In the following videos, we will break down each stage in depth and discuss marketing strategies. But before we start discussing the strategies, let's briefly go over the benefits of a marketing funnel. The first benefit of this framework is to consider the buyer's journey. Instead of just simply trying random marketing strategies or sticking to what drives sales at the bottom of the funnel, the marketing funnel encourages you to consider the experience a buyer has with the brand. Now, when do they first experience the brand? How do they experience it? And what do they do after they first experience? Now, these types of questions help you as the marketer, help you really better understand the brand and the business from the customer's perspective. The next benefit is to optimize your marketing strategy. All marketing strategies have gaps, and the funnel helps you recognize and fix them. Maybe the display ads aren't connecting with your potential customer. Or maybe they connect with your ads, but the web page they land on loads slowly, preventing them from moving forward. When optimizing your funnel, you can find and address these kinds of challenges. And lastly, once you consider the buyer's journey and optimize the marketing strategies, you'll increase the conversion rate and drive more business results. For example, with an e-commerce business, you may track the percentage of potential customers that become paying customers. If 100 people visit a product page and only one of them purchases a product, that's a 1% conversion rate. Optimizing your funnel provides a better experience for potential customers. This can increase the conversion rate and ultimately earn the company more revenue. Overall, a main goal of a marketing funnel is to provide a great experience for the customer and earn the business more revenue. All marketing efforts need to be well optimized. This ensures that the marketing performance helps meet the business goals. Learning what does and doesn't move your customer through the funnel may be one of your more important tasks as a marketer. Hello again. In the previous video, we discussed the marketing funnel and its benefits. Now, in the following videos, we'll share specific marketing strategies for each funnel stage. Let's discuss the first stage in our funnel, and that's awareness. In this stage, the potential customer may not know about the product or service. Maybe they have a specific problem or pain point they need to solve, such as wanting to buy a new piece of furniture. Or maybe they were introduced to your brand without specifically searching for your product or service, such as through a Facebook or Instagram ad. However, they encounter the brand. The awareness stage is when a potential customer first becomes aware of the product or service. This first impression counts. Imagine you're a digital marketer. You're tasked with creating and implementing a strategy to get more people aware of a product or service. Well, how do you do it? Now, before I get into these strategies, let me first say that if you're struggling to understand these terms and concepts, that's okay. I'll be covering these more in depth as you go through this course and the following courses. So by the end of the certificate program, I promise you will be a pro. Let's quickly go over the difference between strategies and tactics. This is an important marketing concept. Often you'll find marketers using these terms interchangeably. However, for our purposes, strategies support the plan to achieve the marketing goal and tend to be more general ideas. Tactics are actions taken to make the plan happen. For example, social media marketing would be a strategy. It's a general idea. And actions on social media would be the tactics. These support the strategy. Here are some strategies and tactics to build awareness. First is search engine optimization, or also called SEO. This is the process of improving a website to increase its visibility in a search engine, such as Google Search or Microsoft Bing. Think about when a potential customer searches for a resolution to their pain point. If your website appears at the top of the search, they will become aware of your business. Next is search engine marketing, also called SEM, is when you increase a website's visibility in a search engine through paid advertisement. It's similar to SEO. Now, when a customer does a Google search for what you provide, wouldn't it be great to show near the top of the search results? SEM can get the brand there. Now, display ads are graphic-based advertising such as photos, videos, or text. Now, you commonly encounter display ads on websites and applications. Build awareness by getting display ads on websites your potential customers are visiting. Next is social media marketing. These are posts on any social media platform such as Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn. Typically, these are no cost. Now, depending on the social media platform, there are many ways to build awareness. One common strategy is to get a follower to share the brand's post to their followers. When this happens, new people get introduced to your brand. Social media advertising is similar to social media marketing, except that it's paid. The type of advertising varies depending on the platform. Now, a common paid opportunity that builds awareness is an ad that shows in non-followers' feeds. You can target new potential customers based on their interest. Video marketing comes in many forms, but a common one to build awareness is a YouTube ad that plays before a video, similar to social media advertising. You can target potential customers based on what videos they previously watched. So influencer marketing is when you partner with a person or a brand that has a large following. For a fee, they'll promote your product or service to their followers. There are several types of influencer marketing partnerships. A common one to build awareness is a review. For example, a brand could pay an influencer to try out their product or service. The influencer would then detail their experience. The review could be in a video, a photo, or a text format. Remember, when doing influencer marketing, make sure your influencer discloses the relationship. Follow all regulatory guidelines. Next is content marketing, and this is a marketing technique that focuses on creating and distributing valuable content. For example of this is a downloadable ebook that your potential customer may want to read. It could also be an educational web page. Content marketing is often tied with SEO or SEM. But remember, creating valuable content is just the first step of content marketing. The next is to get the content in front of potential customers. All right, that was a lot of strategies to build awareness. As a quick recap, we covered search engine optimization, search engine marketing, display ads, social media marketing, social media advertising, video marketing, influencer marketing, and content marketing. Remember, you'll be learning more about those throughout this program. Okay, you now have potential customers aware of the brand and what it provides. However, they aren't ready to purchase yet. Now, what do you do next? You build consideration. In the consideration stage of the marketing funnel, you build interest for your product or service. The potential customer already knows about the product or service, and now they are ready to learn more. Now, it's important to remember that the strategies we discussed in the previous video still apply in the consideration stage. For example, social media marketing helps build consideration. Content marketing does too. Now, a difference between the awareness and the consideration phase is a type of marketing strategy you apply. For example, the content for the consideration phase may be more in-depth and persuasive, such as a case study. The ad targeting will likely be different as well. Previous visitors will be targeted. Here are some marketing strategies and tactics to build consideration. First is a unique selling proposition, also called the USP. And it explains why a product or service is better than the competition. And once a potential customer is aware of the product or service, make sure that the USP is clear and repeated often. Testimonials are when customers provide their experience with a product or service. A well-crafted testimonial can build trust in a potential customer. They imagine themselves as the customer who had a great experience and problem was solved. Testimonials can either be written in audio or in video. Next is case studies, are similar to testimonials, except they're usually more in depth. They are often in written format. A business with projects that last for several months may use a case studies to explain its progression. A thorough case study builds trust in the potential customer. Remarketing ads are advertisements delivered to previous purchasers, subscribers, or visitors to a brand's website or social media. These types of ads are common in e-commerce. You likely have experienced ad remarketing. For example, maybe you viewed one or more pairs of shoes on a website and then later saw ads for those shoes showing up on other web pages or apps you visited. That's remarketing. You'll learn more about this tactic in a later course. Webinars are presentations, typically educational, that are provided online. They are a great way to both educate potential customers and promote your product or service. One challenge to webinars is getting people to attend. You'll want to make sure you're providing something enticing and of value to your customers. Email marketing is when you send promotional or educational emails to an email list. When a potential customer becomes aware of the brand and signs up for an email list, they would like to learn more about the products or services offered. There are many uses of an email list. One strategy to build consideration is to send out educational emails about the products or services. Testimonials also work great for those who haven't purchased yet. Social media marketing is slightly different in the consideration stage than the awareness stage. In the consideration stage, potential customers are now account followers. Post to followers consistently with varied content to build their interest in the brand. Now, that wraps up the strategies to build consideration. Okay, the potential customers have considered the product or service and they're ready to make a purchase. In the next video, you'll learn about the conversion stage, how to encourage customers to follow through and really make that purchase. Hey there, in the previous video, we learned how to build consideration and get customers super interested in a product or service. Now they're ready to buy. The next stage of the marketing funnel is conversion. Think of conversion as the process to get a potential customer to take a desired action. This could be to sign up for a consultation or as simple as coming into the store. For this video, we're going to focus on online purchases. You'd think this is an easy process. Someone visits a website and they make a purchase, but it's not always that easy. What if they have difficulty with the checkout process or get distracted and cannot complete the online transaction? Or what if they're interested in the product or service, but are still undecided if it's right for them? As a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst, it may be your job to ensure the checkout process goes smoothly for the customer. It may also be your job to increase the likelihood that the customer makes a purchase. Or you may be tasked with increasing the purchase volume or total value. Now, both of these jobs have one main goal: to increase conversion rate. The conversion rate is the percentage of users or website visitors that take a desired action. The typical conversion rate of an e-commerce business is around 1 to 2%. For example, if 2 people out of 100 visit a product page and make a purchase, that is a 2% conversion rate. Imagine if you could increase that by just 1 person out of 100. So 3 people out of 100 make a purchase. You can increase the business revenue by 33% with a simple website change. That would have a huge impact on the business revenue. Now that you understand more about the conversion, let's discuss strategies and tactics. Optimize the checkout process. When a customer goes to check out, it should be as easy as possible. Every additional field or page may decrease the conversion rate. A field is any piece of information the customer needs to enter before purchasing the product. For example, do you need their phone number? If not, delete that field. Another optimization idea are to change the purchase button from add to cart to buy now, or consider adding additional payment options such as Google Pay or Shopify's Shop Pay. Add better product and service photos. The quality and number of photos on a web page may drastically affect the conversion rate. Add high quality photos with varied angles to increase that. Additionally, many e-commerce companies only put photos of their product or service. So consider adding lifestyle photos. Now, a lifestyle photo shows someone actually using the product or service. Encourage customers to add lifestyle photos to their product reviews. Strengthen the product or service copy. When a potential customer reads about the product or service they will purchase, it should be persuasive. The copy is any written material that encourages a customer to buy a product or a service. Make sure the copy is not only explaining the product, but also making an emotional appeal to buy it. Add live chat. Not all companies will be able to add live chat. However, if they can, it could increase the conversion rate. If a customer has an issue with checkout or a product question, they can simply ask the question through the chat. That's better than having them actually leave the web page. If you're working for a small business that cannot staff live chat, they can add chatbots instead. Chatbots are software that answers basic questions for website visitors. Pursue abandoned carts. Now, this is when a customer starts the checkout process and enters their email, but doesn't make the purchase. You may think this isn't common, but it is. Many e-commerce software now come with the capability to send these customers an email. The email reminds them that they still have items in their cart. Some customers with an abandoned cart will revisit the website and finish their purchase. Additionally, this is a great opportunity to send a remarketed ad. The ad will remind these potential customers what's in their cart. Increase website speed. According to a study by the State of Online Retail Performance, for every second delay in page load speed, conversions can fall by 20%. Website speed is something we'll discuss later in the program. There are a few simple strategies to increase the speed of a slow website, such as reducing the size of images. Offer a trial or a money-back guarantee. While this isn't possible for all products or services, you can nudge a customer to a purchase. You typically encounter a money-back guarantee for more expensive purchases. Products I've recently experienced with money-back guarantees include mattresses, glasses, and clothes. Experiment with A/B tests. This is more advanced strategy because it involves analytics. An A/B test is when you compare two versions of a web page to determine which has the highest conversion rate. We recommend that whenever you change an element on a page, you compare its conversion rate to the page's previous version. Generally, you should change one element at a time to get the most accurate results. For example, you could test different main photos for a product. Which converts the highest? The product photo with a white background, outside background, or a lifestyle setup. Remember, A/B tests apply to more industries than just e-commerce. It's for any type of business that wants to make it easier for their customer to take a desired action. When implementing any strategy to increase conversion, you have to keep in mind the return rate. It doesn't benefit a company if, when the conversion goes up, so does the amount of products returned. Keep this in mind. All right, you've taken the potential customer from the awareness stage to the consideration stage to the conversion stage. Congrats, they're now a customer. But are you done marketing? No, you're not. In the next video, we'll discuss the loyalty stage, how to turn customers into repeat customers that support the brand. In the last video, we discussed strategies that turn interested customers into paying customers. In this video, we'll discuss strategies to turn those paying customers into loyal repeat customers. During the loyalty stage in the marketing funnel, customers become repeat customers and brand advocates. Ideally, they become the voices of the brand. Maybe they talk about how great the product is to family and friends. Maybe they make a social media post and share their experience with hundreds of friends. Or maybe they go from being reminded to purchase the service to actively seeking out the service. With the digital tools now available, it's never been easier to get customers into loyal brand followers. At this stage in the funnel, you've already earned the paying customer. None of the following strategies are necessary. However, implementing these strategies will lead to repeat customers and increase conversion rate or conversion value. Plus, you may get loyal customers to promote the product or service and be a voice of the brand. That's free marketing. Now let's go over the post-purchase strategies and tactics to increase loyalty among customers. Reward programs incentivize customers to keep coming back to the business. We experience rewards programs on food apps like Starbucks, Chipotle, and McDonald's. Many point-of-sale or POS systems now offer reward programs built into their software. Now, a POS system accepts payments from customers and manages their information. Email marketing keeps your brand in front of the customer on a consistent basis. Remember to always craft emails that provide value to the customer. If not, they may unsubscribe. To build loyalty, consider educating your customers or tell the story of the brand. Social shares are when customers share your product or service to their social media followers. It's important to first encourage customers to follow the business's social media accounts. Then, you have to deliver content that they may want to share to their followers. Consider remarketing to paying customers with new ads. While we mentioned ad remarketing in a previous stage of the funnel, you can use it again to re-engage customers. And once you know what product the customer purchased, you can recommend another product or add-ons to the current product. Another way to earn loyalty in a customer is to encourage them to leave a positive review. If a customer has a positive experience with the business, encourage them to write about their experience. The review could be online, such as on a social media account or simply through an email. These positive reviews can be posted as content on the business website, such as a social media page and through email marketing. The thing is, many people love to be recognized on their birthday. Consider offering a discount for your customers' birthdays. You could also provide a discount on the anniversary of the first day they became a customer. Freebies are a way to get customers reminded of the brand over and over again. Freebies could be a sticker, a magnet, a t-shirt, or something related to the business. Like, for example, I recently bought a pillow, and included with that product, I received a complimentary branded sleep mask. Honestly, I thought it was pretty cool. And our last strategy is amusing confirmation messages. When a customer purchases a product, they often receive a confirmation email or a text. Often those messages are standard and transactional. If appropriate for the brand, why not just make them interesting? Add personality to the confirmation message by writing it in a way that makes the customer excited about receiving the product or service. Using descriptive language, tell them how they'll feel when they'll receive the new product. By really utilizing these strategies, hopefully you can turn customers into loyal fans. You'll keep them purchasing more products and services, and ideally, the loyal customers will tell their friends and family about the business too. I just want to say congrats on finishing this section. Wow, I have to say we've covered a lot of marketing concepts and strategies. Now, if you're feeling overwhelmed, remember, you'll be learning more about these strategies in this course and later courses. Let's quickly recap what you've learned. We started by discussing customer personas and how important it is to craft them before creating any marketing materials. Then we went into depth on the marketing funnel. You learned strategies to get potential customers aware of the business. Then in the second stage of the funnel, how to build interest and create consideration for a product or service. In the third stage of the funnel, you learned about conversion, strategies to increase the likelihood of a desired customer action like a purchase. And lastly, we covered strategies to increase the loyalty of paying customers. In a role as a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst, you may be tasked with implementing any of the marketing strategies we discussed. If you feel lost and not sure how to connect with the customer, consider creating a persona. While it may not be required by the organization, it will be helpful with any marketing activity. Think through who the customer is, their goals, and barriers. Additionally, if an organization you work for doesn't have a clear marketing funnel, consider creating one. And when working on marketing an activity, think about where the customer is in the journey to become a first-time and repeat customer. I just want to say, great work so far in this program. We will meet you in the next video. Hello, let's imagine that a potential customer uses a search engine to solve their problem. If you're a business that provides a solution, you'd want to get found in the search results, right? A really important aspect of digital marketing is getting your website found in search engines. In the following lessons, you'll learn more about how to make that happen. I'll introduce you to how the Google search engine works and how it determines website rankings. I'll explain to you in the structure of the search engine results pages, also called SERPs. Then I'll introduce you to search engine optimization, also called SEO. Now, this is the practice of getting a website found in a search engine results page. I'll discuss the pre-steps to take before you start to consider SEO. And then for your first steps, which include keyword research and organizing a website structure. Personally, I love working on SEO. The thing is, I can say it has been my greatest marketing tool for my brand. But, I must admit, when I first started, it didn't really make sense to me. People talked about keywords and tagging and being found in search engine pages, results, all that. But When I first started, it honestly sounded like I was speaking or understanding a language that I've never read before. After implementing strategies for several months, something interesting happened for my brand. I actually remember a friend reached out to me saying they read one of my articles and saw an image I posted online for my business. I remember thinking, what are you talking about? And I didn't share anything. And they said they were looking for advice on a topic, and my article and picture came up. Thing is, I can't tell you how excited I was when that happened. Thing is, years later, a simple Google search of my name now brings up dozens of images, content, and videos. My online trust and my credibility saves me so much time now not having to re-pitch myself over and over. For me, SEO is one of the best marketing strategies to expand the exposure of a brand online. Welcome to the world of search engines and search engine optimization. I hope you're excited to get started. Before you learn about how to optimize content for a search engine, we need to first understand what a search engine is and how it works. In this video, we're going to cover the three main processes of Google search engine: crawling, indexing, and serving. The Google search engine uses these processes to locate the most relevant content to a user's search query. Just quick disclaimer about the search content you'll learn about. There's no confidential information in this content. It's all available publicly, and you can learn more in Google's official search documentation. So, what is a search engine? Think of a search engine as any software that locates information on a search query. As a marketer, you may work with several search engines. For example, in e-commerce, you may work with an Amazon search engine or the Etsy search engine. Every search engine works slightly differently. However, many of the concepts and strategies we cover will apply to all. Let's discuss the processes Google uses to organize information online: crawling, indexing, and serving. The first step the Google search engine takes is crawling, which is the process of finding new and updated web pages. Google explores the internet with automated programs called crawlers. These crawlers find new and updated web pages. Now, once the crawlers discover a new or updated web page, Google then stores these page URLs in a big list to review later. A page URL is the web address, such as www.example.com/blog. There are several ways the Google crawler finds web pages. The main way is to follow links from pages already identified. Links are any web addresses on a web page. Let's imagine that as a marketer, you create a new web page for a website. The crawler will primarily discover that new page by a link within the website or from a separate website. Before crawling the page, it will check if it is allowed to do so by the website owner. Okay, once the new pages are crawled, Google then stores them in an index. Think of it as an online index is similar to an index in the back of a book. A book index is a list of content and its associated pages. Similarly, Google stores web content with its location, the URL for each web page. What type of content will Google index? Well, almost anything on the page, including text, photos, and video content. Remember, indexing is only possible if the website owner allows the web page to be crawled. If the owner doesn't want it to be crawled, indexed, and appear in Google search, then they can indicate it in the website's code. After the web page content is indexed, the Google search algorithm goes to work. In this context, an algorithm is an automated software that helps locate information to answer a user's query. The Google search algorithm sorts through billions of web pages to deliver the most relevant content for a given search. The purpose of the search algorithm is to deliver the best results for a search. For example, if you search a product, the results are likely the best available to help you learn about or purchase that product. Now, what does the algorithm consider when ranking a web page for a search? Oh, it considers many factors, including what's on a website and information on other websites. Some of the factors are more obvious than others, such as location and language. Google wants to really return results that meet the need of users with a great user experience. We'll discuss 5 key factors such as quality of content and usability of web pages in an upcoming video. Overall, Google Search wants to return results that meet the needs of users with a great user experience. Now, if all of this sounds confusing, don't worry. By the end of this course, you will know a lot more about strategies to rank a website in the Google search engine. When doing digital marketing, you'll encounter algorithms frequently. Generally speaking, an algorithm is just a set of instructions for solving a problem or accomplishing a task. One simple of an algorithm is a recipe. You want to make a meal, and the recipe provides instructions to make that meal. See, websites and platforms use different algorithms to decide what to show users. A search algorithm for an e-commerce site may display the most likely products a shopper would purchase. Factors such as a price and shipping time might influence the results. A social media algorithm may focus on what it thinks is most entertaining for the user. Factors such as popularity and content length may influence the results the social media algorithm provides its users. Okay, you've been introduced to how the search engine works and algorithms. As a marketer, it's likely you'll be thinking about how your website, products, or posts can be delivered to more and more people. It's part of the job. In digital marketing, understanding how pages show up in a search can help you get the most out of your marketing efforts. In this video, we're going to go more in depth on ranking results in search engine results pages, also called SERPs. We'll cover 5 key factors, which are meaning of the query, relevance of the web pages, quality of the content, usability of web pages, and overall context and user settings. Think of these key factors as concepts. As you will learn, they can be applied in several different ways. That's why creating content to rank high in the SERPs is often open to interpretation. For example, how much information should you write about a topic, and how should you order the information? Would the searcher prefer the content with photos or a video? We'll get into more strategies later. For now, consider these key factors from a search engine's perspective, so you understand what the search algorithm considers when ranking websites. The first key factor is the meaning of the query. A query is simply the words typed into a Google search bar. To return relevant results, the search algorithm needs to establish what the user is searching for. In other words, the intent behind the query. Google's algorithms have created language models to decipher the meaning and intent of a search. As a marketer, you want to consider the meaning and intent of your potential customer searches as well. One of your tasks may be to create content that addresses the searcher's needs. An effective marketer will understand the potential customer's intent and meaning of a search. That's why you want to build customer personas to better understand your customers. A second key factor is the relevance of web pages. This is when the algorithm determines what content is relevant to the search. The most basic signal that information is relevant is if the web page contains the same keywords as the search query. A keyword is a word or multiple words that people use to find information, products, or services online. The keyword either matches or is similar to the searcher's query. For example, if the keywords appear in the headings or body text of a web page, the search algorithms may determine that page to be more relevant. The Google search algorithms review more than just keywords for relevance. They will match phrases and topics that the searcher may be interested in. For instance, if someone searches for dogs, they likely don't want the word dog listed a bunch of times on a page. They may also be interested in other content such as dog breeds or dog photos. Depending on the type of search, different types of content may be relevant as well. Maybe a searcher is more likely to watch a video than read several paragraphs of text, or maybe the content includes photos rather than just text. Another key factor to consider is quality of content. This is a topic we'll be discussing throughout this course. As a marketer, you may be tasked with creating great quality web content. One way Google determines quality content is understanding if prominent websites link or refer to the content. Google uses a number of factors to try to work out the quality of a piece of content, as well as the quality of a website overall. These factors are generally not technical elements that site owners can turn on or off, but rather try to capture the bigger picture. For example, just because a book is well made doesn't mean that you'll enjoy reading it. Additionally, Google Search uses aggregated feedback from a search quality evaluation process to further refine the algorithms used for ranking. A fourth key factor is the usability of web pages. Google algorithms also consider the content's ease of use. Now, if you have two web pages with exactly the same content, the web page that has a better user experience may perform better. Google calls this the page experience ranking factor. What does a better user experience even mean? Well, it means that a page is mobile friendly, so it renders better on a phone, or that a page loads quickly. These are among the many factors that contribute how a page ranks. The last key factor in the searcher's context and setting. Information such as their location, past search history, and search settings help the search algorithm deliver relevant and useful results. The country and location of a search can alter the results. For example, imagine you live in Chicago and search for football. You're likely to get results for American football and the Chicago Bears. Whereas if you search football in London, Google will likely show you results about soccer and the Premier League. Here's another interesting context feature that may affect search results. Google may tailor results based on activity in your Google account. For example, if you search for events near me, Google may tailor some recommendations to even categories they think you might be interested in. These systems are designed to match interests, but they're not designed to infer sensitive characteristics. Now you know about how Google search works and some factors that SEOs consider to be important when ranking content. This is great foundational knowledge to have. Remember the key factors: query meaning, web page relevance, content quality, web page usability, and context and settings. Let's go more in depth on the makeup of the Google search results. The search engine results pages, also called SERPs, appear whenever someone performs a search query. The first thing you need to know is that there are different types of SERP features based on what you search. For example, if your search is about a product, it may be structured with shopping or products. Or if the search is news-related and timely, then it may be structured with news articles. A best practice is to always Google search your product or service for the brand name and several related words. Simply analyze the results, like what are the possible placements in the SERPs? When analyzing the SERPs, you should keep in mind that there are both search listings and ads. Typically, you will find paid ads towards the top of the search results page. After the paid ads are search listings. You may find Google ads at the end of the search results page as well. There are several SERP features you should know about. Let's cover some common ones. A featured snippet is a special box that displays information about a search in the results page. The featured snippet displays when the algorithm determines the format will help people more easily discover what they're looking for. It's a non-paid feature. A digital marketer or e-commerce analyst can mark a web page as a featured snippet. Google systems will determine whether a page would make a good feature snippet for a user search request. Rich results provide specific information about a website. This information helps a website display with additional features in search results. An example of this is for a product-based web page. Additional product information may show in search results such as its review rating, price, and availability. Images may appear when the Google system determines that visual content is valuable to the search. The images may appear in any search position, including the top, the middle, the bottom of the SERPs. Images are a non-paid feature. Similar to images, videos may display if the Google system believes it is valuable to the search query. Videos may also be at the top, middle, or bottom of the search results. The videos in the SERPs come from across the web. When searching for a local business, product, or service, you may get a couple of different local-based SERPs features. The most prominent feature is a map and listing of local businesses. The businesses listed are tied to a non-paid business profile listing provided by Google. The profile is available to any business who has local customers. Additionally, if someone searches for the business name, its business profile will likely appear as a panel on the right side of the SERP, separate from the non-paid search results. There are also paid ads. You will learn more about different types of ads later in this course. Okay, so that wraps up our lesson on the Google search engine results pages. Here's something I want you to do to improve your SERPs knowledge. As you conduct searches in Google or any search engine, study the results. What websites, products, featured snippets appear? Where are they located? And why do you think that they're there? By studying these results, you'll get more comfortable with search results and one step closer to thinking like a digital marketer.
Hi, I'm Jake, and I'm a search lead at Google. So I work with pods and clients. Pods at Google are a group of account managers and account executives who work on a group of clients. You really partner with AMs and AEs on overarching strategy within their entire pod or their entire group of clients across their book. But you also work directly with clients and get to talk to them about how to tie their business objectives to their search efforts and make sure that there is a direct tie there so that everything that they grow within their search advertising or also connects to growth for their business. So some examples of some popular search engines, obviously, Google is a big player in this space, really across the globe. But there's a lot of players in this space. Bing is one of the biggest players in the United States. Baidu is one of the biggest players over in China. There's Yandex, there's Yahoo Japan. There's a plethora of options when it comes to different search engines that you can show for organically and also advertise on. Skills across these search engines are very transferable. The reason for that is that they have very similar algorithms involved in terms of getting what information users see, specifically on the organic side. The big thing that you need to learn on the ad side is you might need to learn different platforms, user interfaces on the ad side. But when it comes to the organic side, they're very transferable. A lot of times, similar searches will show similar results on different search engines. They're really the three stages of the search algorithm. The first is crawling. We're trying to basically hunt for all of the information across the web. The next is indexing, which is where you take all of that information and you start to understand it, start to understand the relevance, the themes, and things of that nature. And then third is serving, which is what we're familiar with as users. When we search, that's when things get served. And the serving is tied to relevance of everything that's indexed. So it goes through everything that got indexed and it decides what's served based off the relevance of the search. So another piece of these three stages, crawling, indexing, and serving, is that it's always continual and ongoing. The crawling stage doesn't stop and go into the index stage. The index stage doesn't stop and go into the serving stage. This is very important because there's different websites coming across the web all the time. That's important for the crawling stage to continue and find this information. And 15% of searches are unique. So it needs to have an understanding of relevance and how to serve users differently off of these new searches that it's never seen before. So the process is continual, not static, but they do feed into each other and go in that order. What's really the purpose of search algorithms? Getting users relevant information that is available across the web. That's really what it comes down to. And the goal of all of these search engines and all of these companies is really to be as relevant as possible for the user so that the user keeps coming back.
We've covered some paid and non-paid ways to get websites found in the search engine results pages. Let's chat specifically about the non-paid process to get websites more visible in the SERPs. Search engine optimization, also called SEO. This is a process of increasing the visibility of website pages on search engines in order to attract more relevant traffic. Think of relevant traffic as the ideal customers you'd like to visit the website. You may also encounter SEO as the title of someone who does it for a living, such as, "We just hired a new SEO to improve our online presence." Every digital marketer should learn the basics of search engine optimization, even if you're working for a business with a website on a platform such as Blogger, Wix, or Squarespace. It's worth really learning a little about SEO. A little knowledge can go a long way towards helping people find the site. Overall, a website that has search engine optimization may make it easier for search engine algorithms to crawl, index, and understand its content. SEO is important because if search engines cannot crawl a website, then it may not get found in a search engine like Google. And if a search engine algorithm struggles to understand a site's content, it may not display when a potential customer searches for the business products and services. SEO is often about making small modifications to parts of a website. When viewed individually, these changes might seem like minor improvements, but when combined with other optimizations, the impact can be large. An impact to the website's visitors' experience could affect the performance in search results. Specifically, for the Google search engine, there's a tool to help with SEO called Google Search Console. This tool helps people monitor, maintain, and troubleshoot a website's presence in Google search results. We'll talk more about Google Search Console later in this program. It's important to remember that there are a lot of opinions on how best to do search engine optimization. Typically, Google will publish SEO guidelines. It's often, though, up to the digital marketer, SEO professional, or company to determine how to best implement those guidelines. Depending on the company a digital marketer works for, they may receive different strategies on how best to implement SEO. Luckily, there are many separate paths that can result in a site being visible in search. You don't have to match other websites one-to-one. Let's discuss some tasks often involved with search engine optimization. Someone doing SEO may review website content or structure. It's important to have a well-organized website that is easy for the search engine algorithm to crawl. You'll learn about what exactly a well-organized website means in a later section. For now, though, know that if a website isn't easily crawled, certain pages may not display in search results. Another SEO task is technical website development. This task is more advanced. It could involve tasks related to hosting, web page redirects, error pages, or use of JavaScript. JavaScript is a programming language which is considered a type of computer code. Technical development may also involve improving page load speeds. A third SEO task is content development. Think of content as anything a visitor experiences on a website. Content includes text, videos, and photos. Search engine optimization also includes user experience. When developing content, it's important to consider how the website visitor experiences and interacts with the content. A fourth SEO task is keyword research. Keyword research is the process of finding terms and phrases that potential customers are typing into search engines. It's important to create website content that aligns with your potential customers are searching for. Keyword research is often combined with content development. A company may use keyword research to inform its content strategy. Keyword research is an example of an SEO strategy that may differ depending on the company you work for. While some strategies may be more effective than others, there is no perfect way to do it. Now you have an overview of search engine optimization, why it's important, and common tasks. Any digital marketer or e-commerce analyst should have working knowledge of SEO best practices. Most digital marketers and e-commerce analysts will, at a minimum, create content for a website. It's important to learn these best practices so that both people and search engines can easily understand the content. As a digital marketer responsible for an organization's SEO, you should do some pre-work. This pre-work is done for two groups: the company or organization requesting the SEO and the potential website visitors. Implementing SEO without doing this pre-work can lead to several problems. The work you do may not align to the organizational goals. You need to make sure the work you're doing helps the organization achieve its goals. Another problem is related to the website visitors. What if the work you're doing isn't connecting with them? Even worse, what if it's turning them away? A little pre-work before implementing SEO can help avoid these situations. Let's go over a few factors to consider before doing any search engine optimization task. The first factor is to know your website or organization's goals. What would they like to primarily achieve? For instance, would they like to get more sales, more emails, or phone calls? The type of SEO work you do depends on their goals. It's important to get clear on these goals. You want to work on tasks that you believe will positively impact these goals. And remember, as a marketing professional, you may have influence over these goals. Most business owners know that they want to make sales and earn more revenue. It may be up to you to figure out how to do that. For example, let's imagine the marketing funnel you create for the business prioritizes email collection. You know that if you collect emails from potential customers, it will lead to sales. So as the person implementing SEO, you prioritize creating content for email collection. Another step to take before starting SEO is to know the customers well. This principle is why we started this course with customer personas. Before doing SEO, you need to really understand the people reading and experiencing your content. Let's imagine a potential customer visits a website that can help them solve their problem. If they read a few sentences or experience visuals that they don't connect with, they'll just simply leave. They'll go to the next website. There are several other websites that can help them solve their problem. Additionally, you need to know the visitor's intent. What do they want to achieve? Communicate with them directly and ultimately help them fulfill that intent. A third step to take before starting any SEO is brainstorming content for people first. To understand what it means to create content for people first, you need to understand what it's like to work in SEO. When you're creating content or improving content, you'll be reviewing what's already in the SERPs. It's easy to fall into the habit of crafting content for what you believe the Google SERPs want to show people. If it's already working, just create similar content, right? However, great SEO-based content marketers don't create content for Google search results first. They create content for people first, Google second. What does this mean? It means that marketer prioritizes and considers what the searcher needs from their query more so than what is already in the search results. Is there any information that is missing? For example, should the marketer try to explain the content more visually, such as with photos or video? Just because all the articles in search results are text-based doesn't mean that it's what the searcher wants. A last factor to consider is to know your competitors well. To rank higher in SERPs, you'll often have to create content that is better than the competition. Remember, better means different things to different people. It could be a video instead of a text. Better could be more in-depth content, such as including a lengthy story or a case study to illustrate a point, or it could be shorter, more concise content. That's your job as a marketer, to figure that out. To create better content than your competition, you must study what they created. Study what they've done and do it better, all while keeping the ideal customer in mind. In future sections, we will be discussing a lot of SEO concepts and big picture strategies you'll be able to use as you enter the field of digital marketing. Great work so far. See, as a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst, an organization may have you create content for a web page. Before creating that content, it's helpful to know the terms or phrases potential customers type into Google to find that information. For example, let's imagine you're writing a web page about a type of couch and its style. Before writing any content, it's helpful to know what words potential customers are typing into a search engine to find that type of couch information you're writing about. Now, this may seem easy, but it can be complicated. For instance, in addition to couch, are they searching for sofas, sectionals, or loungers? Is one word used more than others? Or are words combined, such as sofa, sectional? Understanding the preferred words will help you create content that closely relates to what your customers are searching for. This content will connect with them. And when content connects, they're more likely to take a desired action. In SEO, these words are referred to as keywords, which are the search terms people use to find information, products, or services online. But how do you come up with the keywords in the first place? Keyword research is a process to find the terms people use in search engines. There's no single correct way to do keyword research. You may work at one organization and they have their recommended process, and you may work at a different organization and they have their recommended process. It's all a matter of opinion. When doing keyword research, there are tools that can help you. These tools provide data on how many times people search for keywords. They also provide how competitive a certain keyword is. Keyword research varies depending on the organization you work for, and also can be somewhat based on opinion. It is also something best learned on the job, so we won't spend time on it in this program. However, Google's SEO quality guidelines recommend not doing one keyword-related practice, and this practice is called keyword stuffing. Keyword stuffing refers to the practice of loading a web page with keywords or numbers in an attempt to manipulate a site's ranking in the search results. Often, these keywords appear in a list or a group. They're typically out of context and not really natural to the web page content. Filling pages with keywords results in a negative user experience and can harm your site's ranking. You should focus on creating useful, information-rich content that uses keywords appropriately and in context. Examples of keyword stuffing include blocks of text that list cities and states that a web page is trying to rank for, or repeating the same words or phrases so often that it sounds unnatural, such as, "We sell custom candles," or "Custom candles are handmade." If you're thinking about buying a custom candle, contact Custom Candle Specialist. That's our introduction to keywords and keyword research. Just like creating customer personas is crucial before developing marketing materials, doing keyword research is crucial before developing web page content. Keywords are the topics of your web page. Getting accurate keywords will help you create content that connects more closely with searchers. When you connect, you can drive action, and getting your potential customer to take action will make you successful in your digital marketing role.
Hi, my name's Daniel. I'm a product marketing manager and I work for Google Store. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. When someone has a curiosity about anything in the world, they go to Google and they'll search that question. Essentially, what a SEO specialist or professional does is understand what people are searching for in their respective market and their respective business, and how do they answer that question that allows them to be at the top of the page. And Google has created this algorithm that allows businesses to compete for that space in the most organic fashion that doesn't get overridden by paid advertisements and sponsored posts. So the purpose for search engines is to provide an answer to a certain question. It delivers either a product, an answer, information, or a service that people are curious about and want to have more information about. If you rank highly on a certain topic or keyword query or search query, then you're more likely to get those traffic visitors to your page, which then you can optimize your page even further to convert those people to sales if you are selling a product or a service, or you can increase the engagement on your page if you're just providing information that you want people to take a part of. So if you're optimizing your page for SEO, you will get more visitors and traffic to your page. One of the most common issues that people find with a page that isn't optimized is that they're not getting traffic to their page. If they're a business that relies on selling products online, that means that they're not going to make sales because no one is finding their pages. Unless they want to put marketing dollars and spend money to push their page up on top of search results, they can do that, but that also has a lot of capital, and a lot of small businesses can't afford to do that. So a free, organic way to do that is SEO. So if you optimize for SEO, you can organically and in a free way push your content higher and get that traffic flowing into your website. Hopefully those people will convert and you will make more sales. So there are two types of SEO. There's the user-facing SEO component, which is about content and keywords and what people actually see on the page. And then there's the back-end SEO, which is more on the technical side, which is about site speed and site performance. Some low-hanging fruit for SEO optimizations for your own pages to really look at keywords that are really relevant to your page, to your business, to your industry. Build content around those keywords and around those search queries that you know that people are interested in about. If you can provide an answer, such as a blog page or informational page on your site, then that can be used to funnel traffic into your site. You can also look at keywords that are relevant. There are a lot of free tools out there that you can search certain industries, and those industries will have the top keywords per industry or per market or per business. And if you haven't already incorporated that, then you can start building content around those topics. So if you want to understand how your website is doing in terms of SEO, there are a lot of free tools out there that provides a free audit that showcases how fast your page loads, what steps and actions you can take to decrease the size of the page, which means your page can load faster. If you can increase the speed for the page when it loads, then you'll have a better user experience. So one piece of advice I would give for people really interested in SEO or seeing if they want to pursue SEO is to understand that SEO is always changing, but the bottom line still stays the same. It's trying to understand the customer, what they're organically interested in, what they're organically curious about. And if you can focus on that, then you'll have a successful career in SEO.
Welcome back. An important aspect of SEO is having a well-organized website structure. Think of a site structure as how the web pages are all linked and connected. It's also how a visitor navigates through the website. You consider the structure when first creating a website, or you may be on a team task with overhauling an existing website structure. Many large companies have entire departments focused on website architecture and user experience. Even if you're on a team with experts, it's important to understand how website structure affects SEO. Site structure generally falls under technical SEO. A smaller business may have 10 pages. This is fairly easy to structure. However, if it's an e-commerce business with thousands of products, the organization can get complicated. Overall, a good site structure is hierarchical, which means web pages fall under and are associated with another web page. For example, e-commerce sites often organize products into a hierarchy using product categories. Visit a home improvement website and you'll encounter categories such as hardware, electrical, and plumbing. In general, the hierarchy should be a flat structure. As a best practice, every page should only be 3, maybe 4 clicks from the homepage. From a technical perspective, the Google crawlers should have no issue moving from page to page and understanding the flow of the site. From a user's perspective, the web page should be easy to use. Think about your own experiences on a website. Have you ever been on a website and found it difficult to navigate, or maybe just plain confusing? With good site organization, that shouldn't happen. There are a few reasons to plan out a website structure. The first is that it assists the search engine crawlers. Remember, the primary way the Google crawlers discover a new or updated web page is through links from other pages. So if you create a page that has no links to it, it could take longer for Google crawlers to discover it. There's another way crawlers discover web pages, and that is through a sitemap, which is particularly important for larger websites. You'll learn more about sitemaps later in the program. Another reason is for a consistent and readable URL structure. Remember, the URL is the address of a web page. It's the best practice to have clear URLs. Website visitors may be intimidated by extremely long and cryptic URLs that contain few recognizable words. Additionally, remember that a URL may be displayed in some form in a Google search result near the document title. Potential customers may read it before actually deciding to click on the search result. A third reason to plan out a website structure is for the improved user experience. If a user has trouble navigating a website, it's likely that they'll leave. This increases your bounce rate. Remember, a bounce is a percent of visitors that view one page and then leave the site. A high bounce rate means that even when users come to your website from search, they tend to leave without converting into customers. Let's discuss a few tips to consider when creating a website structure and navigation. One tip is to use https:// whenever possible, and ideally for every URL on the website. HTTPS is an internet communications protocol that protects the integrity and confidentiality of data between the user's computer and the site. When you create a web page or a website with HTTPS instead of the older HTTP, it provides protection to your website's user connection regardless of the site content. Another tip is to create a navigational page for users. A navigational page is a simple page on the website that displays the website structure. It usually consists of a hierarchical listing of all the pages on the site. Users may visit this page if they're having problems finding pages on the site. While search engines will also visit the navigation page, it's mainly aimed at human visitors. A third tip is to show useful 404 pages. A 404 page is a URL that tells the user that the web page does not exist. Occasionally, a user will come to this page either by following a broken link or typing in the wrong URL. Creating a custom 404 page for the website kindly guides visitors back to a working page on the website. This can greatly improve a visitor's experience. Consider adding a link back to the homepage or links to popular content on the website. A fourth tip is to make your website navigation Google crawler friendly. To help Google find all pages on a site, make sure that the pages are reachable by following links through the site's navigation. For an e-commerce website specifically, the product category page should link to the subcategory pages and then to the product pages. Website structure may seem simple, but it can get complicated, especially as you are adding more pages to the website. A little work before creating the website can avoid challenges, such as a disorganized website with pages not being crawled by the Google bots. As a digital marketer, you may find yourself reorganizing a website. Maybe they didn't consider the site structure when first creating the website. You'll be a big help to them. Excellent job. You now have a working knowledge of how search works. You started off with an introduction to how search engines work and how Google ranks websites. You also went over the organization of the SERPs, also called search engine results pages. Then you dove into the world of search engine optimization. You went over pre-steps before implementing any SEO. Steps like understanding the organization's goals and ideal customers. Keywords and keyword research is another topic you learned. You now know recommendations from Google about keywords. You wrapped up by then learning about website structure and navigation, a very important task when creating any new website. Having a working knowledge of search engine optimization can be very helpful in a beginner digital marketing or e-commerce role. You should always try to keep up with the latest changes in the SERPs. If your organization learns about an online placement or an opportunity before competitors, it can increase visibility and sales for the organization. Additionally, if you ever create content for a website, keep in mind the key factors on how Google ranks websites. Use the principles such as relevance and usability to guide how you create content for the site. You covered some big, complicated search topics. I hope you feel like you've learned a lot and you're ready to continue your journey learning more about search in digital marketing. Welcome back, everyone. Now that you've learned about how search works and foundational search engine optimization concepts, you're ready to learn about how to apply them. In this video, we're going to discuss strategies, tips, and recommendations that can help the website content you create perform better in search engines. Applying SEO is an important skill as a digital marketer. You may be tasked with creating SEO-friendly content in your new role so that potential customers find it when they type queries in a search engine. The information in this section will really help you with that task. We'll start this section with general recommendations on how to optimize a website's content. Then we'll cover internal linking and how to optimize images for a website. You'll also learn about making a website mobile friendly. Then we'll review strategies that help search engines better understand your content, such as crafting effective titles and meta descriptions. You'll also learn how to create structured data markups and make your content unique in the search engines. We'll wrap up this section with an SEO tool Google provides called Search Console. It produces several SEO-related reports and metrics. You'll also learn about an SEO tool that the Bing search engine provides called Bing Webmaster Tools. I'm super excited to help you further your digital marketing and your SEO knowledge. Are you ready? Great, let's get started. While you may believe there are tips and tricks to search engine optimization, it really comes down to first creating great content. If the content is well written, informative, and on topic, it will help satisfy the searcher's query. And as a marketing and e-commerce professional implementing SEO, you should try to satisfy the searcher's query better than the competition. In this video, we're going to discuss how to optimize your website's content. These recommendations come directly from Google's SEO documentation. While none of these guarantee that a web page will rank high in a search engine, they're great to consider when creating web pages. The first recommendation is to make the website useful and interesting. Creating compelling and useful content will likely influence your website more than any other factor we discuss. Users find good content engaging. When users are engaged, they will likely want to share it and direct other users to it. Visitors sharing and talking about the website is what helps build the site's reputation with both visitors and Google. The sharing rarely comes without quality content. The next recommendation is to know what visitors want and give it to them. This starts with keyword research. Once you have the right keywords and topics, then create great content. How to best create great content is often a matter of opinion. However, the Google Search Guidelines do provide some suggestions, such as to make sure the content is well written and easy to follow, and to carefully check your text for spelling errors and grammatical mistakes. Fresh, unique content also performs better in searches. Don't rehash old content. Google tries hard to show pages with distinct information. If there are pages on a website that are duplicates or similar in content, those pages are likely to not be shown in search engine results. A third recommendation is to act in a way that cultivates user trust. Users feel comfortable visiting your website if they believe it's trustworthy. A site with a good reputation is trustworthy. Cultivate a reputation for expertise in your industry or a certain area. Provide information about who publishes the site, provides the context, and the organization's goals. If you have an e-commerce website, make sure you have clear and satisfying customer service information. This helps visitors solve problems. You also want to use the proper technologies. For example, If your e-commerce checkout page doesn't have a secure connection, users cannot trust the site. The next recommendation is to make expertise and authoritativeness clear. Be sure that content on the site is created or edited by people with knowledge in the topic. If you, as a digital marketer, are tasked with writing content that you aren't knowledgeable in, just make sure someone who is an expert edits your content. Or you can provide expert or experienced sources. The source helps users understand the expertise you base the content on. The fifth recommendation is to provide an appropriate amount of content for your subject. Creating high-quality content takes a significant amount of at least one of the following: time, effort, expertise, and talent or skill. Make sure content is factually accurate, clearly written, and comprehensive. For example, if you're publishing a recipe, provide a complete recipe that is easy to follow. Don't just publish a set of ingredients or a basic description of the dish. Ensure the instructions make sense and are correct. Those are the 5 content recommendations from Google Search Guidelines. Use them to create content that delivers a great experience to your potential customers. If you deliver a great experience to searchers, you have a great start to get the web page to rank in the SERPs. Search engines use images as a way to visually discover information on the internet. Images are also how customers can visually understand your products and services. Remember when we discussed image appearance in the Google SERPs? Well, those images mostly come from websites. Yes, it's possible to get the images you upload to a website to display in Google image results. In this video, we're going to discuss best practices to get your images in Google image results. You'll find that these recommendations are for users, not just search engines. When you satisfy your users, the search engines often recognize that satisfaction and display your website images or content. While it may seem like a simple process to upload images to your website, there are several factors to consider to make them friendly to both users and search engines. Let's get into it. One of the best ways to boost your visibility in Google Images is to first create a great user experience with images on the website. Now, how do you do that? Well, first, ensure that visual content is relevant to the page topic. Display images only where they add original value to the page. Also, whenever possible, place images prominently on the page and near relevant text. When it makes sense, consider placing the most important image near the top of the page. To provide a great user experience, you should also ensure your images are device friendly. That means they should load properly on the computer, tablet, and mobile. Sometimes the image may resize on mobile. Is it cut off, or does it look like the same as it is on your computer? A second best practice with images is to include descriptive titles, captions, and file names. When pulling an image from a website to display in Google Images, Google will automatically generate a title and snippet to describe the photo. You can assist in this by creating a descriptive page title. You should also consider including a caption with every photo. This helps Google understand what is going on in the photo. Likewise, the file name can give Google clues about the subject matter of the image. For example, my-new-gray-kitten-.jpg is more descriptive than image0023.jpg. A third image best practice is to use descriptive alt text. Alt text is text that describes an image. It improves accessibility for people who can't see images on a web page, including visitors who use screen readers or have low bandwidth connections. Google uses alt text along with computer vision algorithms and the content of the page to understand the subject matter of the image. When writing alt text, focus on creating useful, information-rich content that uses keywords appropriately. The alt text should also be in the context of the page content. You should also avoid keyword stuffing in alt text. It results in a negative user experience and may cause Google search to recognize your site as spam. Let's go over an example of keyword stuffing alt text for a photo of a puppy. Keyword stuffing alt text would read like puppy, dog, baby dog, pups, doggies, litter, retriever, Labrador, Dalmatian, terrier, sheep, dog, food, puppy, food. A more clear alt text example would be Dalmatian puppy playing fetch. A fourth image recommendation is to optimize for speed. Images are often the largest contributor to overall page size, which can make pages slow to load. When uploading images to a website, you typically don't upload the original image. Without losing the image's quality, you should resize the images to a size more appropriate for a website. To determine if images are slowing the load speed of a website, use a free of charge tool provided by Google called Page Speed Insights. This tool analyzes a web page and provides information about its load time. It also provides suggestions on how you can decrease the load time, such as what images are taking a long time to load. Now you know more about how to get website images to appear in Google image results. Whether you're a digital marketer or an e-commerce analyst working on a website, social media, online advertising, or email marketing, visual features such as images will be an important aspect of your job. Remember, a little SEO knowledge can have a large impact. Apply these image best practices to ensure your content gets found in Google Images and drives even more traffic to your website. Think about the web page results in the search engine results page. What makes you decide to click on a certain result? Is it the URL, the name shown, or a description of the page? Or is it a combination of all three? You, as a digital marketer creating a new web page, have control over what page name, also called the title link, appears in the results page. You also have some control over the description of the page as well. In this video, we're going to discuss crafting effective web page titles and descriptions that connect with searchers and potential customers. In general, every web page has a title element, and most web pages have a meta description. The web page title element provides both the user and search engines with a page's topic. The meta description provides the search engines a summary of what the page is about. A page's title may be a few words or a phrase, whereas a page meta description might be a sentence or two, or even a short paragraph. Let's discuss a few recommendations for page titles. When creating a page title, you should make it accurately describe the topic of the page's content. It should read naturally. Avoid writing a title that has no relation to the page's content. Also, avoid creating a title with default text like untitled or new page 1. When a searcher reads a page's title link and then clicks on the link, the web page content should closely match that page title. Now, if it doesn't, they're likely to click back and revisit the search results page. Another recommendation is to ensure every page has a unique title element. This helps users to understand the unique value which this page provides. So avoid using a single title in all pages across the site or in a large group of pages. An example of this is if a company had services as the title for their services related page. They should change it to a name that specific service the page content discusses. A third recommendation is to make titles brief, but descriptive. If the title is too long or deemed less relevant, the Google search engine may share only a portion of the text in your title. An example of a less relevant title is one that a keyword is stuffed. Now, it's okay to include a keyword, but don't repeat it. Remember, the title should always be helpful to the searchers. In general, even when following the best practices, Google may show title links that are different from the title elements on a page. This can happen when our systems determine that it's valuable to provide a slightly different context to users, or if the given title element doesn't fit the available space. Let's discuss meta descriptions. These are important because Google search might use them in the results for your pages in the SERPs. Note that we say might. This is because Google search may choose to use a relevant section of a page's text if it does a good job matching the searcher's query. Here are a few recommendations when crafting meta descriptions. You'll want to make sure there is a meta description for every page of the website. Google will show a snippet from the meta description or web page in the search results. Writing a clear meta description may influence the page's snippet in the search results. A second recommendation when writing a meta description is you should accurately summarize the page content. Write a description that would both inform and interest searchers if they saw your meta description in a search result. Now, there is no minimum or maximum length for a meta description. Make sure it just contains all the relevant information a searcher would need to determine whether the page will be useful to them. A third recommendation is to use unique descriptions for each page. Having a different description for each page helps both users and Google. For instance, if a search results display multiple pages of the same website. If you're working for an e-commerce company with thousands of web pages, it's likely not beneficial to spend time writing meta descriptions for each page. In this situation, you could automatically generate descriptions based on each page's content. This is a more advanced technique. However, just remember, with large website, not every single page's description must be written manually. You now know how important page titles and meta descriptions are to both search engines and users. They help them better understand what page is all about, and they encourage people to click on the page link. If you create a web page with great content, but the title doesn't reflect that content's topic, it can frustrate searchers. This frustration may be reflected in analytics, and Google Search may choose to show different title links in the SERPs. Always craft effective titles in addition to excellent page content. Have you ever noticed that some search results show different information than others? Maybe you've seen a result with a star rating, or with a price, or a recipe that looks different from the other results. These unique results in the SERPs are called rich results. Think of rich results as enhanced results in Google Search with extra visual or interactive features. To get rich results for a web page, you should add structured data to the page, which is code used to describe a web page content better to search engines. Structured data markup is a way of providing additional machine-readable information within a web page. Search engines use structured data to display content in useful ways in search results. That, in turn, can help attract just the right kind of customers for a business. For example, if you're an e-commerce analyst for an online store and use structured data to mark up an individual page, this helps the Google search engine understand the page features for the product, such as its price and customer reviews. In addition to a product, you can mark up information for an organization, such as its location, opening hours, events, videos, or recipes, and its logo. It's important to know that just because you add structured data markup to a web page doesn't guarantee it will show up in the search results. Ultimately, the Google algorithm will determine if the rich results display and for what type of searches. Schema is the type of code used for the structured data markups. Now, depending on the type of platform a website is built on, there may be third-party software that helps you add the markups without dealing with the schema code. To make the process easier, try to determine if the software is available before trying to learn the code. Additionally, if you work for a larger company, they may have engineers that write this code. It may not be the responsibility of the digital marketer. Once you add the structured data markup to your content, you can ensure there are no mistakes with your implementation with the Google Rich Results test. To run the test, enter in the URL for the web page. You'll have results within a minute or two. Running this test ensures you aren't using invalid markup on the web page. If it's invalid, it won't show up in the search results. After you've added structured data to several pages of your website, Google Search also provides information about which pages it detects have a specific type of markup. You can review this data in a tool you'll learn more about called Google Search Console. One important note to remember: never add fake data to the structured data markup. For example, you don't want to provide fake reviews or any irrelevant markups that don't add value to the searcher. Let's cover some of the most popular rich results and what they visually look like. The rich results for a product may include the price, availability, and review ratings. These pieces of structured data are information that a potential e-commerce customer may be interested in. Having this rich result may make them more likely to click on your results over competitors. Rich results for a review snippet may include the review rating and the number of ratings. The review is usually an average of the combined rating scores from reviewers on the website. A review snippet can be about a book, a recipe, a movie, a product, software app, or local business. The rich results for an article are typically for websites that publish timely information. This rich result isn't just for news sites. If your website publishes any articles with industry information, you may want to consider the article markup. The last rich results example review is for a video. The information for a video may include the option to play the video, specific video segments, and if it's live stream content. You now know more about the different types of enhanced results in the SERPs. The next time you perform an internet search, look closely at the results. Rich results have rich results. Do you find the websites with rich results or more appealing to those without? Are they providing you with more information? Becoming aware of what information is available in the search results will help you be more successful in digital marketing e-commerce analyst roles. When working on search engine optimization for a website, there's a no-cost tool that helps you better understand how the website is performing on Google Search. The tool is called Google Search Console. Search Console provides information on a range of different website metrics and reports. For example, you can learn how many people visit the website by searching on Google, or you can confirm Google is crawling your web pages. You can also learn if there are any technical errors on the site. In this video, we're going to discuss how to get started on Google Search Console and how a beginner in digital marketing may use this tool. For several of the following videos and screenshot examples, we're using a company called Happy Close. They're a fictional company we use to demonstrate SEO and SEM tools. There are a lot of features on Search Console. Some are more advanced than others. Let's discuss first steps a beginner should do. First, add and verify website ownership. Verification is a process of proving that you own the website. And once you finish the verification, Search Console will start to collect data, and you'll gain full access to the tool. And after a few days, once the Search Console collects sufficient website data, the second step you should take is to ensure Google can find and read your pages. The Index Coverage Report provides an overview of all the pages Google indexed or tried to index in the website. Review the list available and try to fix page errors and warnings. For the third step, you should review another report called the Mobile Usability Report. This report shows issues that might affect your user's experience while browsing the site on a mobile device. The report includes information about specific issues, a sample list of pages affected, and how to fix an issue. The next step is to consider submitting a sitemap to Search Console. A sitemap is a file that provides information about the pages, video, and other files on the site, and the relationship between them. Search engines like Google read this file to crawl the site more efficiently. You don't have to have a sitemap because Google is still likely to crawl the website. However, it is best practice to submit the sitemap to improve the crawling. Particularly if your website is larger and over 500 pages, you should also include a sitemap in case Google has difficulty crawling your site and cannot discover important pages. Submitting a sitemap is a slightly technical SEO task. However, many websites, platforms such as WordPress, Wix, or Blogger automatically create and make a sitemap available for search engines. You don't have to do anything. If your website is on a platform, confirm it is doing this for you. The fifth step is to monitor your site's performance. The Search Performance Report shows how much traffic you're getting from Google Search. The report breaks down the traffic by queries, pages, and countries. For each of these breakdowns, you can get trends for impressions, clicks, and other metrics. We'll discuss Search Console reports later in this course. As a digital marketer using Search Console, let's discuss what the general usage is like. The day-to-day usage will be minimal. You'll receive an email when unusual events occur, such as if the website is hacked or if Google has any issues crawling the website. Every month or so, review the Search Console dashboard. Get a quick health check to check on the website. Make sure there aren't any errors on the site. Also, check that there aren't any unusual dips in click count to the website. You should also review Search Console whenever you add new content to websites. If needed, submit a new sitemap with the recently added content. A few weeks after adding new pages, confirm that the number of indexed pages are rising. If you're ever working on website content, review the Search Console metrics and reports to ensure the website is functioning properly. If it isn't, that could affect the performance of your content. Great job. You're really learning a lot. I hope you're feeling more confident in your SEO and Search Console knowledge. One of the most beneficial features of Google Search Console is its reports and metrics. In this video, we'll discuss popular reports you should be aware of. We'll also cover terms and features in those reports. Let's start with the overview page. This is the page you will see after logging into Search Console. While not a report, this is still an important page to understand. The overview page shows a summary of your site's health, including any security issues, graphs of metrics, and summaries of enhancements for the site, such as structured data. You should check on this page periodically to ensure that there are no security issues or enhancement errors. Also, confirm there are any dips in the click count to the website. If they are found, you should investigate the cause. The website performance report focuses on several SEO-related metrics. Let's quickly cover some of those. Impressions are how many times your site has been seen by someone in Google search. Clicks are how many times a searcher clicked on your website's results in the SERPs. The click-through rate is the percentage of people who saw your listing and then clicked on it. The average position is where your site ranks in the search result. Position 1 is the top position. See, all these metrics are connected. For example, if your website receives a lot of impressions, but its average position in the SERPs is below, it won't receive many clicks. If the website isn't receiving many clicks, then its click-through rate will be low as well. Another report to review is the links report. This shows which websites link to yours, what the link text is, and what your top linked pages are. Use this report to better understand which web pages are receiving the most links from other websites. Ask yourself, why is this page receiving more links than other pages? Also, you can use the links report to determine if the website is linked to by spammy or useful sites. If it's linked by spammy sites, you can generally ignore them. The coverage report shows the index status for all pages in your site. Pages are grouped according to whether they are or can be indexed. Also included is a description of why the pages could or could not be indexed. Use the coverage report to periodically scan for spikes and errors or drops in index counts to identify crawling problems on your site. Another report to review is the manual actions report. A manual action is Google's way to demote or remove web pages that are not compliant with its webmaster quality guidelines. Typically, manual actions are for websites or web pages that try to manipulate the search index. An example of why a manual action is placed against a website is if it has been keyword stuffing. If you follow Google's quality guidelines, it's likely your website won't receive a manual action. Still, it's important to check the report in Search Console to confirm. The security issues report lists indications that your site was hacked or behavior on your site that could potentially harm a visitor or their computer. An example of this is installing unwanted software on a visitor's computer. If you do see a security issue in this report, Google will provide details about the issue and how to fix it. While there are several more reports in Search Console, those are some of the more popular and important ones. As a beginner in digital marketing, you'll use these reports to better understand how a web page is performing in Google search. You'll also use it to identify any major issues with the website, such as if it's been hacked or its pages are not being indexed. Google Search Console is a really helpful tool to learn and implement SEO. Great work. Excellent work finishing up this section. We've explored several strategies covering how to best apply search engine optimization. You started by learning general strategies and principles on how to optimize a website's content, including images. Then you learned recommendations on how to make a website mobile-friendly and a tool to check if it's mobile-friendly. Then we covered how to craft effective titles and meta descriptions so the search engines can clearly understand a web page's content. After that, you learned about structured data markup and how to make your content unique in the search engines. And then finally, we introduced you to the SEO-based tool Google Search Console. You learned about important metrics and reports that will notify you if your website has any usability errors. You also learned about SEO features the Bing Webmaster Tool provides. If you're ever tasked with writing website content or improving the ranking of a web page, you'll be applying SEO. Even knowing the basics, such as how to optimize content and images, could make or break the page's search engine ranking. For example, if there are several large photos on a web page and it's slowing the page's load speed, it may be harder for that page to have high visibility in the search results. Use this SEO knowledge to wow your employer and help them achieve their desired website goals. I just gotta say, amazing job. I'm so proud of the progress you've made learning search engine optimization. And believe me, this is not an easy topic to learn. I hope that you're excited to continue learning, and I'll meet you in the next section. Welcome to the section on how to understand and apply search engine marketing and display advertising. In this section, you'll learn about online paid advertising, specifically ads in search engines, on websites, and apps. I'll teach you how to advertise in the Google search engine results when someone does a search related to a product or service. We'll also teach you how to advertise on other websites through something called a display network. As a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst, you're likely to be involved with online advertising. It's a common task for the roles and an important skill to have. I'll start this section by going over search engine marketing, or SEM, and why a marketer would do it. SEM-based ads display when someone makes a query in a search engine. Then you'll learn specifically about paid ads in Google Search using the Google Ads platform. You'll get an overview of common Google ad formats. Then I'll teach you about the process to create an ad in Google Ads. You'll learn about creating the ad campaign, bidding strategies, and audience targeting. I'll also cover the different types of keyword match types as well. Then I'll introduce you to the ad auction, which determines where an ad appears in the search results and how much you'll pay if a user clicks on your ad. This is an important process that happens for every search that includes a Google ad. We'll then wrap up this section with details on how to create a great ad. And then finally, we'll discuss display advertising. These are visual-based ads typically placed on sites across the web. I'll go in depth on a specific type of display ad called responsive display ad. We'll discuss best practices for it and how to create one. Earlier, I discussed my experience with SEO and how it helped expand my brand's reach. And then years later, I was launching a new company I founded. I needed a strategy faster than SEO to get my business in the search results pages. Search engine marketing ads came to the rescue. See, for me, it was a game changer because in less than 24 hours, my company was on the top of search results pages. Search ads allowed me to get in front of my target audience at the exact moment they are looking for solutions for what we offered. I'm excited to teach you more about online paid advertising. Are you ready to get started? Great, then meet me in the next video. There are two main ways to get a business found in search engine results pages: SERPs, search listings, and paid ads. The paid portion of a placement on search results pages is called Search Engine Marketing, or SEM. Search engine marketing is increasing a product or service's visibility on a search engine results page through paid advertising. As a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst, you may be tasked with setting up SEM-based ads. You may also need to review the performance of your ads to make improvements to existing ads. If you use SEM when a potential customer searches for a product or service you provide, they may see an ad for your business appear on the results page. Typically, you're not charged for your ad to show in search results, but rather once the ad is clicked. In this course, we will primarily focus on how to do search engine marketing on Google. We can talk about the search engine and its marketing with confidence, but you can also do SEM on other search engines as well. Marketers can also use search engine marketing with specific online e-commerce platforms where people search for products on the e-commerce site itself. They are called product-based search engines. For the purposes of this video, we will discuss how SEM works with internet search engines. This is the main type of online ad you will likely use as a digital marketer. Now that you have a basic understanding of how SEM works, let's talk about pay models. When doing SEM, you typically pay when someone clicks on your ad. This is called pay-per-click advertising, or PPC advertising. PPC is a type of advertising model that allows businesses to only pay when someone clicks on their ad. Besides pay-per-click, there are other types of advertising pay models. One example is to pay by how many times someone sees an ad, also called impressions. That's why PPC advertising is desirable for many marketers and businesses. They only pay when someone takes an action and clicks on the ad. Additionally, PPC ensures Google is aligned with the advertiser. Google is motivated to show the right ads to users, ones that will get clicked on in order to get paid. Compare that pay model to a non-digital channel such as a magazine. When you advertise in a magazine, you have to pay a large upfront cost. Plus, you can't really track the actions a reader takes. An exciting part of digital marketing is being able to optimize an ad based on user actions. It opens up the possibility to better serve your potential customers. Once you decide to place an SEM-based ad, where does it appear? Typically, SEM ads appear at the top and bottom of Google SERPs. Where and when an ad appears depends on what type it is. For example, some SEM ads are shopping ads. They may display at the top of the search results page for a product-based Google search, or across other Google online properties, such as the shopping tab. Local search ads may display when someone searches for a business, product, or service locally. It's possible that no ads appear on a search results page. Now, imagine you're a marketer. Why would you choose to do SEM as part of a digital marketing strategy? What are its advantages? Well, here are a few. One advantage is that you can reach customers who are likely to buy from your company. SEM allows you to have a website, app, or product show in the SERPs when someone types in a certain searches. For example, if you have a plumbing business in Phoenix, Arizona, and a potential customer searches for plumber in Phoenix, Arizona, it's likely they will be interested in your business. A second advantage of SEM is quickly appearing in the search results pages. If a website hasn't built up enough authority or reputation to receive traffic for certain search terms in the search listings, SEM may be beneficial to help with additional visibility. Difficulty appearing in search results can be particularly true for a new website. While a new website can appear in search results fairly quickly, it can take time to build its authority and reputation for competitive search terms. Another advantage is that you'll learn which of your ads are driving sales. If you're launching a new business website, it's likely you aren't receiving many website visitors. That means you aren't recording much analytics data. That can make it difficult to determine if customers are connecting with certain web pages more than others, or measuring whether certain pages are converting at a higher rate. Using SEM, you can drive traffic to specific web pages on your website to collect data that allows you to determine which content is performing well and which can be improved. A fourth advantage of SEM is control over where you send the searchers. Just because a web page ranks high in the search listings for a given keyword, that doesn't mean it's the best page for conversion. SEM gives you the control over which page shows in Search Engine for a given search. For example, in a plumbing business, potential customers are searching for leaking water heater repair. Your homepage rank in the search listings in Google for this search. However, you will like a page with a lead form or a number to call for a leaking water heater repairs. With SEM, you can tailor your messaging and use this more direct landing page for searches containing keywords related to leaking water heaters or water heater repair. As a reminder, a landing page is any web page where a visitor enters a website. Typically, the landing page should directly address the problem the potential customer is trying to solve. See, as a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst, you may be tasked with setting up SEM ads. You may also need to review the ad analytics to make improvements to existing ads. Similar to search engine optimization, search engine marketing can be one of the more complex skills you will learn as a beginning digital marketer. But don't worry. We're going to teach you some of the basics. And by the end of this course, you will have a great working knowledge of SEM and Google Ads. You may be wondering, what do these ad formats for Google Ads even look like? And when should you use them? In this video, you'll learn about several different types of Google Ads. Over the years, the types of ads that display in Google search have evolved. The ultimate goal is to show ads that fulfill a searcher's need. And you, as the digital marketer, will use these ads to fulfill the needs of your potential customers as well. Let's go over some different types of ads you will encounter in the SERPs. Text ads are classic ads with a title that is a link. Following the title is a short description. The description should appeal to the searcher and help them understand what they will find if they click on the web page. Shopping ads are specifically for e-commerce businesses. They show products related to the search. Often, products from several different companies have shopping ads displayed. This type of ad differs from text ads because a photo of the product shows in the SERPs. Local services ads are specifically for businesses with local, service-based customers. For example, locksmiths, plumbers, electricians, and real estate agents. To use a local services ad, the business has to be screened by Google. This means someone from Google has confirmed it's a legitimate business. The screening gives a business additional credibility with potential customers. Google Maps ads are for local businesses as well. However, unlike local services ads, they can be for local product-based businesses. For example, a Google Maps ad may work well for a restaurant, a jewelry store, or a fitness gym. Call ads are only for mobile searches, and have become popular as a result of more people using their phones rather than their computers to search for products and services. Call ads allow potential customers to click on the business to immediately make a phone call. For several Google ad types, there are several options for what is called an ad extension. An ad extension features additional information about a business, such as additional website links, a phone number, or an address. There are several ad extensions. Here are a few you should know about. Site link extensions include additional website links that may be helpful to the searcher. This type of extension appeared in our early text ad example. Call extensions make it possible to call a business by clicking on its ad. Another ad extension is the location extension. This extension enables customers to find a local business and pull it up on Google Maps. A fourth is the price extension, which is specifically for e-commerce businesses. It lists a specific product and its price. When a potential customer clicks on the link, they are taken directly to the product page. A fifth ad extension is the structured snippets extension. This information highlights specific aspects of your products and services. Examples of available headers include services, brands, amenities, types, and styles. In addition to the traditional search engine platforms, Some digital marketers also consider YouTube a search engine platform. You may find that your potential customers use the platform to solve their problems. In that case, you may want to advertise there. A benefit of YouTube platform is that it can reach potential customers as they are researching a product or service. Often they are in the consideration phase of the marketing funnel. For example, a car dealership can advertise to potential customers as they're watching car reviews. Search engine marketing is an ever-evolving advertising opportunity. As Google learns more about how to best serve searchers, the different ad types and extensions evolve as well. As a marketer or e-commerce analyst, it's important to know the type of online advertising opportunities available.
Hi, I'm Ginny, and I'm the Ads Product Liaison at Google. As an Ads Product Liaison, my role is to be a bridge between our advertiser community and that people who are working in agencies, they're working in-house as practitioners, they're working as consultants doing SEM for clients, and I'm helping answer their questions, understanding their concerns, their issues they may be having with particular SEM products, strategies, and bringing that feedback back into internal teams that are working on products, they're working on communications, they're working on marketing strategies. Some of the types of SEM that I've worked on are Google Ads, Microsoft Advertising, social media, whether it's Facebook or Pinterest, Instagram, Snap, also Amazon, and every single one of them is a little bit different. There's a learning curve with each channel, but the fundamentals are still the same. It's still about reaching the audience and with the creative that's going to resonate with that audience. So one example I can think of that was really successful is, and it speaks to thinking about your audiences, was a campaign for a summer high school program at a university. So we had to think about the high school students that were potentially taking interest in their own summer activity, but also primarily thinking about parents who were looking for programs for their high school children. And so we had to have different approaches for those two audiences, and thinking then about budget allocation. Who's going to spend the money? Who's going to put the money down for that tuition? It's probably going to be the parents. And so not only did we think about it from a messaging standpoint, we thought about it from a budget allocation standpoint. Which audience is going to be most valuable to this advertiser? It's always so rewarding to see leads coming in, to see phone calls coming in, or if you're selling e-commerce, having the sales start coming through and those cart checkouts happen. So in this case, by appealing to both audiences and having a real strategy directed at both students and parents, but that strategy was heavily weighted towards parents, we were still able to bridge and make that connection between those two audiences. And that targeting was so critical to deliver incremental conversions or leads in this case, and drive a really successful campaign for this university. So some of the biggest challenges in SEM is that it's constantly changing. That's the fun part about it. You're constantly having to think differently about your strategies, how you're approaching the tools, and automation is playing more and more of a role in SEM. One of the most exciting pieces about working in SEM is the instant gratification and being able to see whether it's leads or sales or downloads, whatever it is, the action you want them to take, your prospective customers to take. Being able to see that happen in real time, near real time, is incredibly satisfying, and you can see the real impact that you're making on the business. When looking at people who I think are going to be really successful at SEM, the number one trait I look for is curiosity. You have to be curious. You have to be willing to learn. You have to be willing to come in every single day and look for the unexpected.
As we've discussed, there are lots of different types of Google ad formats, from search ads to shopping and video ads. Regardless of the ad format, there are certain steps you'll likely take when creating any Google ad. You'll learn about those steps in this video. Your first step is to define your campaign goal. Your goal is, what do you want to achieve with the ad? Do you want to make more sales, get more leads, increase website traffic, or encourage people to visit your store? The goal you choose will inform other campaign options. For example, imagine your goal is to increase website traffic. You'll likely want to select a type of bidding like maximize clicks. This will put your money, also called your ad spend, towards getting people to click on the ad. You may also encounter the word objective instead of goal, such as define your campaign objective. For Google Ads, these words mean essentially the same thing. Remember, your goal or objective is what you want to ultimately achieve with this ad. The next step is to choose your ad campaign type. This determines where your ads will show and what they will look like. The word campaign has a specific meaning in Google Ads. Campaigns are ads that share a budget, location targeting, and other settings. Campaigns are often used to organize categories of products and services you offer. Your Google Ads account can have numerous campaigns operating at one time. So your second step is to choose the campaign for your type of ad, such as search, shopping, local, or video. Depending on which campaign you choose, your ads will appear in different locations. For example, a search ad will appear in the SERPs and a video ad will appear in YouTube. A local ad can also be in Google Maps, websites, and YouTube. Your third step is to set a budget for your campaign. This budget sets the maximum you will spend. Now you can change it at any time. You will set a daily average budget that specifies how much you want to spend each day over the course of 1 month. Google Ads will automatically optimize your campaign spend over days of the month when you're more likely to get clicks and conversions based on your bid strategy, for example, on days when search traffic is higher. This means that on some days you might not reach your daily budget, while on others might exceed it. However, you will never exceed your monthly spending limit. The fourth step is to choose your bidding strategy. If you select a campaign goal, you'll see a recommended bidding strategy. Google Ads allow you to choose your bidding strategy to ensure that your campaign is designed to meet your specific goal. For example, you might choose to focus your bidding on conversions. You can also select an automated bidding strategy. Many automated strategies use machine learning to improve ad performance. For Google Ads, think of machine learning as a set of software instructions that try to help the ad achieve its goal. An automated bidding strategy takes a challenge and guesswork out of setting bids to meet your performance goals. In an automating bidding strategy, Google Ads sets bids for your ads based on the ad's likelihood to result in a conversion or a sale. The machine learning software in automated bidding strategies learn as they go. As your ads get served to more people, the bid performance informs future bidding amounts. The next step is to select your audience targeting. Targeting helps define how narrow or broad your audience targeting will be, which is deciding who you would like to see your ads. With no targeting, your ads will have the widest reach. Narrowing the targeting of your ads lets you reach the specific customers who are interested in what you have to offer. Remember, your customer personas? Now is the time to put them into use. Common forms of targeting in Google Ads include keywords, audiences, locations, topics, and devices. While you can use the Google Ads tool to get ideas for targeting, typically, you're planning to determine these options before creating an ad. Planning ahead of time avoids making mistakes in the ad creation process. The sixth step is to actually just create your ad. The primary text ad format is responsive search ads, and they're composed of several headlines, descriptions, and a landing page URL. The engines then automatically test different combinations to determine which performs best. Don't forget, creating your ad is only one part of converting a potential customer. Your landing page needs to deliver what the potential customer expects to see when they click on your ad. Now, if they click on an ad and are confused by the landing page, you may lose that potential customer. The seventh step is to set up your conversions. To know if the ad is successful, you must learn if the potential customers are turning into paying customers. Conversion tracking can help track the actions that you want customers to take on your website. By tracking this data, you'll be able to assess the effectiveness of your ads, targeting, and overall campaigns. One way to track conversions is through a tool called Google Analytics. To track conversions, you'll connect Google Analytics directly to your Google Ads account. You'll learn more about Google Analytics in a course later in the program. Now, before setting up any conversions, you need to provide users with clear and comprehensive information about any data you're collecting about them. You also need to get their consent to collect any data. Typically, this consent is gained through a website pop-up and agreement button. So the next time you see a pop-up about collecting any information, also referred to as the cookie consent bar, please read it. You may need to use something similar if you're tracking conversions for a website. Whew. That's a lot of steps to create a Google ad. Now, when you start to create an ad, it may feel a little overwhelming at first. That's okay. But once you learn the platform and create a few ads, you'll understand the process and feel much more comfortable. Stick with it. When doing search engine marketing, keywords are a foundational component. You should be advertising to the right type of potential customers in order to not miss out on any relevant traffic. This starts with accurate keyword research. Remember, keywords are simply the type of words or phrases potential customers are typing into Google search. Now, when choosing keywords for Google Ads, you don't have to enter every type of keyword exactly. Instead, you can use keyword match types. Keyword match types dictate how closely the keyword needs to match with the user's query. In order for the ad to show, there are three options: broad match, phrase match, and exact match. Broad match will show your ads on phrases that relate to your keyword. They may not include the keyword itself. For example, the phrases low-carb diet plan may also appear in searches for carb-free foods, low-carb diets, or low-calorie recipes. To deliver relevant matches, broad match may also take into account the user's recent search activity and the content of the landing page. Yes, the Google Ads algorithm reviews the ad's landing page to better understand the ad itself. The landing page is crucial to success with Google Ads. For broad match types, it's best practice to pair it with an automated bidding strategy. The second keyword match type is phrase match. These are keywords that include the meaning of your keyword. Phrase match is more flexible than exact match, but it's more targeted than broad match. For example, if the keyword is tennis shoes, the ad may show searches for shoes for tennis, buy tennis shoes on sale, or red tennis shoes. The ad wouldn't show for searches such as tennis rackets or training shoes, or can you wear running shoes for tennis? The third type is exact match. These ads may show on searches that have the same meaning or same intent as a keyword. Of the three keyword matching options, exact match gives you the most control over who sees your ad. For example, the keyword shoes for men may show on searches for shoes men, men's shoes, or men's shoe. The ad wouldn't show for men's tennis shoes or shoes for boys. Understand how that's very focused? See, all match types are able to match to close variants of the keyword, such as plurals, misspellings, synonyms, and reordered words. That means there is usually no need to build long, exhaustive keyword lists that include all of these variations in your campaigns. When determining keywords for your Google Ads, you should also consider negative keywords. When you add negative keywords, you exclude search terms from your ad campaigns. It helps avoid relevant searches that you know won't perform well. Google Ad focuses on keywords that increase your account performance. You can use negative keywords for any of the matching options discussed earlier in the video. Let's cover one example for broad match keywords. With this match type, your ad may still show if the search contains some of your keyword terms. But it's important to note, that unlike positive keywords, negative keywords won't match to close variants. For example, let's imagine running shoes is a negative broad match keyword. The ad may show for blue tennis shoes or running shoe, but it won't show for blue running shoes, or shoes running or running shoes. Now, why are we covering all this information about keywords? It's very important that your keywords match for content of your ads and the landing page for something called the ad auction. The ad auction is how Google determines which ads show in what order for each search results that contain text ads. Where your ads show on a particular search is called ad rank, which is a value Google uses to determine your ad's position. There are three main factors that determine ad rank. The first is your bid. The bid is how much you're willing to pay each time a potential customer clicks on the ad. The more you're willing to pay, the higher it may show in the SERPs. The second factor is the quality of your ads and landing page. With each auction, Google assesses the relevance of your ads and landing page to the user's query, as well as the likelihood a user will click your ad. A diagnostic tool called Quality Score is your Google Ads account can help you identify areas for improving ad quality. Quality Score is shown on a scale of 1 to 10. This score acts as a guide for improving your ad effectiveness and is not used in the auction. The third factor that determines ad rank are ad extensions. This is the additional information you provide in the Google ad, such as a phone number or additional links to your website. You should use all ad extensions that are relevant to your business. Together, these three factors help determine when and if your ad will appear to potential customers. It's important to note that there are other ad rank factors as well, including context of the search and other results on the page. So, as you can understand, it's crucial to align your ads with the right keywords. And if you don't, your ads may show to the wrong type of searchers, and this may affect your ad rank. With closely matching keywords, the right bid, a quality ad, and a helpful landing page, you will be much more likely to get your ad at the top of a Google search. Let's cover some of the best practices to create an effective search ad. In addition to encouraging potential customers to click on your ad, why would you want an effective ad? Well, an effective ad can appear higher in search results pages and generate more clicks and more conversions, sometimes even at a lower cost per click than your competitors. Here are several best practices to consider when creating your Google ad for search. Craft your messaging to focus on user needs and benefits. This indicates value to a searcher. They're more likely to respond to ads that include concepts important to them. Think about what the searcher wants from your ad. Is it reliability and trustworthiness? You may want to use language such as official site, or do they want a wide selection of products? You may want to include view our inventory. This is a great time to put those customer personas to use. Review the persona's goal and consider adding them to your ad. Another best practice is to include at least one of the keywords in your ad group in your headlines. Remember, the headline is the clickable link at the top of your ad. The description is below the headline. Google will automatically test combinations of headlines and descriptions, so be sure any combination will read well. It's important to include text from keywords because that's what potential customers are thinking about. If your ad connects with what they're searching for, they may be more likely to click on it. Also, there are a couple of advanced tools that place the keyword in the headline and certain customizations for automatically tailoring ad copy. You'll learn these advanced techniques as you grow your knowledge with Google Ads. A third best practice is to avoid generic sales language. Phrases like "call us today" create a false sense of urgency. Keep the user benefit in mind. If there really isn't a benefit to the user, well, why would they even call today? Non-specific or generic calls to action, such as sign up today or book today, often show decreased engagement with ads. Instead of generic sales language, use specific and relatable calls to action. Imagine you're writing copy for a property management company. Instead of writing "book now" in the ad, write "book your dream vacation rental." This is more specific and relates more closely to what the potential customer desires. Another best practice is to implement all ad extensions that make sense. Ad extensions provide additional information about the business. They are designed to make search ads more appealing by showing helpful information. Including ad extensions can also make ads more prominent on the results page. Extensions such as location, call, or app install improve the experience for mobile users as well. It's an easy way to separate the ad from competitors. Multiple extensions can show with your ads, so enable everything that makes sense for your business. And when possible, try to enable at least 4. Google Ads determines the best combination of extensions on an auction-by-auction basis. A fifth best practice is to optimize your landing page. The ad and landing page work together to provide a great user experience. You should compare your keywords to the copy on the landing page and its overall user experience. The exact keywords don't need to be on the landing page, but the relevancy should be clear right away. Like, ask yourself questions such as, how useful is the landing page to someone who clicks on the ad? Is the page well organized? Does the text relate to someone's search terms? Is the landing page clear in its directions? You should also make your landing page reliable. Ensure it loads as quickly as possible. If page loads takes too long, users may get frustrated and leave the page. This indicates to Google that the ad and page may not be the best option. I just want to say nice work. I mean, you just learned some useful best practices for creating a Google ad for search. Think of creating Google Ads as an experiment. You'll follow the best practices above and create different ads. You'll receive feedback and results. Then you'll tweak the copy of lower performing ads. Now, this is all in an effort to deliver the best ads and landing page to your potential customers. The more you practice, the better your ads will become. We already discussed SEM and getting ads placed in Google search. Another popular online advertising option is placing ads on other online properties, such as a website or app, that are not search engines. For example, if you sold children's furniture, you may want to get an ad for your products on a website about furniture trends. The marketing term for this type of ad placement is display advertising. Think of display advertising as visual ad formats placed on websites or applications. Let's imagine you're a digital marketer for an e-commerce company. You like to get your products advertised on websites with the visitors who have similar interests as your customers. You can spend the time to contact websites and ask if they could put your ad on their website, but that would be a lot of work. Or you could sign up for a display advertising network such as Google Display Network. The Google Display Network is a group of more than 2 million websites, videos, and apps where display ads can appear. The network reaches over 90% of internet users worldwide. Now, within this network, you could use targeting to show your ads in particular context, such as outdoor lifestyles or a specific website. Or the ad could show for particular audiences, such as young moms or people shopping for new sedans. Or can also include searcher locations and remarketing to previous website visitors as well. With display advertising, getting your ad in front of the right people is crucial. Unlike search ads, the people who encounter a display ad are not directly searching for your product or service. They're just merely seeing your ad. To increase the likelihood of a desired action, like a sign-up or a purchase, you must deliver your ad to your likely customer. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of Google display ads, uploaded and responsive. With uploaded ads, you will have to create the ad graphic, meet the required specifications, and then upload the ad. There are several ad sizes to choose from, such as banner, leaderboard, and skyscraper. Marketers choose to create custom ads like this if they have a specific vision for their ad design. They also need the design resources and the time to create the ad. With responsive display ads, you upload the content, such as images, headlines, logos, videos, and descriptions. Google Ads will automatically generate ad combinations. These ad combinations are for websites, apps, YouTube, and Gmail. While there's less control over what the ad looks like, Some people prefer this responsive ad because it's easier. They don't have to create ad graphics based on different ad sizes. Google Ad does all the work. Here are a few more benefits of responsive display ads. One benefit is that you get to use Google Ads software to optimize your ads. The software uses the best combination of ad content, such as the images, the headlines, and logos to deliver the best performing ads to potential customers. The thing is, you don't need to test any of the combinations. Google Ads does it automatically. Another benefit is that your ads have a broader reach. This means that your ads reach more customers. Some websites only support certain type of ad sizes. So if you're uploading ads manually and you don't upload the specific ad size, your ad won't display on that website. When you use responsive display ads, Google will adjust the ad size, appearance, and format to fit just about any ad space available. A third benefit of responsive display ads is that you can use them with videos. Adding videos will maximize your reach on the display network. If you upload a video, Google will then test the video against the photos you upload. If the video delivers a better performance, when possible, it will show instead of the photos. A fourth benefit is that it will save you time. With responsive display ads, you can reduce the time spent on managing a complicated ad portfolio with a bunch of different types of ads. Google Ads takes care of that. You can dedicate more time to performance improvement. As you can understand, compared to search advertising, display advertising is much more visual. It can be difficult to design ads than manage them in Google Ads. However, responsive display ads can make your job more simple. That may be important if you have a new role as a digital marketer or e-commerce analyst. In this video, we're going to cover responsive display ad best practices, which are the most popular type of display ad. Follow these best practices to reach more customers and drive performance. First, we'll review creative best practices and then tips specifically for images. Let's start with the creative best practices. The first is to upload the recommended number of assets. Remember, assets are the content of the ad, such as the headline, image, description, logo, and business name. To drive the best results, Google recommends 5 headlines, 5 images, and 5 descriptions. On average, advertisers have 10% more conversions when using multiple headlines, images, and descriptions with responsive display ads. Another best practice is to create unique and effective copy. Your headline should demonstrate your brand or product's value. It needs to be interesting and useful to customers. Write the headline so it's clear and effective without the support of a description. The description should complement the headline. Use a description to explain the product or service's value clearly to your potential customers. A third best practice is to ensure the landing page keeps the customer experience cohesive. We've covered the landing page in a previous video for SEM, but it still applies for display ads. The messaging on the landing page should match the messaging on the ad. Now, if the experience from the ad to the landing page is confusing, the potential customer may just go back to what they're doing before clicking on your ad. So make it clear as possible what the next desired action should be and how they can take it. A fourth best practice is to rotate in new display ads every few weeks. Improving ads is a trial and error process. So swap out lower performing creative assets for new ones. See, even great banners can become less effective over time. Rotating in new ads prevents potential customers from developing ad fatigue. Now, ad fatigue happens when your audience encounters your ads so often they become bored and stop paying attention. Avoid the fatigue by rotating in new ads. The images you upload to your responsive display ad are the most crucial element of the ad. They help customers understand the business, products, and brand. Here are some tips when choosing images for your display ad. Use images with a strong visual focus. Images that support the main point of your ads tend to perform the best. If you don't have quality images or are having difficulty adhering to the images policy, Consider using an image from Google's library of stock images. These images are at no cost to use for your ads. To ensure the ad has strong visual focus, don't overlay a logo, text, or button. Adding a logo will become repetitive in certain ad formats. You also shouldn't include text in the image. The text can be unreadable in certain smaller ad formats. Additionally, buttons such as Book Now or Download may seem like an effective call to action, but they may violate Google's ad policy, so avoid these as well. If you're advertising a product, a third image tip is to make the product the focus of the image. Blank space should not take up more than 80% of the image. Keep this in mind if you're doing a photo shoot with products. A fourth tip is to make sure the setting of the background suits the product. For example, you don't want to create a fake background for an image, such as putting a product in outer space. Well, unless, of course, it's actually in space. Instead, use images at a physical setting with natural lighting and shadows. When using images in Google Ads, there are quite a few policies and recommendations. But once you learn it, then you know it. As a new digital marketer and e-commerce analyst, responsive display ads are a great advertising tool. You get to utilize advanced software to make effective and high-performing ads. Google released this technology in 2016. It hasn't been around for that long. If needed for your job, please take advantage of it. I just want to say great work. I hope you're feeling good about all the progress you're making, learning about search engine marketing and display advertising. And if you feel like it's hard, that's okay. Like, this is a lot of new information. What we want to do is just keep up your learning and your understanding will grow. Let's recap the topics we've covered. We introduced you to search engine marketing and why someone would want to advertise their product or service in a search engine. Then we discussed the type of Google ads you may find in the Google search engine, such as text ads, local service ads, and shopping ads. Then we explored Google Ads more in depth. We went over topics such as setting a budget, bidding strategies, and keywords. You learned about how Google ranks in the ad auction. We also showed you how to create a Google search ad. Then last, we discussed display advertising. You learned about why a marketer would choose to have a display advertising campaign. You learned the different types of display ads available. And then we went in depth on the responsive display ad form, Google Ads, and how to optimize one to meet your goals. As a digital marketer, even if you aren't working directly in search engine marketing or display advertising, it's important to know how each works and its potential costs. For example, you may need to help an organization determine if they should spend their ad budget on SEM, social media ads, or traditional advertising, such as in a magazine. Like, which advertising opportunity is best to help the organization reach their goals? You may be involved in that decision. You've done some excellent work, and I hope you're proud of the progress you've made so far. You've demonstrated a real commitment to learning about search engine marketing and display advertising. And you are well on your way to becoming job ready. I just want to say congratulations on completing this course on attracting and engaging customers through digital marketing. The thing is, you should be really proud of how far you've come. Let's take a moment to review all you've learned in this course. First, we explored the customer persona and why it's an important activity to do before beginning any marketing. You learn how to create simple personas for your ideal customers. Then you learned about the 4 steps in the marketing funnel: awareness, consideration, conversion, and loyalty. See, within each step, you learn strategies and tactics such as search engine marketing, email marketing, remarketing, and testimonials. Next, we introduced you to search engines and how Google search works. Then you learned about keyword research and how to build a keyword list. The thing is, we explored site structure and how to organize a website. Then we went into search engine optimization and how to get a website to appear when potential customers search for your products or services. And then last, you learned about online advertising. For search engine marketing, you learned about its benefits, different ad formats, and best practices to reach your goals. For display advertising, you were introduced to the ad format and how to create an effective, responsive display ad. Now in the next course, you'll continue your digital marketing learning with social media marketing and advertising. It is extremely fun. You know, I had such a wonderful time teaching you about the marketing funnel, SEO and SEM. And I can't tell you how much of a privilege it was to support you on your career journey. See, the skills you learn from this course will help you in your career and help you personally. See, oftentimes we find ourselves frustrated because we feel we aren't making progress. Maybe the topics are too hard, or maybe we just feel that, you know, learning something new is just beyond our understanding. But don't worry. I'll assure you that you can learn it. If you just put in the effort, you can do it, and be proud of yourself for finishing this course. It wasn't easy. It took dedication and hard work, consistent hard work. So as you move forward after this course, I want you to remember the dedication and the commitment you had to get to where you are today. See, I hope that you have a new and exciting career ahead of you. And I hope that you have a great impact on other people's lives through your work. My name is Coach AK, and that's all we have for today. Take care, and good luck.
Hi there and welcome. In this course, we'll discuss how to utilize one of the largest and fastest growing digital marketing channels, social media. Over 3.5 billion people use social media worldwide, and people spend on average over 2 hours on social media per day. With so many people using social media every day, digital marketers have a great opportunity to attract and engage potential customers. Before we get started, let me introduce myself. My name is Cindy, and I'll be your instructor for this course. I'm a product marketing manager at Google, and I'm responsible for bringing new innovation to market by championing our customer needs and sharing the magic of Google's products. In my work as a product marketing manager, I use social media marketing to share insights and solutions to help my customers connect with their users and grow their business. Previously, you learned the basics of digital marketing and how to optimize SEO, SEM, and display advertising to attract and engage customers online. This course will discuss how to use social media marketing to promote your business, product, or service. First, we'll explore 5 key pillars of social media marketing: how to use earned, owned, and paid media in your social media campaign, how social media marketing fits into the marketing funnel. Then we'll discuss how to create strategy for your social media marketing campaign, including defining your campaign goals and determining your target audience. You'll also learn how to plan and publish content at the right time and with the right frequency. And you'll discover social media management tools to help you accomplish this. Next, we'll explore how to listen to and engage your social media audience. And we'll discuss how to write, repurpose, and design content to build relationship with customers. After that, we'll discuss how to measure the success of your social media campaigns through analytics. You'll identify important social media metrics to track and learn how to create and present compelling reports on your data. Finally, you'll learn how to run a paid social media campaign. We'll explore how to remarket to your audience and how to set an advertising budget for social media. I'm excited to lead you through this next part of your digital marketing journey. As I mentioned, this course will be all about marketing on social media. Social media is any digital tool that enables users to create and share content publicly. With billions of people on social media throughout the world, your current and potential customer will likely be some of them. People use social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram to stay in touch with friends and family, share photos and videos, research products to buy, stay up to date on current events, find entertaining content to read, and more. Social media gives you the opportunity to reach the maximum number of these people in a variety of different ways. Coming up, we'll discuss what social media marketing is and how it benefits your marketing campaigns. You'll learn about 5 key pillars of social media marketing: strategy, planning and publishing, listening and engagement, analytics and reporting, and paid social media. We'll discuss how the different types of digital media fit into your social media campaign, and you'll learn how to use social media to guide customers through the marketing funnel, the path a potential customer takes from awareness of your brand to purchasing a product and beyond. Ready to get started? Let's go! In this video, I'll explain what social media marketing is and why it's important for the success of your marketing campaigns. Social media marketing is a process of creating content for different social media platforms in order to drive engagement and promote a business or product. Social media marketing enables you to connect with your customers and help them better understand your brand. Why is social media such an effective marketing tool? There are so many reasons. First of all, social media is an excellent way to increase brand awareness. Brand awareness refers to how familiar people are with a particular business or product. Think about a time you saw a social media post that caught your attention from a brand you didn't know. If you can remember that brand now, that's brand awareness. Social media platforms engage with over half of the world's population. And according to a Pew Research study, over 70% of social media users check their accounts at least once a day. People use these platforms to interact with their friends and family, as well as companies, so you can connect with users whenever they log in. This makes social media a natural place to target new customers. Social media also helps you build stronger relationships with your existing customers. It gives you the opportunity to build their trust, help them solve problems, and show them that you care about their needs and opinions. Additionally, marketing on social media can help you grow your business by driving more traffic to your website. By sharing your website content on your social media platforms, you can direct users to your site every time you publish a new post. You can also increase website traffic by including your website address in all of your social media profiles so that people who want to learn more about you can easily do so. Social media is also one of the most powerful marketing channels for generating leads. As you learned previously, a lead is a potential customer. On social media, a lead is someone who took a specific action that made them a potential customer, such as filling out a form, subscribing to a free trial, or clicking on a link to a discount code. Many social platforms provide advertising formats specifically designed to collect leads. Social media allows you to gain valuable insights that can help you inform your marketing strategy. Learning about your target audience's likes, dislikes, and interests through social media can help you tailor your marketing strategy to that audience. Analytics tools offered on many social media platforms enable you to gather a large amount of data about your target audience as well. Additionally, social media provides an opportunity for you to learn about your competitors. Researching what your competitors are doing can help you emulate what is working for them and improve on what isn't. Another great benefit of social media marketing is that it is cost-effective. Most social networking platforms allow you to sign up and create a profile for free. Also, you can reach users based not only on their interests and hobbies, but on the personal and demographic information they choose to share with the social media platforms. This narrows down your audience to precisely the customer you want to target, so you can avoid spending your budget on a wider audience. Social media marketing has been greatly beneficial to my campaigns at Google. For example, I recently launched a new product feature in the market, and it was important for me to connect with users that would find this product helpful. Social media helped me share digestible information that increased the awareness of the product among users and guided them to a destination, in my case, Google Ads Help Center, for further reading. Businesses of all sizes can benefit from a social media presence, though strategies can differ depending on the company. At a big company, you might work with a team of designers, copywriters, or even an agency to create content, while at a small company, you might be doing more of the work yourself or with a small in-house team. The benefits I've described here are just a few of the many reasons why this marketing channel is so useful. Because of this, social media marketing has become a crucial element of many companies' business development strategies. Next, we'll discuss the basic principles of social media marketing. Previously, we discussed why social media is such an important piece of your company's marketing puzzle. Now, let's talk about 5 core pillars of social media marketing: strategy, planning and publishing, listening and engagement, analytics and reporting, and paid social media. These pillars can help you guide an effective social media marketing campaign. The first core pillar of social media marketing is strategy. To build a successful social media marketing campaign, you need to develop an effective strategy. Your strategy will define the primary goals of your campaign. You may want to use your marketing efforts to boost brand awareness, drive more website traffic and sales, provide customer support, build a community, and beyond. The purpose of your social media campaign will also depend on your broader marketing goals and the goals of your business. Your strategy will also include which social media platforms you'll use. In order to decide which platforms are best for your brand, you will need to research the platforms most visited by your target audience, and your strategy will outline which types of content you'll post. You'll need to find out what types of content your audiences value. Some people might be interested in educational or inspiring content, while others might prefer to be entertained. You'll also need to decide on the formats for the content you'll post, such as images, videos, or articles. You should be prepared to do some research and a lot of trial and error to see what resonates with your target audience and yields results. After you have developed your social media strategy, you can move on to the next core pillar of social media marketing: planning and publishing. It's important to have a consistent presence on social media. This allows your brand to be seen and discovered by potential customers. Scheduling your posts in advance helps ensure you have a consistent presence and that you are publishing the content most likely to attract potential customers. When planning your post, you'll also need to consider their timing and frequency. When is your audience most likely to engage with your content? How often should you post in order to be in their minds but not overwhelm their feeds? Social media scheduling tools can help you publish your content automatically at your preferred times. In a later course, we'll discuss how to create a social media calendar to help you plan and publish your content. Once you've published content on some social media platforms, it's time to explore the next social media marketing pillar: listening and engagement. As you publish more on social media and your following grows, mention of your brand will increase. Potential and existing customers will comment on your posts, tag you in their own posts, or message you directly. You can learn a lot about how people feel about your brand through social listening. Social listening refers to tracking and analyzing conversations and trends related to your brand. Social listening can help you understand what people think about your brand, which can inform your marketing and product development decisions. It can also help you determine your approach to audience engagement. Engagement refers to how your audience interacts with your brand on social media. It's when people respond to your social media posts by taking actions such as liking or sharing them. Studying engagement helps you learn what content resonates best with your audience. Engagement also includes how you interact with your audience on social media. For example, if a customer comments that they love your product, you can respond with your appreciation. If a customer needs help with an issue, you can tell them how you'll take action to address it. Interacting with people in this way increases their positive experience with your brand. After you've had a consistent social media presence for a while, you can move forward with the next core pillar, analytics and reporting. Social media analytics is a process of collecting data from your social media platforms and analyzing that data to make business decisions. Social media analytics tells you how your campaign is performing. They can help you find out things like how many positive mentions you got in a particular month, or how many people you're reaching on different platforms from one month to the next. Your analysis of the data you collect can help drive your social media marketing strategy moving forward. After you've collected and analyzed the data, you can share social media reports with stakeholders to inform them about the results of your campaign. A social media report is a document that presents relevant data and analysis about your social media activities. You can set up different reports to help you monitor different metrics such as followers, comments, or clicks. This can help you improve the performance of your campaigns over time. Many social media platforms provide their own analytics and reporting tools. We'll explore analytics tools in a later course. That brings us to the last core pillar of social media marketing, paid social media. Previously, you learned about the differences between organic and paid media. While many of your marketing activities on social media will involve organic content, you may need to develop a paid social media strategy as well. You'll be able to better control and target your marketing with paid social media than with organic approaches. And social media ads generally allow you to reach a wider audience than organic posts. Paid social media can also help you grow your brand and broaden your presence on social media. The data you gather about the success of your organic approaches on social media will help you inform your paid social strategy. Now you've learned a bit about 5 pillars of social media marketing: strategy, planning and publishing, listening and engagement, analytics and reporting, and paid social media. In the coming lesson, we'll discuss each of these pillars more thoroughly and how you can bring them all together to create a successful social media campaign. Now that you've been introduced to the 5 pillars of social media marketing, we'll review the different types of digital media and how each of these can fit into your social media campaigns. Previously, you learned about the 3 types of digital media: earned, owned, and paid. Implementing all 3 of these media types into your social media campaign can help build brand awareness, vary the way your audience engages with your brand, and increase sales. Let's review what you've learned so far about each of these types of media and explore how to incorporate earned, owned, and paid media into your social media strategies. Let's start with earned media. Earned media is the personal or public promotion of a brand or product. Earned media is marketing generated by your customers. Whenever a customer tells a friend, posts on a social media platform or blog, or writes a review about your product, they are producing earned media for your brand. Social media is one of the most powerful marketing channels for generating earned media. Sources of earned social media include customer reviews and testimonials, mentions and comments on social media platforms, shares, retweets, and likes of your posts, content about your business on third-party sites, blog posts about your businesses, and user-generated content related to your business. User-generated content, or UGC, is any content created by people rather than brands. User-generated content can include text, videos, images, reviews, and so on. For example, imagine you are running a social media campaign for a company that sells socks. If customers post pictures of themselves wearing your company's socks on social media, This is user-generated content and an example of earned media. One of the many advantages of earned media is that it's organic. Organic social media is any social media activity that does not require a paid promotion. Organic social media will form the foundation of your social media strategy. Let's move on to owned media. Owned media is all the digital content a brand fully controls. Websites are one of the most common forms of owned media. Sources of the owned social media include blog sites, social media profiles like your brand's Facebook or Instagram profile, and community forums. One of the greatest benefits of owned media is that it allows your company to control the conversation surrounding your brand on social media. When your brand owns the media property, it decides what type of content to publish, how often to publish it, and how users can interact with it. Owned media also allows you to market specific products or services on social media. Consistently publishing compelling owned media can also generate more earned media. And finally, there's paid media. Paid media is any form of digital promotion a brand pays to put online. Remember that the fifth pillar of social media marketing is the paid social media. Examples of paid social media include image ads, video ads, story ads, and influencer marketing. Paid social media allows your brand to reach customers who are not actively searching for it. It can be used to target specific groups of people who might be interested in your product and services. Paid social media can also help promote your content in order to drive more earned media and direct traffic to your owned media properties. Earned, owned, and paid social media will all be important components of your social media marketing campaigns. When strategically implemented together, they can improve brand awareness, generate leads, and increase sales. You'll learn more about how to incorporate these media types into your social media campaigns throughout this course. In previous courses, you learned about how to guide potential customers through the marketing funnel. Now we'll discuss how to apply these strategies to your social media marketing campaigns. Let's start by reviewing what you've learned so far about the marketing funnel. The marketing funnel is a graphic representation of the process through which people go from learning about a brand to becoming a loyal customer. You have learned that the stages of the marketing funnel are awareness, when a potential customer encounters a brand for the first time; consideration, when the person starts to think about doing business with the brand and actively searches for more information about it; conversions, when the person decides to make a purchase; and loyalty, when the customer decides to purchase from the brand again. How you approach the marketing funnel depends on the marketing channel. You will use different tactics for print, SEO, and email marketing, for example, though these strategies will support one another. Now let's discuss how the marketing funnel can help guide your interactions with your customers and optimize your marketing efforts through social media. The social media marketing funnel begins in the awareness stage, with potential customers learning about your brand. At this stage in the funnel, your goal is to capture your audience's attention. You want to get people to remember your brand and try to learn more about you. By targeting key phrases, you can pinpoint the topic your target audience is searching for. Then you can create social media content such as guides, videos, and blogs around those topics. For example, maybe your company offers career guidance services and you notice that people are searching for things like interview tips and how to interview. You could create a guide with interview advice or a brief video tutorial highlighting key interview tips. At this stage, you should keep things brief and simple, just to gain your audience's interest. You can also use paid ads to improve your target customers' awareness of your brand. By targeting a specific audience or interest group, you can better reach specific people and nudge them towards the next stage of the funnel. During the consideration stage, your potential customers are searching for more information to help them decide whether or not to make a purchase. At this point, They may be looking for reviews or comparing your offerings to your competitors. This is your opportunity to provide them with more detailed information about your brand to set you apart from the competition. Posting content like case studies, customer testimonials, product reviews, and in-depth product tutorials can help build potential customers' trust and confidence in your brand. In marketing, the rule of 7 says that a potential customer must see a message at least 7 times before they're ready to take action. Social media makes it easier to implement this messaging. Each time you appear in someone's feed, you are making them more familiar with your brand. After you have nurtured your potential customers through the previous 2 phases and they have taken actions such as signing up for your email list or clicking on an ad, you know that they're interested in what you have to offer. During the conversion stage, you capitalize on the interest people have already shown. During this stage, you can use paid remarketing campaigns to reach people who have already showed interest in your brand. Remarketing, also known as retargeting, is a strategy in which you use paid ads to target customers who have visited your website, app, or social media profile. You can also gently encourage people to make a purchase by offering incentives like discounts or free shipping. After you've acquired a new customer, you can move on to the loyalty stage. Did you know that it costs 5 times as much to attract a new customer than it does to retain the ones you already have? That is why the loyalty stage is so crucial. You need to continue to nurture relationships with your customers at this stage so you can remain in their minds. Remarketing ads to existing customers on social media is a great way to encourage them to make a repeat purchase. You can also stay connected with your customers by making them feel like they are part of your brand community. One way to do this is by developing social media content that relates to the purchase that they have made. For example, if a customer purchased career guidance services from your company, you could prompt them to share on your community forum once they land a job. Great! Let's review what you've learned about guiding your prospective customers through the social media marketing funnel. The awareness stage is your time to capture your audience's attention. The consideration stage is your opportunity to provide your potential customer with more detailed information to set you apart from the competition and help build their trust and confidence in your brand. The conversion stage is when you capitalize on the interest people have already shown in your brand by remarketing and offering incentives. And the loyalty stage is a time to continue to nurture relationships with your customers so you can remain in their minds. You're almost at the end of this section. Next up, we'll wrap up what you've learned so far and discuss what you can expect in the next section. We're off to a great start. Let's review what we've covered so far. You've learned that social media marketing can benefit your campaigns because it can help you achieve goals like increasing brand awareness, targeting new customers, and building relationships with existing ones, and generating leads. You've learned about the 5 core pillars that help guide a successful social media campaign: strategy, planning and publishing, listening and engagement, analytics and reporting, and paid social media. We discussed the benefits of implementing earned, owned, and paid social media into your strategy. You've learned that earned social media is marketing generated by your customers. Owned social media allows you to control the conversation surrounding your brand. And paid social media allows you to reach consumers who are not searching for your brand. And you've explored strategies for guiding potential customers through the marketing funnel using social media, such as capturing your target audience's attention through targeted content and paid ads in the awareness stage, providing customers with more detailed information to help build their trust in the consideration stage, capitalizing on the interest people have already shown by remarketing to them in the conversion stage, and nurturing the relationship with customers in the loyalty stage. Although social media is a rapidly changing marketing channel, the principles and the tactics that you'll learn in this course can help guide your thinking, even as the field progresses. Coming up, we'll discuss the first 2 pillars of social media marketing: strategy and planning and publishing. In a social media landscape with tons of different platforms, content, and competition, developing a clear strategy for planning carefully can help you focus on the efforts that will best serve your goals. This part of the course will explore these first two pillars of social media marketing: strategy and planning and publishing. First, we'll cover how to develop a successful strategy for your social media campaign, including how to define your goals, identify your target audience, choose social media platforms, build your brand identity on social media, and select content types and formats that reinforce your brand. Then we'll get into how to effectively plan and publish your social media posts. We'll discuss how to determine the frequency and timing of posts, implement real-time marketing, create and use a social media calendar, and utilize social media management tools. Ready to go? Meet me in the next video. Before getting started on any social media marketing campaign, you need to develop your strategy. Your social media strategy is like a guide that tells you what you're trying to accomplish, how you're going to accomplish it, and how you'll know when it's been accomplished. And the first step in developing your social media strategy is setting goals. In this video, we'll discuss why it's helpful to set goals and how to use the SMART method to define your goals. Setting goals for your campaign is important for several reasons. First of all, goals hold you accountable. By defining the goals of your social media campaign, you make yourself accountable for accomplishing them. Goals can guide your budget. Once you've set your goals, you can define the actions you'll need to take to achieve them and determine the cost of each. Goals can also help you measure your success. Analyzing data related to your goals can help you measure how effective your efforts are and identify areas for improvement. Common social media marketing goals include building brand awareness, managing brand reputation, sales and lead generation, increasing community engagement, increasing web traffic, and gaining customer and competitor insights. Determining which of these goals to prioritize in your strategy depends on the goal of your business. Social media goals should align with your company's overall marketing objectives. This helps you prove the value of your work and gain support from stakeholders. Once you've established what the general goal of your social media marketing strategy will be, you need to make them SMART. The SMART goal setting method can help you define and measure the success of the goals of your campaign. As we discussed earlier, SMART is an acronym that stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Let's discuss each of these words in terms of your social media campaign's goals. What does it mean for a goal to be specific? Specifying exactly what you want to achieve helps you determine when you've achieved it. Let's say you want to improve brand awareness for your business on social media. That is such a broad goal that it's hard to pinpoint what exactly you're trying to accomplish. Are you aiming to increase your number of followers, or are you striving to increase likes, shares, and mentions? Which platform are you targeting? Answering questions like these will help you make your goals more specific. Next, your goal should be measurable. A goal is measurable when you can determine objectively that it has been met. You can tell if a goal is measurable if you can answer how much, how many, and how will I know when it's accomplished. To make your goal measurable, determine what metrics you want to use. Going back to our brand awareness goal, let's say the metric you want to track is the number of followers you have on Instagram. An example of a related measurable goal might be to increase your followers on Instagram by 15% over the last quarter. Once you've made your goal specific and measurable, you need to determine whether it's attainable. An attainable goal is realistic given any constraints. Is there anything that could get in the way of increasing your Instagram followers by 15%, such as a lack of time, budget, or other resources? Remember, you want to set goals that are a little challenging in order to encourage growth. Next, decide if your goal is relevant. Does it make sense to try to reach this goal? Think about how the goal lines up with your company's other marketing goals, priorities, and values. A relevant goal will benefit your business. For example, if you're a company that wants to attract a younger demographic, then it may
just about
increase your followers on platforms like Instagram, whose largest audience is between the age of 25 to 34 years. Finally, you need to make your goal time-bound. This means your goal will have a deadline. Making your goal time-bound helps you plan your schedule and set milestones. So your final brand awareness goal, made smart, might be something like, by the end of the quarter, increase followers on Instagram by 15% over last quarter. Great! You've learned that the first step in developing your social media strategy is defining your goals. We've discussed some of the reasons it's important to set your goals for social media campaigns, and you've learned how to make your campaign goals smart. Coming up, we'll talk about the other important components of a social media strategy. Once you've set the goals for your campaign, the next step in building your social media strategy is defining your target audience. You have learned that your target audience is a group of people most likely to purchase your company's products. In this video, we're going to discuss how to define your social media target audience, the specific group of people you want your company to reach on social media platforms. Your target audience is the people who are most likely to be interested in the content, products, and services you're creating. They are people whose problems you want to solve. Understanding exactly who your target audience is will guide your marketing and help you decide what, where, and when you are going to share content. Targeting a specific audience also helps you determine where your money and time will be best spent. Now let's discuss how to go about identifying your target audience. Your target audience likely shares some common characteristics such as age and location. To determine who your social media target audience is, start by compiling information about your current customers and followers. You may be able to gather some of this information from others in your organization, such as your research department, analysts, or even other marketers. Consider demographic information about your current customers, such as their age. Which decade of life, generation, or stage of life are they in? Are they teens, young adults, parents, or retirees? Location. Where do most of your customers live? This helps you understand which geographical area to target and when you should schedule your social media posts and ads to ensure the best visibility. Language. What languages should you use to communicate with your target audience? Some people might not speak your language or might speak a different language at home than their dominant language in their geographic region. Interests. What do they like to do? What excites them? What do they care about? Needs. What problems are your customers struggling with? What issues do they have that your product or service could help solve? Once you've learned these characteristics about your current customers, assess how people engage with your brand on social media. Think about questions such as, what are people saying about your brand, products, and services? What do they like and dislike about them? Why is your audience following you? What else are they talking about online? Understanding the kind of information people are searching for will help you understand your target audience, identify their needs, and determine how to engage with them on social media. You can use social listening tools to help you find these conversations about your brand on social media. As I mentioned previously, social listening refers to tracking your social media platforms for mentions and conversations about your brand. In the next course, we'll discuss more about how to use social listening to learn about your target audience. Now that you have a sense of who your target audience is and how they're talking about your brand on social media, research what social media platforms they use. To make the greatest impact, you should aim to reach your target audience where they're most active on social media. It wouldn't make sense to post regularly on Pinterest, for example, if your target audience is spending most of its time on LinkedIn. Finally, you can learn a lot about your target audience by observing what the competition is doing. Your target audience likely has some similarities to theirs. so you can benefit from observing their tactics. Consider questions such as, who are your competitors targeting? How are they reaching out to their target audience? What are they doing well and not so well? How often are they posting? Which content formats are they using? When you market to a highly specific target audience, you can develop content that speaks to them. This can help you earn their loyalty. We'll continue exploring how to reach your target audience throughout this course. Reaching your target audience involves crafting the right content and posting at the right time on the right platform. In this video, we'll discuss this last piece, how to choose the best social media platforms for your campaign. This is the next step in developing your social media strategy. It's important to select your platforms carefully for a couple of reasons. The right platform will help you reach your target audience. Posting on a platform that attracts the people who are most likely to be interested in your products or services can drive more traffic to your website. Choosing platforms strategically has another advantage too. You'll spend your time and money focusing on the platforms that are most likely to drive sales or increase traffic, so you'll get better results. But with over 100 social media platforms worldwide and more cropping up each day, how do you choose the best one to market your brand? Let's discuss some of the strategies for choosing social media platforms for your campaign. You can start by learning about the different platforms and how they are used. Previously, we discussed the most popular social media platforms today, what type of content they're known for, and who they appeal to. Spend some time studying the different platforms to understand how they work and how people communicate on them. For example, Twitter has a strong emphasis on real-time information. It also has 280 character limit for messages, unlike most other social media platforms that have a much higher limit. Therefore, Twitter is best for communicating breaking news, posting very brief content, and interacting directly with people in real time. You also want to consider your target audience. Which social media platforms are they most active on? The research you did to define your target audience earlier should be helpful here. Facebook may have more active users than any other platform, but if your target audience is under the age of 25, then you might want to focus more of your efforts on platforms that draw in a younger demographic, like TikTok. Next, think about the goals of your social media campaigns. These should align with the overall goals of your business. Do you want to increase brand awareness, generate leads, increase community engagement? Different platforms offer different advantages and may be better equipped to help you achieve these goals. LinkedIn, for example, is a platform where professionals can post their resume, search for jobs, share their expertise, and network with one another. You might select LinkedIn if one of your goals is to increase your brand authority. You should also consider your company when choosing platforms. Your product and services, brand identity, and business type should all factor into your decision. For example, an art distributor might want to focus on a highly visual channel like Instagram, while a company that produces educational videos might choose a video-based platform like YouTube. Also, pay attention to what platforms your competitors are using. Where are they posting? What are they generating the most engagement? When your competitors are performing well on certain channels, there's a good chance you'll perform well on those channels too. Similarly, if they're having difficulty with engagement on particular channels, you might face the same type of challenges. One more thing to consider when choosing platforms for your social media campaign is your available resources. A social media marketing campaign is a commitment. It takes an investment of time, money, and energy. How many people are available to manage all the platforms that you want to be on? How much time can you dedicate to each platform? What is your budget for advertising across all of your platforms? Different size companies may have different size budgets and marketing teams, so it's beneficial to have a clear understanding of your available resources when selecting your social media platforms. We've discussed why it's important to choose the right platforms for your social media campaign, and we've explored some things to consider when doing so, such as your target audience, goals, and resources. These considerations should help you pinpoint the platforms that will best serve your needs. Hopefully, you've started to understand why creating a strategy is so essential to the success of your social media campaigns. In the previous lesson, you started learning how to develop a strategy for your social media marketing campaign. We discussed how to set goals for your campaign, identify your target audience, and choose the best platforms for your audience and goals. In this lesson, we'll get to the next pillar of social media marketing, planning and publishing your social media posts. Let's start by talking about the different types of content you can publish on social media. For your social media marketing strategy to succeed, you need to produce effective content that generates engagement from your target audience. To do this, your social media content plan should include a variety of content types. When you're developing a social media post, you first need to consider what content bucket the post will fit into. Content buckets are categories to group your marketing content. They are broad themes that are used to achieve a particular goal or to make your customers feel a certain way. These themes address different aspects of your business and target audience. Common social media content buckets include content that is entertaining, educational, inspirational, conversational, and promotional. Let's discuss each. Entertaining content appeals to people who are on the platform to enjoy themselves. It can help your audience relate to your content and your company. Entertaining social media content includes things like viral videos, jokes, comics, contests or giveaways, and memes. A meme is an amusing or interesting item such as a caption, picture, or video that is spread widely online, especially through social media. Educational content can build trust in your brand and position you as an industry leader with information and wisdom to share. Video trainings, infographics, industry research, case studies, FAQs, tips, and how-to posts are popular types of educational content. Inspirational content often features real people using your products or services. This content makes your brand seem more authentic and reinforces your brand's message, values, and vision. To create inspirational content, you might build case studies, find testimonials and quotes, share amazing facts and trivia, and tell personal stories. Conversational content encourages your audience to engage with you. You can begin conversations with your audience by suggesting a topic or viewpoint, then inviting your audience to join the dialogue. You can also ask a question, invite people to complete a poll, have them fill in the blank, or even ask for advice. Promotional content talks about your product and service with the intent of marketing to the current customers and drawing in new followers. Things like coupons, discounts, or free gifts for signups can boost sales and encourage people to buy things that they may not have purchased before. In addition to choosing content buckets for your posts, you need to decide on their format. There are so many different content formats to choose from on social media. Images, videos, written posts, stories, GIFs, links, polls, and the live videos are some of the many content formats that you'll find on social media today. Let's discuss some of the most popular ones. Videos can be a great format for grabbing your audience's attention, and they're easy to consume than a lot of text. With smartphones, capturing videos is easy and convenient, and they're also more engaging than pictures. Video content such as how-to guides, video tours, and product demonstrations can both drive traffic to your website and increase sales. Images are the most frequently posted content types across social media platforms. Unlike most videos, still images can be absorbed instantly. Images give social media users an immediate impression of your brand. Infographics, animated GIFs, captioned photos, and screenshots are some of the many effective ways to use images on social media. Written posts such as articles, blogs, and guides provide your audience with information about your products and services and company. Written content can also be extremely valuable for starting conversations that help you and your customers get to know one another. Stories are images and short videos that last a relatively short amount of time, usually from 1 to 7 days before disappearing. You can add elements like stickers, filters, and sound to help you creatively express your brand's personality. Use stories to update your audience about events, offers, and other announcements. Live videos enables companies to broadcast conversations, performances, Q&As, webinars, and other virtual events. These live stream events gives audiences a chance to ask questions, comment, and react instantaneously to what they're experiencing. Live viewing also gives people a sense of community. So now you've learned about some common content buckets on social media, such as entertaining, educational, inspirational, conversational, and promotional content. You've also learned some of the formats that are most frequently used on social media, like videos, images, written posts, stories, and live videos. The key to creating effective content is choosing the format that best matches your content bucket. Coming up, we'll talk more about how to plan and publish content on social media.
Hi, I'm Anna, and I'm a senior program manager at Google. I work in Google Developer Studio, and I oversee social strategy for all of our developer-facing accounts. There are about 70 across Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and blogs. The purpose of our social media accounts is to, and really for developer relations at Google, is to make the life of a developer easier. And so we're constantly, changing our technology, making upgrades, having different announcements, and our job in social is to keep people up to date, help answer their questions, and really make sure that they have all the resources they need to do their job. So earned media, the definition is kind of in the name. It is media that you've earned, meaning think about the buzz that you can create that happens organically. It's conversation that's happening out in the wild. It's sort of similar to public relations, where you're not creating that content, but you're influencing a journalist or a blogger to write about you. You're really trying to get people to have a conversation about your brand. If you can get your product to the right influencer and they organically start talking about you, then that can help you create a lot of buzz and generate awareness to a new audience that you wouldn't have been able to reach otherwise. So Google Developer Studio, part of what we do is bring a community of developers together at events. And part of my job is to reach as many of those relevant developers and let them know about the event and the announcements coming from that event. So as the developers are watching our content and having conversations about what they're seeing, then that's exactly what we want, right? This is what we talked about, is that natural buzz that's coming up. With owned media, since you own the channels, you really have the benefit of being as creative as you possibly can get. And you can control the narrative of what's being put out on behalf of your brand, whether that's your personal brand or the business that you're running. You can own your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram, your social channels. These are all different distribution networks that you own and control what goes out on them. With paid media, it's guaranteed that you have a specific audience that you want to hit and you pay to hit that audience. The great thing about paid media is with social networks like Facebook or Instagram, especially for a local business, a small budget can actually help make quite a big impact. And some of the things that we can do with organic media, owned media, is test out the best kind of messaging and creative assets. And when something is starting to percolate and gain traction, we can use paid media to boost that content. And that's really a huge advantage to how you can use your owned channels and make smart decisions about where to put your money using paid. There are so many different social networks, and they each offer different benefits. However, once you've really found your niche and you know where your audience is and you're really owning that channel, the mix of using earned, owned, and paid on that one channel is going to get you much, much further than if you were only using one specific kind of tactic on that channel. So my best advice to somebody who's just getting into social media marketing is to go out there and just do it. And remember that your own channels are a reflection of your brand. If I am looking at someone's resume, I will absolutely go and look at their social media channels and see how are they running them? What sort of content decisions are they making? What sort of eye do they have for photography and creative? So you don't have to have big brand experience to impress me, but I definitely like to see what kind of decisions you make on your own channels and how you've helped other social other organizations on social media as well.
We've discussed creating a social media strategy, including defining your target audience, choosing the best platforms for your campaign, and different types of social media content you can post. Now we'll talk more about how to effectively plan and publish your posts. In this video, you'll learn how to manage the timing and frequency of your social media posts. Having a consistent presence on social media allows your brand to be seen and discovered by potential customers. However, more is not always better when it comes to publishing on social media. You want to stay in the audience's mind, but you also don't want to post so frequently that you overwhelm their feeds and potentially drive them away. How frequent you post on social media depends on a number of factors. In particular, each platform itself and how it works. For example, Twitter gives its users the option of viewing their posts in a chronological feed. When users customize their feeds in this way, the stream displays the latest published content first. For platforms with chronological feeds, posting multiple times a day gives you the opportunity to reach your target audience in different time zones and at various points throughout their day. If Twitter is a relevant platform for your brand, you might aim to post at least several times a day. You'll need to plan the frequency of your posts differently on platforms that are primarily algorithm-based. Social media algorithms are a way of sorting posts in a user's feed based on relevancy rather than order in which they are published. That means these platforms prioritize which content a user sees in their feed first by the likelihood that they'll actually want to see it. For algorithm-based platforms like Facebook and Instagram, it's better to publish quality content less frequently, as too many posts can result in a drop in engagement. On these platforms, your posting cadence will vary depending on your brand. The frequency that works best for your brand might be once a day, but for others could be several times a week. These are just general guidelines. Finding the best frequency to post will require some trial and error. How often you post should also be informed by testing and analyzing your results and the resources available to you. We will discuss testing and analytics in depth later on in this course. In addition to considering the frequency of your posts, you need to think about their timing. The optimal time to post on a given platform will vary. Posting first thing in the morning is generally very effective because this is when people are catching up on their social media feeds. It's also good to post around lunchtime because people tend to have a gap in their schedules then. Just after working hours is also an effective time to post because people like to find out what they've missed throughout the day. In order to find the best times to post for your brand specifically, you need to consider a number of factors. First of all, you want to find out when your target audience is active online by researching when your followers are on a particular platform and then posting at those times. You maximize the chances that your content will reach them. Make sure you consider your target audience's time zone and schedule a post accordingly. You can also decide when to post by analyzing your best performing posts from the past. Review the times of day and the days of the week you posted successful content to determine if you can identify any patterns. You can gather data about your top performing posts and about your audience's activity online using analytics tools, which we'll discuss in the later course. When determining when to publish content, you should also consider seasons and holidays. For example, consumers tend to be more likely to book a vacation in January. So if you're a travel brand, this is a good time to post appealing images of travel destinations. You should also consider current events when planning your posts. If a national disaster or conflict occurs, for instance, you should be prepared to unschedule posts in order to be sensitive to these events or add a post to show your support. So let's recap what we've discussed about the frequency and timing of your posts on social media. To determine the best time to post on social media, you should consider things like when your target audience is active online, patterns in your best performing posts, and seasons, holidays, and current events. When and how often to post on social media differs for every business and every platform. But by following the best practices we've discussed here and analyzing data, You can optimize your posting schedule to achieve results. Later, we'll discuss social media calendars and how they can help you organize, schedule, and publish all of your posts. As we've discussed, figuring out when and how often to post content is a key component of your social media strategy. Once you've determined the timing and the frequency you'd like to publish content on different platforms, a social media calendar can help you keep all of your posts organized and scheduled. A social media calendar is a calendar of all your social media posts. This tool can help you manage and organize your social media publishing schedule in a variety of ways. A social media calendar enables you to schedule your posts in advance. This saves you time and enables you to maintain a consistent posting schedule. Also, by planning your posts ahead of time, you can make sure that there are no upcoming coverage gaps. A social media calendar allows you to organize all of the content for your posts in one centralized location. It can also help you make sure all of your content assets, such as images, videos, or links, are attached to the correct posts. You can also share your social media calendar with other stakeholders in order to have them review or approve your posts before they go live. And scheduling your posts ahead of time allows you to plan around cultural and national events and holidays that are important to your customers. For example, you might plan posts to celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month, International Women's Day, or Veterans Day, depending on what feels relevant to your organization. This type of calendar can help you avoid major mistakes in your posts. Reviewing your posts in your social media calendar ahead of time allows you to copy, edit, check for spelling errors and typos, fact check, and make sure that all of your links and images are correct. You can build your calendar in a spreadsheet or even a table pasted in the document. You can start with a template. You can even use social media management software to build your calendar. Each entry in a social media calendar usually includes some combination of these elements: the date and time the post will be going live, the topic of the post, the platform where the posts will be published, the post's written copy, links to any assets such as photos or videos, and any related documents or information. Once you've chosen a format, template, or tool, you can start developing your calendar. You can use these steps to guide you. First, identify the social media platforms you want to post on. Previously, we discussed some strategies for how to do this. Knowing where your audience spend most of their time online can help you decide on platforms and create platform-specific content strategies. Then review your current social media platforms and content. Assess things like what type of posts get the most engagement, when your audience is most active online, and what tactics have been most successful in the past. This will help you identify areas for improvement and new opportunities. Next, decide what data you want your social media content calendar to track. Social media calendars can be used to keep track of the information like platforms, dates, times, text, visual assets, and links to published posts. You can later use the data you collect to analyze trends, track what works and doesn't work, and refine your social media campaigns. Then, make a content library for all your assets such as images, videos, and audio files. You can organize your assets in a file storage system like Google Drive or Dropbox and add links to them in a spreadsheet or document. Then you can easily share these links with other team members and insert them into your calendar. You'll also want to establish a workflow and review process. Think about when and how often you'd like to post on each platform, who will review and approve content, and how you will develop new content. Now you're ready to start crafting and scheduling your posts. Getting organized and proactively planning your work can greatly improve the result of your campaigns. And social media calendars are an excellent tool to help you achieve these goals. You'll get to practice creating your own social media calendar a bit later. We've covered the first two pillars of social media marketing, strategy and planning and publishing. Well done! You've learned how to build your social media marketing strategy. This includes defining goals for your social media campaigns and making them smart, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. You also learn some strategy for identifying your target audience, such as compiling information about your current customers, researching how people engage with your brand and where they spend their time on social media, and observing the competition. Next, we discussed how to choose platforms for your campaign by considering how each platform works, as well as your target audience, goals, company, competitors, and available resources. We also explored how to use various types of social media content. You learned about different content buckets such as entertaining, educational, and inspirational content. And you learned about some of the different formats for social media posts like images, written posts, and videos. Then we moved on how to plan and publish posts on social media. We discussed how to plan frequency of your posts and how to determine the best times to publish, such as when your target audience is active online or in response to current events. Finally, we went through how to use a social media calendar and other social media management tools to help you organize, schedule, and track your content. Once you've set up your social media strategy and have planned and published some posts, you're ready to get insights into how your audience is responding to your content and start communicating with them. That brings us to the next section where I'll introduce you to the next pillar of social media marketing, listening and engagement. Meet you there. Imagine that you're responsible for the social media marketing for a small company. Unfortunately, one of your company's products has a small defect, and customers have been complaining about this product on social media. If you aren't aware of these posts and don't take steps to address the issue, your company's reputation could be jeopardized. But because you listen to your customers on social media and engage with them to address their concerns, you're able to keep your company's reputation intact. That brings us to the third pillar of social media marketing, listening and engagement. In this section, you'll learn about how to implement social listening, which refers to tracking and analyzing conversations and trends related to your brand. We'll talk about how to listen to your customers and followers on social media and analyze those conversations to gain insights. You'll also learn about some social listening tools that can help you in this process. Then we'll talk about how you can take what you've learned from listening to your customers to increase their engagement with your brand. We'll discuss different ways to communicate with customers and how to respond to different types of communications from them. Taking these interactions further, we'll explore strategies for developing ongoing relationships with your customers. You'll also learn how to write and design engaging content for social media and how to develop your brand voice on different platforms. And we'll explore how to save time and resources by taking your existing content and repurposing it in new ways. Ready to find out how to listen, learn from, and engage your customers on social media? Let's go. Let's say you've published multiple posts on the social media platforms you've selected for your campaign. Now what? To find out how people are reacting to these posts, you need to use social listening. In this video, we'll discuss what social listening is and why it's such an important component of your social media campaign. Social listening refers to tracking and analyzing conversation and trends related to your brand. It helps you understand what people think about your brand, which can inform your marketing and product development decisions moving forward. Social listening is a two-step process. Step 1 involves monitoring social media platforms for mentions of your brand, product, services, competitors, and any related keywords. Step 2 is when you analyze the information you've collected and plan actions based on what you've learned. These actions can be as small as responding to a dissatisfied customer or as big as adjusting your entire social media strategy. Social listening is a key part of your social media marketing strategy for a number of reasons. To begin with, social listening helps you understand the social media sentiment around your brand. Social media sentiment is the attitude and feelings people have about your brand on social media. Learning how people feel about your brand helps you identify what's working with your social media marketing strategy and where you need to make changes. Social listening also provides an opportunity for you to engage with your customers and followers about your brand. For example, if a customer comments about how much they love your product or ask a question, this is a great opportunity for you to engage with them directly. Customers want to feel heard on social media. Responding to them can elicit brand loyalty and increase customer retention rates. When there is negative social media sentiment being expressed about your brand, social listening can help you pinpoint its cause and address the issue. What are your customers' pain points? Can you offer a solution to the problems people are talking about? If you can, be sure to tell people about it on social media. For example, let's say a number of customers have been monitoring a problem with ordering from your company's app. You could escalate the issue to your company's IT department and then publish a post that lets customers know you're addressing their concerns. That being said, you want to be mindful of what messaging you share to respond to individual users directly versus those you post publicly. An issue impacting a small group of people may not be affecting the majority of your audience, and posting publicly about the issue may bring more attention to it. Social listening is a great tool for analyzing the competition. It allows you to learn what your competitors are up to and find out how their customers feel about it. For instance, you might learn that your competitors' customers are unhappy with a particular product. Then you could strategize ways to improve upon a similar product. Or you might find that some of your competitors' content outperforms your own. You could analyze why their content resonates well with your shared audience and make adjustments to your own content accordingly. You can also use social listening to increase customer acquisition. Social media provides many opportunities for reaching potential new customers. After all, your followers aren't just your existing customers. There are also people who simply have an interest in your content. Using social listening, you can discover the kinds of content your followers enjoy. Then you can create content that appeals to them and potentially draws them into your brand. Social listening will be a key component of your social media campaigns. The insights you gain from social listening can help you create content your followers are interested in, come up with new ideas based on trends in your industry, and adjust your marketing strategy to fit the current marketplace. Coming up, we'll talk about some helpful social listening strategies and tools. You've learned that social listening is tracking and analyzing conversations and trends related to your brand. You've also learned how social listening can help you understand how people feel about your brand, which allows you to engage with them more effectively. Now that you know what social listening is and why it's important, let's discuss how to do it. To get started with social listening, you'll need to identify the key words people use most when discussing your brand. Previously, you learned about doing keyword research for search engine optimization. For SEO, you find the keywords customers search for the most and put those on your web page to help people find your content. For social listening, you identify the keywords that will help you find conversations about your brand. You'll want to use the keywords that are most relevant to your and your competitors' brands. Brand and product names include any variations or common misspellings. Slogans, names of key people in the company, industry buzzwords, hashtags related to the brand. A hashtag is a word or phrase preceded by the pound symbol that indicates that a piece of content relates to a specific topic or category. Hashtags are the kind of digital label that help people find content across social media platforms. For example, a coffee company might use hashtags like #coffeetime, #coffeelover, #bestcoffee, or #coffeedrinker. Once you've identified the best keywords to use, you'll need to determine where you're going to listen for them. For example, people may talk differently about your business on LinkedIn than they do on Facebook. Or they might mention your business more frequently on Twitter than on Instagram. In order to develop the best strategies for different platforms, you'll need to listen to how people are talking about you on each of them. Next, you'll want to find out what people are saying about your brand. Search for the answers to questions like, what do customers like most about your brand? What are their most common issues? What are their most frequently asked questions? What are the associations people have with your brand? What kind of content do people share about your brand? These questions help you identify customer comments, issues, and sentiment around your brand. Understanding how people feel about your brand and products can help you improve your strategy. You'll get insights into the feelings people have around your brand and the specific products or features they're most interested in. Instead of just acting on your assumptions, you'll understand what your customer truly needs. You'll also use social listening to assess your competition. Evaluate things about your competition like which of their content is performing better than yours, and how could you improve your content to resonate better with your shared audience. Which of their products are customers dissatisfied with, and what learnings could you apply to improve your own products? What new products or solutions they are offering, and how do they compare to your offerings? Social listening can show you what your competitors do well and what customers like about them. But it can also highlight where they make mistakes so you can see what not to do. For example, if a competitor posts content that receives a lot of negative responses, you can avoid posting similar content. You can save yourself time, energy, and resources by learning from your competitor's mistake and then avoiding those mistakes yourself. In addition to learning from your direct competition, social listening can help you learn what's happening in your industry, such as trends or how the market is performing. To use social listening to gain industry insights, consider the following. Are there any gaps in the industry that a new product or solution could help solve? Are there any major events or issues happening in the world that are relevant to your brand? Which frequently asked questions could you create content around to address your audience's needs? In order to help you implement all of these social listening tactics, you could use a social listening tool. A social listening tool is a software that helps you track mentions of your brands, relevant keywords, and direct feedback from multiple social media platforms in one place. Later in this lesson, we'll discuss some popular social listening tools and how to choose one for your campaigns. Now that you've learned some useful tactics to help you get the most out of your social listening efforts, we'll discuss how to use these lessons to inform how you engage with your customers and followers. Earlier, you learned the benefits of social listening and some tactics for implementing it effectively. Social listening not only helps you understand your target audience better, it increases their engagement with your brand. In this video, we'll discuss how to boost your current and potential customers' engagement on social media. Social media engagement measures how people are interacting with your social media accounts and content. Engagement refers to their actions people take on social media, such as likes, favorites, comments, shares, retweets, saves, clicks, hashtags, and mentions. Studying engagement can help you determine whether the content you're creating resonates with your audience. One way to increase your audience engagement on social media is by connecting with them. Social media is an ideal channel for making meaningful connections with your customers and potential customers. A report by Sprout Social found that when customers feel connected to a brand, more than half of them will increase their spending on that brand, and more than 3/4 will continue to buy from them rather than from a competitor. So let's discuss some ways to connect with your customers and increase their engagement on social media. To engage people on social media, you need to be social with them. This means communicating with your customers and followers frequently. It's like being the host of a party. You're not always going to be the center of attention, but you want to make sure everyone is having a good time. As an entry-level digital marketer, it might not be your responsibility to interact directly with customers on social media. But let's discuss some helpful tips for when you need to do so in the future. A best practice is to respond to comments and mentions or to users talking about your brand. This opens up two-way communication and can help you establish a healthy, meaningful relationship with your customers. You'll also want to provide excellent customer service on your social media platforms. Be prepared to answer customers' questions, provide resources that can help them with their issues, and show empathy for any challenges they've faced related to your brand. When customers reach out to you on social media, be sure to respond to them quickly. Listening and responding to customers rapidly make them feel heard and shows them that you care. A speedy response can also lead to increased customer satisfaction and trust in your brand. It's important to develop an authentic, personal voice on social media. People are more likely to engage with your brand when they feel like there's an actual person reading and responding to comments. You can make your voice on social media more personal by doing things like signing off on your posts, addressing customers by their first name, and responding to comments with humor or warmth. Showing images or videos of employees can also help your brand seem more personable and relatable. As we've discussed previously, it is important to know the audience you're trying to engage on social media. The sort of language you use, the tone of your posts, and the images you present will differ depending on that audience. The content that resonates with the audience of a company that sells video games, for example, is likely to be quite different from the content of a quilting supply company. Knowing your audience also means creating content that will be most valuable to them. What can you teach them? How can you inspire them? What resources can you provide? Engaging with your customers by giving them helpful content that addresses their needs and pain points proves you're a credible source of information in your industry. And sharing your expertise builds their trust. Some of your content should also help your audience imagine themselves interacting with your product or service and what they would gain from that experience. That said, not every post or interaction you have with your customer has to be about your products. Social media platforms can sometimes just be a way to connect with your target audience about the topics they're interested in. Encouraging people to engage with your brand on social media also means getting creative with your posts. You can entice people to engage with you by holding contests, posting polls, developing quizzes, asking questions, spotlighting customers and employees, eliciting user-generated content, offering coupons and discounts, and offering giveaways in exchange for followers, likes, retweets, or tags. When customers are engaged on social media, you can learn from them, better meet their needs, and increase their confidence in your brand. Coming up, we'll talk more about engaging with your customers and gaining followers on social media.
Hi, my name is Camille, and I'm a product support manager. I work on the team that's responsible for supporting the Pixel phone. As a product support manager, I manage the strategy for how we support our users on online channels, such as social media or our community website. My favorite part about my role is being able to collaborate with so many different teams to get users the help that they need. For instance, I work with marketing, product management, legal, public relations, and support teams globally. When working with different teams, it's like putting together a puzzle, and I love being able to put together that puzzle and being the piece that connects it and makes it easier for our users to get the help that they need. I know a collaboration is successful when I see the thank you messages from our users. It really warms my heart knowing that the product of my collaboration was this user being able to have a device that works. And I'll typically see those thank you messages on social media, so on Twitter, sometimes Facebook. I'll see them on Reddit as well because we support users there, and on our online community. Social media marketing and social media listening are two very different things. Marketing is when you're actually engaging with the users, you're making proactive posts, whereas listening is literally listening to users. And there's a variety of tools out there, but you are essentially taking the feedback from users, seeing what their experience is and what their expectations are, and bringing that back to your team. My team and I respond back to negative comments on a daily basis. Because we are support focused, we are always seeking conversations in which we can help the users troubleshoot their device or remedy their poor experience. By approaching the user with empathy, you're able to show that you're willing to help them and that you care about them and that they're not just another number. So once you approach them with empathy, offer to help them. And if the issue needs a little bit more, so maybe you need some private information from them, you can always take that to a private messaging such as DMing. Sometimes we initiate conversations with users by asking them to DM us. Now, that will usually occur when, one, the solution we offer surpasses the character limit that a lot of social media companies employ, or when we're asking for private information that we really don't want to risk having seen publicly. I know it's tempting to ignore a negative comment. However, I try to refrain from that because we want to acknowledge all the experiences our customers have. Now, while my team and I typically do focus on the more negative or neutral experiences that a user may have online, we do like to respond back to the positive ones. When acknowledging that a customer has a positive experience with your brand, thanking them for their continued business, and complimenting them, you build connection and foster community amongst those customers. It's important for the Pixel team to foster community and connection with our users because we want them to stay Pixel customers and users. We want them to tell their friends, hey, Google is awesome and you should have this phone. I have this phone and I connect with the Google team and they support me whenever and wherever I need it. That's why it is important to make sure that you answer all comments, whether they're negative, neutral, or positive. If I could give myself advice for when I was first starting out in social media marketing, I would tell myself to have grace and to not take things personally. It's very easy to absorb all the negative comments you see and think that you are a bad person or you are a bad brand. Now, there is truth of, little nuggets of gold within that feedback that users are giving you. You never know what the user is going through on the other end of the screen. For instance, the person could be having a bad day. Their device could have crashed on them, and that is their livelihood. So it's important to empathize, take action, and do what you can for the user.
We've talked about some ways to increase engagement on social media platforms. Now we're going to discuss how to attract more of the people who will have the highest level of engagement with your brand. Followers. A follower is someone who opts in to receive updates from a business or brand on social media platform. Followers have chosen to see all of the posts of another user, like a friend or a business, in their newsfeed. As we've discussed, engagement measures how people interact with your social media content, such as by liking or sharing it. People like, share, or retweet posts they find value in. On the other hand, people follow a brand or business when they're interested in getting frequent updates from them. Gaining followers on social media platforms is often considered a key measure of social media campaign success. Increasing your followers indicate that you are posting relevant, engaging content and have influence in the space. And followers are important because you can reach them with your organic content every time you post. You'll want to employ different tactics to increase your followers on all of your social media platforms. These tactics will differ from one platform to another based on a variety of factors, such as how the platform works or which segment of your audience visited that platform most often. As an example, let's explore ways to grow your following on a specific platform, Twitter. Twitter is designed to encourage conversations in the form of short, frequent messages. These are called tweets. A tweet is any message posted to Twitter and may contain elements like text, photos, videos, links, and audio. Twitter is a useful platform for connecting and developing relationships with your audience. To increase your followers on Twitter, as on any social media platform, you'll want to actively engage with your audience often. You can do this by linking, tagging, retweeting, or replying to other people's tweets. Regularly engaging with your audience shows potential followers that you're human and helps more people discover your brand. Unlike on some other social media platforms, posting more often is better on Twitter. Feeds on Twitter move quickly, so you should tweet frequently. Posting new content often can help you maximize engagement and increase followers. As we discussed earlier, a social media calendar can help you plan and publish regular tweets. Another tactic to increase your following on Twitter is effectively using hashtags. A hashtag is a word or phrase preceded by the pound symbol that indicates that a piece of content relates to a specific topic or category. Hashtags make your posts searchable, kind of like SEO for your Twitter account. Therefore, adding a couple of hashtags to each of your tweets can help new followers find your account. That being said, be careful not to include too many hashtags in your tweets, as this can be distracting. You can also attract followers by adding eye-catching visuals to your tweets. This could include anything from photographs to infographics to user-generated content. Images are more effective than text at grabbing people's attention and encouraging them to take a look at your post. In fact, tweets with images are far more likely to be retweeted than those without. One Twitter feature that can help you guide users to your profile is a Twitter bio. Twitter bio allows you to introduce your brand. They help you share what you do, describe your products or services, and describe what makes your brand special, all in 160 characters or fewer. The most effective Twitter bios are creative, original, and capture your brand's personality. Be sure to include relevant keywords to help people find you in searches. You can also add a link to your website. And finally, one more way to increase your followers on Twitter is to promote your social media account through other marketing channels, such as email, your website, or materials in your store. There are many ways to gain followers on social media, and the strategies you use will differ somewhat from platform to platform. Best practices like the ones we've described for Twitter can be applied on a number of different platforms to help you increase your followers and your overall social media engagement. Coming up, we'll discuss even more strategies for engaging your audience. You can employ lots of great strategies to increase your engagement and followers on social media, but they won't help your campaign succeed if the content you post isn't compelling to your audience. How companies approach developing marketing content depends on the size and resources. Some companies may have the internal resources dedicated to marketing content. Others may outsource the creation of assets to freelancers or media agencies. Whether you're writing and designing the content yourself or coordinating its development with others, you need to understand the principles for engaging content. Ultimately, you are responsible for the content reflecting well on your brand and reaching your audience. In this video, we'll discuss best practices for writing social media content. To begin, make sure you write to your audience. As we discussed before, this means doing research to get to know them. What are their interests and values? What needs, obstacles, or challenges do they have? If you want your audience to notice and engage with your social media posts, you need to put their needs at the center of your writing. Think about their perspective and then describe how your business or product can improve their life. This also helps to write as though you were speaking directly to each person. In addition to considering your audience's perspective, you'll want to learn to speak like your audience. Research the type of language your target audience uses to communicate. Then, use similar language in your content so that it will resonate with them. You'll also need to be able to tailor your writing to each platform. For example, a post geared at professionals on LinkedIn should generally use different language than a post targeted at young adults on Facebook. That being said, intentionally using language that differs from what people are used to seeing on a given platform can be very effective at grabbing their attention. People are exposed to a ton of content on social media every day. To catch your audience's attention in this brief time they're spending on your content, keep your posts short and simple. Some ways to do this include avoiding jargon, breaking up messages using headlines, bullets, and lists, keeping sentences and paragraphs short, and bolding important information. This helps make your posts easy for your audience to scan and understand. At the end of your social media posts, include a call to action. A call to action is an instruction that tells the customer what to do next. Calls to actions are used in many digital marketing channels, such as display ads and email marketing. On social media, calls to action include things like asking your audience to like or share a post, answer a question, take a quiz, read another piece of content, go to your website, subscribe to your newsletter, or connect with you on another social media platform. Even if people find your content interesting and valuable, they might not take any action after reading it. A call to action encourages them to connect with you further. Although you should write social media posts in the language of your target audience, your overall message should be written in your brand's voice. Your brand's voice is the distinct personality a brand takes on in its communications. It's the language and the tone you use when writing your content or interacting with your audience. For example, your brand voice might be casual and conversational, or it might be professional and serious. Your brand voice needs to be consistent throughout the content you create for all your marketing channels, including social media. This consistency helps your audience recognize and gain familiarity with you. We will talk more about developing your brand's voice on social media later in this lesson. Last but not least, as with all your marketing copy, you definitely want to pay attention to grammar and spelling. Even if your brand voice is casual, posting content with errors in it reflects poorly on your business. Nice work! Implementing these principles for effective social media writing can help you reach and engage your audience. We'll continue discussing how to develop engaging content for social media throughout the rest of this lesson. Previously, you learned some tips for writing engaging content on social media. One best practice we discussed was writing in your brand's voice. In this video, we'll further explore what a brand voice is, why it's important, and how to develop one for social media. To review, a brand's voice is the distinct personality a brand takes on in its communication. It's how the attitudes and values of a brand are reflected in all of its content. Developing a clear, consistent brand voice is essential for a number of reasons. To start, it helps you stand out on social media. In the crowded social media space, having a distinct brand voice can make you more memorable and distinguish you from your competitors. Having a distinct brand voice also helps make your brand more recognizable. This can increase your current and potential customers' familiarity with your brand and your overall brand awareness. And creating a brand voice is all about delivering consistent language and messaging across all of your marketing content. This consistency helps build customers' trust and loyalty. Now that you understand why having a distinct brand voice is important, let's discuss how you can go about developing one for social media. To start defining your brand's voice on social media, first think about how you would like to describe your brand's personality. If your brand were a person, what would they be like? What would they say? How would they act? What would their relationship to the customer be like? Would they act like a coach, a friend, or a parent? Think about some adjectives you might use to describe your brand's personality. Are you friendly, upbeat, and helpful? Smart, confident, and formal? Casual, sarcastic, and bold? In order to further define your brand's voice, review your company's current and past content. Study examples from all of your marketing communication to get a sense of what your brand voice is like currently. How does your target audience speak and how do they interact with you? What content has resonated with your audience in the past? What language do they use? From here, you'll be able to get a sense of what your brand's personality is currently like and begin thinking about how to shape it further. It's important that your brand voice be honest and authentic. Avoid complicated terminology, acronyms, jargon, and anything else that might get in the way of your audience understanding your message. Rather, speak naturally to your audience as you would if you were saying something to them in person. Audiences need to feel comfortable engaging with you online and want to speak to a real person. Having an authentic brand voice will help you form connections and build relationship with your customers. In addition to developing your social media brand voice, you can start thinking about a related concept, finding your tone. While voice is an expression of your brand's personality, tone is how your brand's voice is applied. The tone of your content can differ based on factors like audience, situation, and platform. For example, you might use an upbeat, excited tone to describe the launch of your latest product, whereas you would use a serious, empathetic tone to convey support for community members who have just been through a natural disaster. Essentially, you will have one brand voice, but it will use many different tones to express that voice. To help maintain consistency across all marketing channels, companies often create brand voice guidelines. These guidelines describe the way your brand should be presented in writing. They include things like your brand's mission and values, personality, target audience, common vocabulary and phrases, tone in different situations or on different platforms, and examples. Brand guidelines are a useful reference when you have to write in your brand's voice or review the work of others. They can help multiple contributors create content that reflect your brand and ensures a brand consistency. And as someone new to the field or organization, they can provide helpful direction. It's important to express your brand voice on social media because it helps you stand out from your competitors, makes your brand more recognizable, and builds your customers' trust and loyalty. Coming up, we'll tell you about Black and Bold, a coffee company that values investing in communities, representing diversity, and producing and providing access to quality drinks. We'll explore how Black and Bold expresses these values through their brand voice on social media. Meet you in the next video. As a digital marketer posting on social media, you need to know best practices for writing and designing new content, whether you're the one developing it yourself or you're overseeing someone else's work. However, it can be time-consuming to continually have to develop fresh content for all of your social media platforms. For this reason, it's useful to repurpose content on social media. Repurposing allows you to take your best content and make it do more work for you. Repurposing content is a process of recreating and republishing content in different formats. For example, you could take the content from one webinar and turn it into a video, an ebook, a blog post, a podcast, and a checklist. Besides saving you time, repurposing content on social media has other benefits. It can reinforce your brand's message, give your content an SEO boost, and reach audiences who missed the post the first time you published it. Repurposing content also allows you to create something completely new and original from your existing images, videos, and text. When considering what content to repurpose, prioritize content that has performed well and can help you meet the goals defined in your strategy, like driving more traffic to your website, generating more leads, or raising brand awareness. Another thing to consider is whether the content is evergreen, meaning that it will be relevant over a long period of time or time-constrained. For example, event-specific content would not be ideal to repurpose. Once you've selected high-performing evergreen content to repurpose, you can go about determining how to repurpose it. There are endless approaches to repurposing content on social media, and these will differ based on the platform you want to use. A 5-minute tutorial video may work well on YouTube, for example, but it is probably too long for Twitter. Here are a few common ways that you can repurpose content on social media. Let's start with lists, or listicles. Listicles are articles written in a list format. Maybe you've posted a how-to guide with bullet points or a list of suggestions. You can break that list up into a series of posts. For instance, your home improvement company's post on 5 ways to update your kitchen on a budget could become 5 new standalone posts, each elaborating on the original list. Each post could provide additional information and links, which increases the original post's value for your audience. You can also transform texts into images. Posts that contain data or statistics translate well into infographics, for example. Images help readers understand complex concepts. Furthermore, visual content generates high engagement than text. So repurposing written content as images allows you to reach more people. Another creative way to repurpose content is to take fun or amusing video clips or animations and turn them into GIFs. A GIF is an animated image. A number of tools exist that can help you create fun, eye-catching GIFs that can help you promote your content. You can also identify frequent questions on your social media platforms and answer them with an existing article. By repurposing relevant content and linking it to your responses, you build relationships and help others asking the same question find you. There are many tools available that are designed to help you repurpose content. These tools can help you do things like convert a podcast into a blog post, create articles from short YouTube videos, and take a blog post and turn it into a podcast episode. For example, WordPress, a tool that helps digital marketers create websites and blogs, offer a feature that automatically publishes blog posts simultaneously as Twitter threads with 2 extra clicks. We've discussed just a few of the many ways to repurpose your social media content here. You can research numerous other approaches to repurposing content or come up with your own. You've learned so much about how to listen and engage with your audience, and you'll soon get the opportunity to put these lessons into practice.
My name is Catherine, and I manage the global Google social media accounts. In my job, I manage the Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and now TikTok channels for Google globally. My favorite part of the job is that no day is the same. We meet a ton of people, we get to constantly think creatively, we get to write and take pictures and learn so many things about what Google is doing throughout the world. You engage a social media audience by talking to them directly. You learn where your audience is, what they care about, and how to talk to them. So we write copy that's really thoughtful and funny and clever. We try to think of what the users on each platform care about. The audience on Instagram is very different than the audience on Twitter, and how to reach both of them effectively is very different. And we just tell a story. We talk to them as if they're real people. We incorporate storytelling in everything that we do. We think that every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and we try to figure out why people will care. We introduce it to people as if they don't know anything about it, because in the case of many of our products that are brand new, they don't. So we introduce it and we start to explain, why is this cool? Why is this important? And why is this relevant to you as the user or potential user? And then we build a story from there. When I'm trying to tell a story on social media, I approach things pretty much the same way each time. I try and figure out everything I can about the post, and I talk to the people that I'm working with to figure out what their goal is. So their goal could be like, we want to reach Gen Z, or we want to break news. And once I know what their goal is, then I start to ask questions to learn about what the announcement is. And once I know everything I can about it, I ask, what do we have access to? Do we have videos? Do we have photos? Do we have nothing? Sometimes it's Nothing. And we just have a fun news that we have to figure out what to do with. So from there, after I've learned and gone on this fact-finding mission to figure out what the story is, then I start writing copy. For us at Google, writing the copy is perhaps the most important thing that we start with. We spend lots of time writing it as a team and getting it edited by many people. Nothing that we publish is published without many layers of approval. So once we get the writing perfect and we send it to various teams to approve, then we start looking at images. And we think, what's going to be the image that makes people stop? Why are people going to be, once they're scrolling through a busy feed with lots of news, lots of fun memes, lots of announcements, why are people going to stop and listen to what a corporation has to say? So we look for compelling images, and we will work with people to reshoot stuff or to provide best practices. I think the thing to always remember about social media is that it's still a really fun field and it's really creative. And even though marketing sometimes feels really serious and important, what we're doing is still really fun. And it's an opportunity to try new things and be creative. My biggest recommendation is don't lose sight of the fact that you're doing something every day that's fun and original and creative, and just keep enjoying it.
You've made it to the end of this section of the course, where you've learned all about the third pillar of social media marketing, listening and engagement. We've explored what social listening is and how it can help you understand the social media sentiment around your brand, engage your customers, and increase your customer acquisitions. You've learned some social listening tactics, such as locating where people are talking about you and what they're saying, assessing your competition, and choosing a tool to help you in the process. We've also discussed some ways to engage your social media audience and gain followers. You learned that responding to comments quickly and authentically provides excellent customer service. Getting to know your audience and creating valuable and creative content can help boost your social media engagement. You've also discovered some specific strategies for growing your followers on Twitter, including tweeting often, using hashtags effectively, and posting attention-grabbing visuals. You've learned that to write effectively for social media, it helps to research and write to your target audience. Speak like them and include a call to action at the end of your posts. You also understand why it's important to develop a social media brand voice and how you can start to develop this voice by defining your brand's personality, finding the appropriate tone for different posts, and creating brand voice guidelines. Finally, you've learned that social media marketers repurpose a lot of existing content to save time and increase their reach. And we've discussed a few ways to do this. When you're new to marketing on social media listening and engaging with your audience can teach you a lot about your brand. They give you the opportunity to experience your brand from your audience point of view, which can help you create content that is more valuable to them. Amazing job! Up next, we'll get into the next pillar of social media marketing, analytics and reporting. Let's say you've implemented a bunch of social listening strategies and you've gained some valuable insights about your customers, potential customers, and competitors. Tracking and analyzing data collected from your social media platforms can provide even more insight into your campaign's performance, which you can use to adapt your social media strategy to make your campaign more successful. For example, you might realize that a particular post is generating a lot of engagement, so you decide to create a similar post like it. Once you've collected the data, you can report on it and the strategic decision that you've made based on your analysis to the team members, stakeholders, and clients. That brings us to the fourth pillar of social media marketing, analytics and reporting. In a later course, we'll explore how to use analytics for all of your marketing channels. In this section, you'll learn what social media analytics involves and why it is so beneficial for your marketing campaigns. We'll discuss common metrics to track in your social media campaigns and how different platforms define their metrics differently. You'll explore some popular social media analytics tools and learn how to use them. You'll also learn how to conduct social media testing. We'll also talk about how to analyze the data you've collected to inform your decision-making and overall marketing strategy. Finally, we'll discuss how to share your analysis and findings through social media reports. We'll discuss what information a social media report should include and how to present it. You'll also be introduced to some tools and templates that can help you create social media reports. Meet me in the next video to get started. Social media analytics can be a powerful tool to guide your current and future campaigns in the right direction. Just like social listening, you'll use analytics to help you make better decisions, solve problems, improve performance, and understand your audience. With social listening, the information you gather is qualitative. Qualitative data describes qualities or characteristics. It is data gathered through observation, such as listening to the language people use when talking about your business. Analytics, on the other hand, looks at quantitative data. Quantitative data is the information that can be counted or compared on a numeric scale. It's data you can measure numerically, such as the number of clicks on a platform in a certain time period. Analytics will be a crucial component of all of your marketing efforts. Imagine you developed and launched a social media campaign for your company's latest product. To find out how your audience is receiving your campaign, you might want to learn some specifics. What percentage of your followers interacted with your post? How many people watched your videos? Social media analytics can help you answer these questions. Social media analytics is a process of tracking, collecting, and analyzing data from social media platforms to improve an organization's strategic business decisions. Let's discuss the different ways in which social media analytics can support your campaigns. To begin with, social media analytics can help you better understand your audience. Using analytics, you can learn which types of content result in the best audience engagement. And analyzing audience engagement with posts shows you when your audience is most active online. This can help you determine the best time to post on different platforms. You can also draw insights from data to inform your platform choices. As we've discussed, your content may perform better on some platforms than on others. Using analytics, you can measure your engagement, traffic, and sales on different platforms. You can then use this information to decide which platforms to publish on and how to prioritize your time on different platforms. You can focus more of your time on the platforms that are giving you the best performance. Through analytics, you can learn what content drives the best results. For example, you can monitor whether images, videos, or links do better on particular platforms or which type of images perform best. Some platforms like Facebook and Twitter have analytics tools that show you what type of content received the highest level of engagement. Analytics can help you learn from your competitors too. Twitter, for instance, allows you to analyze all public conversations on the platform. Analyzing your competitors' data allows you to evaluate what they do well and what mistakes they make. This can inform how you adapt and improve your own content and strategy. Social media analytics also allows you to measure your social media ROI, return on investment, for your clients. If your goal is to increase brand awareness, for example, you might use analytics tools to measure how many followers you've gained on different platforms in a given time period. Presenting this data to your stakeholders helps prove the effectiveness of your social media campaigns. The insights you gain from analytics can help you improve your social media strategy. Analytics helps you understand what is working well in your social media strategy and what is not as effective. This allows you to better focus your time, efforts, and budget. For example, you can use analytics to compile demographic information about your target audience on social media. This can help you refine your marketing tactics for that audience. A number of social media platforms have analytics tools that enable you to collect and evaluate data from their site. There are also many social media analytic tools available to help you track performance across multiple platforms and create reports. Examples include Google Analytics, Sprout Social, Hootsuite Analytics, and Buffer Analyze. We'll talk more about the tools like these later in this lesson. Social media analytics helps you better understand your brand, your audience, and your competitors. By analyzing the data, you can refine your social media strategies to help achieve your goals and objectives. Coming up, we'll discuss common social media metrics to track. From potential reach to applause rate, there are a dozen of social media metrics you could track to help you measure progress towards your campaign goals. This video will explore some of the most common social media metrics, how they fit into the social media marketing funnel, and why it's helpful to track them. To review, a metric is a quantifiable measurement that is used to track and assess a business objective. Your social media goal will determine which metrics you focus on and work to optimize. As we discussed earlier in this course, you'll set goals when you develop your social media strategy. You'll select these goals based on the goal of the larger marketing campaign you're working on, which is often determined by the goals of your business. Each goal of your social media marketing campaign will be geared at guiding people through the stages of the social media marketing funnel: awareness, consideration, conversion, and loyalty. Consequently, each goal will have related metrics that will help you measure progress towards that goal. Let's discuss some common metrics related to goals in each of the stages of the marketing funnel. To review, the first stage of the marketing funnel is awareness, which is when your goal is to capture your audience's attention. At this stage, you'll track metrics related to brand awareness. When you measure brand awareness, you analyze the attention your brand receives across all of your social media platforms during a reporting period, such as a week, month, or quarter. Metrics related to brand awareness include the number of shares, mentions, links to your content, and impressions your brand has received in a given time period. An impression is when a piece of content is displayed to your target audience. Another common awareness-related metric is potential reach, which measures how many people have potentially seen a post since you published it. For example, if a person retweets a post on Twitter, then you can assume that potentially a certain percentage of their followers will also see the post. This metric helps you assess your progress towards expanding your social media audience. Once your potential customers are aware of your brand, they enter into the next stage in the marketing funnel, consideration. This is when your customers are thinking about doing business with you. At this point, you can start to measure engagement metrics like applause rate, which is a number of approval actions such as likes, mentions, retweets, or favorites that a post receives relative to your total number of followers. A high applause rate shows that your audience finds that piece of content valuable. It indicates a level of interest in your brand, which could lead to making a purchase. Additionally, knowing what kind of content your audience engages with can help you decide what content to create next. Once potential customers have decided to make a purchase, they'll enter the conversion stage. At this point, you can measure things like referrals, which indicate how someone was guided to your website. You can track how many people were referred to your website from all your social media platforms and measure the referrals you receive on a specific platform. You can also measure conversions, which refer to the completion of an activity that contributes to the success of a business. These activities can include anything from clicking on a link to buying something. Social conversions are actions a person takes on your website because of having seen your social media campaigns recently. After someone becomes a customer, your goal is to build their loyalty. In this stage of the funnel, you might measure things like the number of customer testimonials you receive. A customer testimonial is any customer review, assessment, comment, endorsement, or interview relating to your brand. When people are enthusiastic about your brand, they are more likely to share their positive feelings with others. Customer testimonials on social media can help build trust and credibility in your brand while boosting your brand's social media presence. You can also measure customer loyalty with specific metrics called Net Promoter Score. A Net Promoter Score, or NPS, helps predict future customer engagement by asking customers, how likely is it that you would recommend our product to a friend? Customers respond on a scale of 1 to 10. Depending on the number they choose, they are considered either unhappy customers, satisfied but unenthusiastic customers, or loyal enthusiasts. Reviewing NPS can help you measure customer satisfaction and predict potential future sales. Metrics are important because they show whether your social media strategy is successful over time. By studying different metrics from each stage of the marketing funnel, you can better understand your brand's social media performance. As you adjust your social media strategy, you can track additional metrics that are relevant to your business. At the beginning of this course, you learn to develop a social media marketing strategy before you start planning and publishing posts. Based on insights you discover through analytics, you might also need to adapt your social media strategy during your campaigns. In this video, we'll discuss how data analysis can inform your social strategy. Once you've identified metrics, chosen a tool to track them, and collected the data, you need to determine what the data means and which strategic decisions you'll make in response to it. Let's discuss some different ways that data might affect your decision and strategy. To begin, data analysis can help you improve your social media content. Measuring engagement data shows you what content resonates with your audience and what doesn't. You can also assess how things like post length, visuals, hashtags, and tone affect engagement. You might decide to adjust your content strategy based on those findings. For example, if the data shows that posts containing infographics are getting higher engagement, you could plan to publish more infographics in the future. Similarly, you can track competitors' engagement data to identify their success factors, including which of their content performs best, which platforms their content is shared on most, and which influencers are most effective at promoting their content. Based on that information, you can adjust your own strategy. Furthermore, tracking data like the shares or retweets of different content can help you spot emerging trends across social media. For example, augmented reality, a technology that superimposes a computer-generated image onto a user's view of the real world, is an emerging trend on social media that's very interactive and therefore highly effective for engagement. Analyzing this data can give you insights into what content, products, and advertising are creating the most interest online. This can help you create real-time marketing content that's relevant to what people are most interested in at any given time. If you find that a large percentage of your audience is sharing posts about a particular news story, for instance, then you might create content related to that story. Analytics can also help you determine the best platform for your brand. When you track different metrics on each of your platforms, you can get a better understanding of how your content performs on those platforms. Then you can target the platforms on which your content performs best. For example, if some of your posts are performing much better on Facebook than on Instagram, then you could continue to publish similar content on Facebook while adjusting your content strategy for Instagram. And finally, analytics enables you to customize content for your customers. By gathering data about specific customers based on their personas, you can provide customers with customized content. For instance, you might create targeted content for a local audience that references local issues, interests, locations, or weather. Customized content has been shown to drive engagement and conversions. This is because customers appreciate brands that seem authentic and trustworthy, and personalized content can provide that impression. Social media marketing and analytics go hand in hand. As a digital marketer, you'll use analytics to learn more about your customers and find out how they feel about your brand and your competitors' brands. You can then make data-informed decisions that can improve your content and marketing strategy. Later in this section, we'll discuss how to present the data you've gathered to others in the social media report.
Hi, I'm John. I work on social media for the hardware business at Google. Google hardware includes our Pixel smartphone business and our Nest smart home business. We run social media channels for the set of different product lines, talking about the latest innovation in smartphone or smart home technology. The job for social media within Google's hardware business is to manage the strategy, how we relate to our customers and potential fans on social media. Data is certainly helpful in all of social media marketing. You want to make sure that what you're doing is worthwhile. I would think of social media analytics in two different ways. There's one, reporting, and the second would be social listening. And so on the reporting side, is it getting good engagement? Are we getting likes? Are we getting comments? Are we getting shares or other types of engagements? It's very important for any social media professional to know, my post has resonated. On the social listening side, is there an interesting opportunity where we can jump in? Before engaging in a campaign or a new project, we take a look at social media conversation just to see what's out there. We want to make sure that as a brand or as a company, we're going to be additive to a conversation. We don't just want to repeat what other folks are sharing out there. Common sense and having a gut feeling is essential in social media marketing. You need to understand what your brand stands for. You need to generally understand your audience. At the end of the day, if we see a post take off or create a conversation, it means that it was meaningful in some way, that we weren't just adding noise, that we were reaching people to talk about something that they actually cared about and are interested in participating in. And so if you're looking to start out, the most important thing you can do is actually use social media. Social media is open to all. That's one of the most beautiful things about it. If you are advocating for a business or want to be trained up in a business, go and create an account, go and use that account. The greatest thing about social media is that you can post, you can also just pay attention. You can read it. You can see how different audiences engage. And so if you're looking to start out, the most important thing you can do is actually use social media.
Imagine you're working on a social media campaign. You've used analytics to measure your progress towards your goals at every stage of the marketing funnel. And you've analyzed the data you've gathered to make informed decisions about your social media strategy moving forward. Now it's time to share those learnings and decisions through a social media report. A social media report is a document that presents and tracks relevant data about your social media activities. Social media reports allow marketers to visualize and present their social media data in an easy-to-understand way. They help justify their strategy and the decisions they've made based on the data to colleagues or clients, as well as provide them with valuable insights. Depending on your role, the size of your company, and what resources are available, you might be adding to a report someone else creates, making one yourself, or just reading over a report for insights. Additionally, a social media report can be anything from a quick email with a few key data points, a snapshot of a particular post's performance on a given platform, a spreadsheet with detailed data from all of your social platforms, or a slideshow with key findings and analysis. Regardless of your contribution to the report or how the data is presented, it's important to understand what components are generally included. To begin with, there are some things marketers need to consider when crafting a report. Social media reports need to be tailored to their audience. For example, marketing team members, stakeholders, and clients will have different needs and different information they want to know. Reports might include more or less detailed data on a specific item, depending on who the audience will be. For example, a report created for a marketing team might include detailed data about a particular social media campaign, while one created for managers might focus more on campaign highlights. Also, a report should include the data most relevant to the audience and to the company's social media KPIs. A KPI, or Key Performance Indicator, is a measurement used to gauge how successful an organization is in its efforts to reach a business or marketing goal. Social media KPIs are used to assess whether a social media marketing strategy is effective. They are determined by a campaign goals, such as awareness or engagement. A useful social media report will focus on the KPIs and metrics that are most relevant to the business. For example, if a business has a social media KPI related to reach, then a report might highlight data about impressions, audience growth rate, or follower count. Reporting frequency also varies and can be customized depending on what data will be reported and how the insights will be used. Most social media platforms allow data to be pulled from their analytics tools based on specific data ranges or reporting periods. For example, social media reports could be produced weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Now that you understand what marketers need to consider when putting together a social media report, let's discuss some specific elements that might go into one. Let's say a report focuses on a campaign's performance on Instagram in a particular week, and the main goal of the campaign was engagement. The report would include relevant campaign information for that week, such as the date range and the number of posts, followers gained or lost, likes, comments, shares, link clicks, and video views. Many social media reports also include charts or graphs. Visualizing data with charts can help an audience understand the information in the report. These charts can be created using analytics tools such as Google Analytics or HubSpot, or reporting tools on individual platforms. An effective social media report also provides context that helps the audience understand the report and connect to the story the data is telling. Reports should indicate how the data relates to particular KPIs, for example. Our reports might include a comparison of data in the current reporting period to the previous data. For example, a report could compare number of likes in the current reporting period to the number in the same reporting period last month and highlight any growth. This allows the audience to spot trends, note progress, and identify issues. That brings us to analysis. This is the part of the report that explains what the data actually means. For instance, analyzing the number of engagement per post could help identify the types of content that resonates best with the target audience. This section should include an evaluation and explanation of why the campaign may have gotten the results it did. The reasons behind the data can help marketers determine and justify to their audience how best to adjust their strategy. Social media reports help marketers convey key information about their strategy, activities, and progress towards their goals to others. Understanding what goes into a social media report helps prepare you to contribute to them and read them for insights that can improve your social media strategy. Coming up, we'll discuss how to present a social media report to stakeholders. When you're a digital marketer, presenting is part of the job. Even if you've put together a clear, compelling social media report, you still need to present it well to make sure your audience understands the data, your analysis of it, and the decisions you've made based on that analysis. You may not be expected to present social media reports yourself early in your digital marketing career, but presenting is an essential skill that you'll eventually need and that only gets better with practice. In this video, we'll discuss how to present your social media report effectively. When you're delivering your report, you need your audience to understand the key points you're making about the data you're sharing, but you also want to connect with them emotionally. For example, if you're growing your social media audience by 30% on LinkedIn in the last quarter, share your excitement. Or maybe inject some surprising statistics, entertaining anecdotes, or a particularly favorable customer review received on social media platforms into your presentation. Tapping into your audience emotion will grab their attention and help keep them engaged. In order to make sure your audience is following you, pace yourself. Speak slowly, keep your sentences brief, and use intentional pauses. Guide your audience through your presentation by helping them notice what you've noticed about the data, and transition between sections by using phrases like building on this point or as I mentioned before. Also, check in with your audience periodically throughout the presentation to find out if they have any questions. If your audience isn't familiar with a social media term or metric, for example, you may need to define it for them. As you're presenting, you also need to be flexible. For example, it's possible that someone may have to leave your presentation unexpectedly. That other attendees may arrive late, or that answering people's questions take longer than you had planned for. Consider the approach you'd take if you had to shorten your presentation. Know the most important points you'd want to make and be prepared to share only those points, should the unexpected occur. You should also be ready to pivot the discussion according to what is the most important to your audience. If your audience contains your company's finance analyst or upper management, for instance, they may want to spend extra time discussing data related to conversions. Lastly, to present effectively, you need to be well prepared. Ample practice can help you identify things like awkward phrasing and other issues. Or if you tend to feel a little nervous before you present, good preparation can help calm your nerves and make you feel more confident. Preparing ahead of time also helps you identify and come up with answers to the types of questions your audience might have. And it gives you time to prepare to justify the strategic decisions that you want to make if any member of your audience have concerns about them. For example, let's say you like to expand your social media marketing efforts to a new platform, but a manager is concerned about having the resources to do so effectively. By having prepared for this type of response in advance, you can clearly explain both why you think expanding to a new platform is a sound strategy and how you plan to reallocate resources to make this possible. To help you prepare ahead of time, you might practice delivering your presentation to a member of a team and invite them to offer feedback, ask questions, or share concerns. The presentation techniques we've discussed here will serve you well, not just when you have to deliver social media reports, but in all of your marketing presentations. When you connect with your audience and take the time to respond to their questions and concerns, you keep them engaged in your presentation and help them understand it. And by being prepared, you can feel more confident that your presentation will be effective, regardless of any unexpected arisings. Developing your presentation skills can also benefit when you're looking for a job, because employers value these skills. And the same techniques you use to present to an audience, you can also use to present yourself at interviews. In this section, we explored social media analytics, the process of identifying, collecting, and analyzing data from your social media platforms to make strategic decisions. Let's recap what you learned. Studying data has many benefits, including helping you understand your audience and competitors, learning what content works best on what platforms, and improving your strategy. There are many tools available that can help you gather data. In order to use these tools, you need to choose which metrics to track. These metrics should be aligned with the goals of your social media campaign. You will track different metrics to follow your customers and potential customers through every stage of the marketing funnel. During the awareness stage, you'll track metrics like impressions and potential reach. In the consideration stage, you'll track engagement metrics like applause rate. You'll track metrics like referral and conversions in the conversion stage. And in the loyalty stage, you'll track customer loyalty metrics like Net Promoter Score. After you've collected the data you're interested in, you can make strategic decisions based on it. For example, you can learn what content performs best on what platforms and publish more content like it. Or you can create content related to emerging trends you learned about through your research. You'll need to share your findings with colleagues and clients through a social media report. The data you include in your social media reports should be based on your audience and your social media KPIs. Your report will contain the details of the data you collected, presented with visuals such as charts and graphs. You'll also provide a thorough analysis of what the data means. To present your report effectively, you'll want to connect with your audience emotionally. Leave time to answer their questions and be well prepared. Analytics will be an essential component of all of your digital marketing activities. In order to know where your marketing efforts are succeeding and where you are falling short of your goals, you need to collect and analyze data from your campaigns. We'll explore how to use analytics to inform and improve your strategy further in later courses. In the next part of this course, you'll learn to bolster your marketing campaigns through paid social media. Throughout your social media marketing campaigns, you'll likely utilize a combination of organic and paid media. As we've discussed, social media is one of the best marketing channels for generating organic media. However, organic media alone might not be enough to accomplish all of your social media marketing goals. For some campaigns, you may want to implement the fifth pillar of social media marketing, paid social media. In this section, we'll discuss the benefits of paid social media. We'll look at how both organic and paid social media can benefit your campaigns, depending on your goals. And we'll discuss how to implement both into your strategy. We'll also explore different ad formats on social media and how to choose formats based on your goals. You'll learn how to reach people who have already shown interest in your business or products through remarketing techniques. And we'll also discuss how to set a paid social media budget and what different types of social media ads cost. Ready to go? Let's discuss how to fit paid social media into your social media marketing puzzle. For your marketing campaigns to be successful on social media, you may need to use a combination of both organic and paid social media. To review, organic media does not require paid promotion. Conversely, paid media is any promotion a brand pays. In this video, we'll discuss what paid social media is and how it can benefit your campaigns. Paid social media involves displaying paid ads or sponsored marketing messages on social media platforms to target a specific audience. In other words, paid social media is marketing you pay for on social media. You pay to advertise on social media platforms in order to share your content with specific audiences. By developing highly relevant advertisements or paying to boost your organic content, you can more effectively reach both new customers and returning one. Examples of paid social media include paid per click advertising, a type of advertising where you pay each time someone clicks on your ad, branded content, which is any post that is produced by a third-party product, brand, or sponsor, and influencer-generated content, which is any post created by an influencer that promotes a brand's product and services. You can identify social media ads by the sponsored or promoted tag near the post. Paid social media helps target audiences and drive sales, just as organic social media does. However, paid social media offers additional benefits as well. Paid social media is a great way to increase brand awareness. It allows you to place your ads in a prominent position in your audience's feed. This helps get your audience's attention even if they weren't searching for you or following anything related to your brand. Another benefit of placing paid ads on social media is that they can reach your audience quickly. Organic posts can sometimes take days for your audience to see due to platform algorithms, and this time can cost you leads, especially if you're running a shorter campaign. With paid social media, you can increase your posts' rank in users' feeds and therefore reduce the amount of time it takes for people to see them. You can also target your most relevant customers through paid social media. For example, you can set up campaigns to only serve ads to people in a certain age range or region. You can also create campaigns to target followers, previous customers, or people who've bounced from your website. Platforms have ad preferences that users can set so they see ads based on what they're interested in. Since you set the parameters of your ad targeting, you can ensure your ads are displayed to the people most likely to click on them. Using paid social media, you can increase your remarketing capabilities as well. Remarketing is a process of displaying paid ads to customers who have visited your website, app, or social media profile. When a social media user visits your website, you can send them remarketed ads over social media multiple times in different formats. When users see a remarketed ad, it increases the likelihood that they will purchase your product over a competitor's. For example, if a user sees a remarketed ad on their social media profile for a shirt they were already looking at on your website, then that shirt is more likely to be in their minds when they go to purchase. Paid social media can increase the success of your marketing campaigns. When used strategically, paid social media can boost brand awareness, get your message to your audience more quickly, and help you target and remarket to specific customers. We'll talk more about how to use paid social media effectively throughout this section. Up to this point, we've mostly been focusing on how to work with organic social media. However, you will probably combine organic posts with paid social media to help meet marketing goals more effectively. In this video, we'll discuss how to use paid social media to achieve specific goals. Organic and paid social media work together, and they are both important parts of a strong social media strategy. You already learned that you can use organic social media to gain new customers and followers, promote your brand, and conduct audience research. You can use paid social media to accomplish these goals as well. Paid social media can also be used to achieve some different goals. We've discussed how organic social media is ideal for nurturing connections with customers through communication and relationship building. Paid social media, on the other hand, is best for raising brand awareness, targeting specific audiences, and driving conversions. Let's talk about how you can use paid social media to help achieve these goals. Previously, you learned that you can gather data about your content's performance using analytics tools. By analyzing this data, you can identify the content that resonates most with your target audience. Then, you can use funds from your paid media budget to boost top-performing organic content so it reaches more people. For example, you can use a tool like the Promote feature in Hootsuite to select your top posts and boost them. Or you can set up automatic triggers to boost successful posts based on your criteria you select. I promoted a video I produced on the importance of taking a human-centric approach to marketing. Promoting the video helped us reach even more users and scale the impact of our content. You can also use paid social media to target your ideal customer more precisely. Using the data you've gathered about your existing customers, you can create lookalike audiences. A lookalike audience is composed of people with similar demographics and behaviors who haven't yet been introduced to your brand. For example, you might create a lookalike audience similar to customers who have purchased from you in the past 6 months. Then you can craft ads that are highly relevant to that audience. Before running an ad, you can use A/B testing to optimize it. Previously, we discussed using A/B testing to compare 2 versions of the same web page. For social media, A/B testing involves comparing 2 versions of an ad to determine which has the higher conversion rate. Social ads cost money, and you want to make sure that money is well spent. Before you devote a hefty chunk of your social media budget to an ad, you can test it with a smaller audience to see how well it performs. Using A/B testing, you can assess the strength of your ad's messaging, calls to action, copywriting, visuals, placements, and formats. You can also test your ad among different demographic groups. Based on the results of your tests, you can adjust your ad to improve its performance. A/B testing your organic posts can provide valuable insights about what content performs best. This can help you make decisions about what content you should pay to promote and what elements to include in your ads. And finally, you can remarket ads on social media to drive more conversions. Through remarketing, you can reach people who are already familiar with your business. For example, let's say a person adds a pair of jeans to their shopping cart on your website but doesn't follow through with the purchase. By nudging them with a remarketing ad for that pair of jeans or similar items in their social media feed, you may be able to move them into the conversion stage. When used strategically to achieve specific goals, paid social media can be highly effective at moving your customers through the marketing funnel. Coming up, we'll talk more about how to develop your paid social media strategy. Now that you've learned why paid social media can be such a useful component of social media marketing, it's time to plan your paid strategy and learn how to set up an ad campaign. In this video, we'll show you how to set up a campaign for an ad on Twitter. But most social media platforms will guide you through setting up a campaign in a similar way. Start with your objective. In order to get the results you'd like, it's important to clearly define the purpose of your paid campaign. Do you want to gain more followers? Get more engagement with your posts? Generate more brand awareness? Encourage your customers to sign up for something or make a purchase based on a particular offer? Setting the objective for your paid social media strategy helps guide your users to your end goal, such as an offer on your website, an email subscription form, or your social media profile itself. Goal setting also ensures that you're tracking the right metrics and KPIs associated with your campaign. When you begin setting up your ad on a platform, select your objective. Then you can build your campaign around this objective. Next, determine who your audience will be. Your paid social media campaign should be built around reaching one of your customer personas on social media. As a reminder, a customer persona represents a group of similar people in a desirable audience. Unlike with organic social media, it can get expensive to reach a wide audience with ads. Narrowing down your target audience can help you allocate your budget more effectively. You can use filters and other criteria to narrow down your audience when you're setting up your ad. You can target people by gender, age, and physical location. You can even target people according to things like keywords, interests, and events. Once you've defined your objective and audience, consider what social media platforms would best serve your campaign. You should invest in social platforms that you're familiar with and have an established audience on. If this is your first paid social media campaign, you may just want to focus on the social media platform that is currently your biggest source of leads. We'll discuss how to choose platforms for your ads later in this section. Then, define the length of your campaign. Do you want your campaign to last 1 week, 2 weeks, or a month? Set specific start and end dates for your campaign. You'll also have to set a budget for your campaign. You can start by researching the average advertising cost on that platform. Some platforms require that you spend a minimum ad budget for each ad group. If you spend a certain amount on some platforms, you may also have access to special features and the opportunity to work with platform managers to optimize your campaign and even refine your creative content and messaging. You pay for ads on social media through an auction-style format, bidding for an optimal advertising position on each platform. If you win the auction, you then pay the agreed upon amount for things like each click, view, like, or impression on that platform for your ad. We'll get into how to budget for and bid on social media ads a little later in this section. And of course, you'll need to develop and upload your campaign content or creatives. Creatives are any content that can be promoted in a campaign, such as text, images, GIFs, or videos. To develop your creatives, first familiarize yourself with the required ad specs, including dimension, sizes, and formats for different platforms. Carefully craft your call to action phrases and marketing messaging so that your ads land with your target audience. And as we've discussed previously, you may want to perform some organic testing to ensure your assets are optimized. Once your creatives are ready, upload them to the social media platform. And finally, after your ad has been approved by the platform, you can launch your campaign. Once it's launched, your ads will automatically post at the campaign start date and time you set. Just like with organic content, you can use a social media calendar to plan and publish your ads. And as you go through the initial stages of any campaign, you will likely need to do some fine-tuning to your ads to optimize their performance. We'll talk more about how best to target your paid social media in the next section. Think back to a time when you visited a company's website and looked at a product but left without making a purchase. Maybe you were still considering whether or not you wanted to buy it, or you just got distracted by something else. Then, a little later, you saw an ad for the same product on one of your social media profiles. That's remarketing in practice. To review, remarketing or retargeting displayed paid ads on target customers who have visited your website, app, or social media profile. Remarketing gives you another opportunity to reach potential leads or customers. By increasing the number of times customers see your ads, you help ensure that your brand will be in their minds when they're evaluating their purchase options. Remarketing also helps companies personalize their marketing. Rather than displaying ads to random users, remarketing targets previous visitors and creates a personalized experience for them. This can lead to more conversions. Let's talk a bit about how remarketing works. As we discussed earlier in the program, remarketing can be used with various digital marketing channels, including paid search, display, email, and social media. There are two main types of remarketing: pixel and list-based. Pixel-based remarketing sends ads automatically to the user after placing a cookie into their web browser that tracks the page and products they viewed. A cookie is a small file stored on devices that allow you to track user behavior and analyze traffic. When the user leaves your website and browses their social media profiles or other websites, ad networks like Google Ads or Facebook Ad Manager are notified to display specific ads to that user based on what they looked at previously. If you have the email addresses of potential customers, you can also use list-based remarketing to personalize the ads you send them. List-based remarketing uses lists of existing customers or visitors who have provided you with their email address and shows specific ads to them. Be sure to handle all user data you collect with care to protect users' privacy. Platforms like Google and Facebook hash all data when it's uploaded for this purpose. Hashing is a security method which turns the personal information in your email lists into randomized code. To start list-based remarketing, you'll upload your list of email contacts to the platform of your choice. Your audience will then start seeing your ads as they browse through that platform. Here are a few best practices for remarketing effectively on social media. Personalize your ads based on a specific audience. Rather than displaying ads to every user who visited your profile previously, segment audiences into interest-based groups. This allows you to personalize ads that specifically appeal to each group. To do this, you can create a custom audience in the platform of your choice, like this example from Twitter. Custom audiences allow you to create relevant remarketing campaigns to reach highly specific groups of people by uploading your own email list of existing customers and followers. You can also remarket to people who have purchased from you in the past. Almost half of the overall revenue from US online retailers come from repeat customers. For example, if someone purchased a toy from your company previously, you could remarket to them with additional offers on children's products. Make sure to limit the frequency with which specific users see your ad. This helps you avoid the risk of having a potential customer feel overwhelmed. It's also good practice to untag visitors who have followed through with a purchase. This helps ensure people don't see too many of your ads after they've already converted. Remarketing on social media can be a worthwhile use of your campaign ad funds. When tailored to your organization, audience, and marketing goals, remarketing can improve your reach and increase your conversion rates. Coming up, we'll talk more about how to craft an effective social media ad. The goals you set in your paid social media strategy, such as building brand awareness or gaining more followers, will help guide your budget. Once you know what you want to achieve, you can figure out what funding you need to help you get there. When you're new to digital marketing, you may not be the one making decisions about the funding devoted to your social media budget. Still, it's good to get a sense of which components are generally included in a budget for paid social media. This can help you consider how to best allocate resources when working on your campaigns. The social media ad budget for different companies will vary. In general, though, companies' paid social budgets are determined by their annual revenue. According to a survey conducted by Gartner, businesses on average spend around 10 to 13% of their annual revenue on marketing, and about 25% of the budget goes to paid media like search and social media. Your company may invest more or less on social media, depending on your past return on investment from social media and other marketing channels. Let's talk about what paid social media budget generally includes. First, there's your ad spend. Your ad spend is how much your company spends directly on advertisements. It's what you pay on social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn to serve your ads. It also includes what you pay to influencers to promote your content. However, your ad spend is only part of your entire paid social media budget. There's also the expense associated with tools and technologies you'll need to launch, manage, and optimize your social media advertising campaign. Tools you might invest in include social media management software, social listening and analytics software, photo and video editing programs, stock photography and video subscriptions, and influencer marketing platforms. An influencer marketing platform is software that provides influencer discovery tools such as large searchable databases of potential influencers. It's helpful to experiment with free tools before investing in paid ones. Even if you don't plan to spend money on tools, it's a good idea to set aside some of your budget for unexpected costs. When considering your company's paid social media costs, you'll also need to think about how you'll create content. Even if you're handling some of the content development internally, you may still need to pay for things like photography, graphic design, video development, including talent and production costs, and copywriting. Next, there's a cost of management. Management tasks include things like strategy, content planning and publishing, social listening, engagement, and analytics and reporting. In some cases, a company may partner with a digital marketing agency to help manage these types of tasks. Keep in mind, even if many of these tasks are completed by your internal team, there may still be associated costs that apply to your social advertising budget. Paid social media budgets generally include not just ad spend, but also the cost of tools, content creation, and any management-related expenses. When you understand what needs to be accounted for in a paid social media budget, you can make decisions that will allow you to stretch that budget further. Coming up, we'll talk about how bidding on social media ads work. Once you've established a budget for a given social media ad campaign, you can determine how much to bid on your ad in that campaign. As we discussed earlier, most social media ads are sold in an auction format. You set a maximum bid for a target result, such as click or a number of impressions, or a maximum budget per day. The outcome of the auction tells the platform how much you will pay for your ad to be served to your target audience. When you set up an ad campaign on a given platform, you will select a bidding strategy. A bidding strategy tells how much you will pay for each user action related to an ad. Your bidding strategy will depend on the goal of your ad campaign, your advertising budget, and other factors such as market research. There are dozens of bidding strategies for ads on social media, and these vary from platform to platform. However, here are some of the most common ones, how they work, and their advantages. CPC, or cost per click, is the amount you pay when someone clicks on your ad. A click means that someone read your ad, thought it was of interest, and clicked on it to learn more. A primary advantage of cost per click is that it's cost effective. You pay only when someone actually clicks on your banner or link. CPC is a great strategy when you want to drive traffic to your website. Next, there's CPA, or cost per action. CPA is the amount you pay when someone completes a desired action. This is also sometimes known as cost per acquisition. With CPA, the focus is on what a person does after they've clicked on your ad, such as signing up for a newsletter, watching a video, requesting a callback, making an actual purchase, or taking any other specified action. You pay every time this action takes place. Unlike other marketing methods where you pay for ads with no guarantee of sales, CPA costs nothing upfront. Your ads will be shown no matter what your CPA bid is set at, and you only pay when someone completes a specified action. The platform will serve your ads to the people most likely to complete the action you have set. CPA is an ideal strategy if your main goal are to increase conversion and generate revenue. CPA also allows you to compare your ads' performance across platforms. And then there's CPM. CPM, or cost per 1,000 impressions, is the amount you pay for every 1,000 impressions an ad receives. As a reminder, an impression is when a piece of content is displayed to your target audience. CPM charges you whenever your ad is viewed 1,000 times. CPM is ideal for social media campaigns that focus on raising brand awareness, delivering specific messages, and increasing engagement. When all you want to do is maximize your visibility, click-through rates and conversion rates are not as essential. Just like with many of the other strategic decisions you will make related to your social media marketing campaigns, your choice of a bidding strategy will depend on your goals. Fortunately, when you create your ad, most platforms will provide a recommended bid based on your stated goal. And by analyzing data related to a specific ad's performance, you can adjust your bidding strategies for future campaigns. You've almost reached the end of this section. In a bit, we'll review what you've learned about paid social media campaigns.
Hi there, I'm Sabrina, and I'm the VP and Country Manager of Google Canada. So the team I work on is a team of digital marketers, folks just like you, who have really learned the skills of the trades and are working with Canadian clients to help them make the most out of their investments with Google and really deliver on their business objectives. There are so many things about this job that I love. I think first and foremost, I love the people that I work with. But I think the second thing is this is an industry, digital marketing, technology, but even business, it's always changing. So there isn't a day that I don't learn something, and there isn't a day that I don't feel like I'm having impact at scale. An entry-level digital marketer is going to be working with a range of different stakeholders. You're going to be working with the people on your team. You're going to be working with agencies. If you're on, the side of a media company, you'll be working with clients. There's going to be misunderstandings. There are going to be moments that may be perceived as conflict. Conflict is something that happens on a daily basis. We're all trying to communicate. We're trying to get things done. Sometimes the understanding of that can be different. There are different types of conflict that people can experience in the workplace. I think some of it is just communication, right? And communication misunderstanding. Maybe someone's communication style or what they say is not reflective of their intent. Another type of conflict might be you actually have different ideas about how to get something done. Sometimes that's really productive conflict because the tension in that helps you figure out what is the best path forward. A third type of conflict is really around interpersonal, where sometimes it is more about the personalities, and that's trickier, especially when it's overlaid with emotion. But I think in all three of those scenarios that I've just described, it's an opportunity for honest dialogue. It's an opportunity for feedback based on trust. These interactions are always going to make the outcome and make you better. I was in a meeting recently where I saw a conversation unfold and it made me feel uncomfortable. And it felt like it could have been a little bit like conflict. So I called the person up. I asked, could we have a one-to-one? And I shared with them my experience of the conflict. There's a great book called Difficult Conversations. And I remember reading that early on. And the formula is, this is what I experienced had happened. This is the impact on me. Can you help me understand from your perspective what that looked like? And in that dialogue, what I unearthed was the intention was absolutely not what I had experienced. So I think the thing with conflict is that it's just always an opportunity, especially if you're feeling bad about it, an opportunity to go back to the person that you were dealing with, to have an open invitation of a conversation, to explain what you saw happened, and to really invite the person on the other end to explain their side of the perspective and find a path forward together. You may actually find out that people don't see you the way that you think that they might be seeing you, and they see you in a much more positive light than what you're thinking about yourself in that moment. Conflict, experiencing conflict, difficult conversations, difficult people that you might interpret, it really is part of life. And I think one of the opportunities is when you feel that there was something left unsaid or something misunderstood, it's such an opportunity to build that muscle of going back to the person, having a conversation based on trust and open dialogue, and really following the framework of, here's what I experienced, this is the impact that it had on me. Can I understand your perspective? And then let's understand a good path forward.
In this section, we discuss the fifth pillar of social media marketing, paid social media. You learned that when used strategically, paid social media can increase the success of your social media campaigns. Let's review what we discussed about paid social media. Paying for ads on social media is beneficial because it allows you to share your content with specific audiences. By developing highly relevant advertisements or paying to boost your organic content, you can more effectively reach both new customers and returning ones. Paid and organic social media work together, and both may play a part in your campaigns. However, ads are especially helpful when you want to achieve goals like raising brand awareness and driving conversions. Developing a paid social media strategy can help you achieve these goals. To develop your strategy, you'll need to define your ad campaign's objective, audience, platform, length, and budget, and create and upload your content. Remarketing can also help you accomplish your goals by giving you another opportunity to reach your potential leads or customers. You can implement pixel or list-based remarketing to personalize your remarketing efforts for your audience. The goals you set in your paid social media strategy will help guide your budget. Most paid social media budgets generally include ad spend, tools, content creation, and management. And finally, you pay for ads on social media through auction-style bidding strategies. These bidding strategies should be tied to goals such as driving website traffic or generating revenue. Some of the most common bidding strategies include cost per click, cost per action, and cost per 1,000 impressions. Understanding how to advertise effectively on social media can help you achieve results while maximizing your budget. And demonstrating that you're able to make the most out of your advertising budget can make you very desirable to employers. We're just about done with this course. To wrap up, we'll review everything you've learned about social media marketing so far. In this course, we discussed one of the fastest growing and changing digital marketing channels, social media marketing. When implemented effectively, social media marketing can help you accomplish goals like increasing brand awareness, gaining new customers, and generating leads. As we bring this course to a close, let's recap what you've learned about social media marketing so far. There are 5 core pillars that guide social media marketing campaigns: strategy, planning and publishing, listening and engagement, analytics and reporting, and paid social media. These pillars can guide your tactics through every stage of the marketing funnel. To get your campaign started, you'll develop a strategy. This is when you'll define your campaign goals, target audience, and the platforms you'll post on. You'll also identify the types of content you want to develop. Then you'll move on to planning and publishing. You'll determine the frequency and timing of your posts and set up a social media calendar to help you organize them. Once your campaign has launched, you'll gain insights about your customers, potential customers, and competition through social listening. Then, you'll use these insights to inform your content development and strategy. Social listening tools can help you gather and analyze this information. You'll also explore ways to boost people's engagement with your brand, such as responding to their comments quickly, developing an authentic brand voice, creating valuable content, and repurposing your best content. Using analytics, you'll analyze data from your campaigns. You'll look at how your campaigns performed against specific metrics and use the data you gathered to inform your future social media strategy. You'll also create social media reports to share your findings with stakeholders. And you'll also use paid social media to complement and boost your organic social media content and to target specific audiences. You'll create a paid social media strategy based on your goals, audience, and budget, and you'll implement tactics like remarketing. Based on your social media advertising budget, you'll use different bidding strategies tied to campaign goals to pay for your ads. As you've been learning, all of an organization's digital marketing efforts work together to support the company's overall marketing goals and business goals. For example, search marketing might lead someone to your social media profile, and your social media profile might lead someone to fill out a form with their email address. Once you have their email address, you can reach out to them through email. And that brings us to the topic of our next course, email marketing. In this course, you'll learn all about how to share information, drive sales, and create community through an email marketing campaign.
Welcome to the next course in the Google Digital Marketing and E-commerce Certificate, our email marketing course. Email marketing is such a valuable and proven way to reach customers. It has been around since the very first commercial email was sent in 1978. Since then, it's only gained popularity. It's estimated that there are over 4 billion email users in the world, and email marketing has a return on investment, or ROI, of $42 for every $1 spent. So, if you spend $1, you'll make an average of $42 back. You'll learn a lot more about that later. I'm Miriam, and I'll be your guide on all things email marketing. I've been working on email marketing campaigns for over 10 years, and my favorite part about it is how creative you can be while connecting with the reader on the other side. I hope that by the time this course is through, you'll learn to love it as much as I do. If you're taking these courses in order, you've already learned so much about digital marketing and e-commerce. First, you learned about the foundations of digital marketing and e-commerce, and then you explored two very important types of marketing: search engine marketing and social media marketing. You're paving the way for a successful career in digital marketing and e-commerce, and you should be really excited about that. Email marketing is the process of sending messages to a list of existing subscribers to share information, drive sales, or create community. In this course, you'll learn to identify different types of email marketing and best practices for drafting effective emails. You'll learn to measure and analyze email marketing campaign results, to create email mailing lists, and to use email marketing tools to automate the process. Meet me in the next video and we'll talk about what you can expect to learn on your journey to becoming a great email marketer. I'm so glad you're here with me on this journey where we'll explore all there is to know about email marketing. It's probably pretty important that we give you a solid understanding of what email marketing is and how it benefits companies, right? So, we'll start there. We'll explore how the lifespan of email is longer than you may expect. I'll introduce you to a very important concept when it comes to email marketing: insights. You'll be surprised to learn how many platforms make creating a campaign a breeze. And you'll learn some staggering statistics on email, like just how many people use it. Here's a hint: it's probably a bigger number than you think. Analysis is a huge part of the digital marketing world. Marketers use all kinds of analyses before, during, and after campaigns. In these upcoming lessons, you'll learn about the PESTLE and SWOT analyses, two very useful techniques when it comes to creating email marketing campaigns. And you'll learn just how important setting SMART goals is to creating an effective email marketing campaign. Those SMART goals will give you a clear vision for what you want to achieve as a brand. Finally, we'll focus in depth on what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing in email marketing. Since we all want your future email marketing campaigns to be super successful, we'll provide you with some tried and true do's and don'ts when it comes to email marketing. For example, in this portion of the course, you'll learn that testing all different kinds of links, images, lengths, and designs will benefit your subscribers and your overall campaign. Let's get started. Meet me in the next video where I'll help you learn just how important email marketing is to a company's success. More than 4 billion people, or over half the world's population, use email. There aren't very many other things 50% of the world's population does. That explains why email marketing is so effective. And, as I mentioned in another video, email marketing has a return on investment, or ROI, of $42 for every $1 spent. So, if you spend $1, you'll make an average of $42 back. In this video, we'll discuss how the following factors make email marketing so effective: the lifespan of email, the insights you get from it, the ease of use, and the large number of email users. As I mentioned in a previous video, email marketing is when a company sends a branded email message out to a list of their email subscribers in order to inform, drive sales, and create a community for their brand. It's a very effective tool for promoting services, products, goods, and stories to potential, new, and existing customers. And creating email marketing campaigns can be really fun too. I love fashion. One of my favorite email marketing projects to date involved writing an email campaign to get other shoppers excited about a plus-size fashion retailer's new seasonal styles. I thoroughly enjoyed offering discounts to consumers that are just like me, and I did a great job because I had fun with it. To give you a clear idea of email marketing's effectiveness, let's talk about numbers for a second. As a digital marketer or e-commerce specialist, you'll hear the term return on investment, or ROI, often. ROI is a ratio of net income, or money made, and investment, or money spent. So, ROI is used to evaluate the efficiency of an investment. If you have a high ROI, you probably made a lot more money than you spent, and your campaign was effective. So, at $42 earned for every $1 spent, that would give you an estimated ROI of 4,200%. Email marketing has proven itself to be immensely effective. Aside from sheer volume of internet users, another reason email marketing has proven itself so effective is the lifespan of email. Email has been around for nearly a half a century. And although it may look a little different than it did in 1978 when the first email was sent out, the general concept has stayed the same. The Data and Marketing Association found that 51% of people use the same email for over 10 years. That means as a marketer, once you get someone on your subscriber list, there's a possibility that they could be your customer for 10 years. Another aspect of email marketing that I find very effective is the use of insights collected during and after campaigns. Insights are pieces of information that are discovered through research or data analysis and that can be directly actioned upon to benefit your email strategy. If you're using some kind of email marketing automation platform like MailChimp, HubSpot, or something else, your insights will be just a few clicks away so that you can collect, analyze, and learn from them. And if you're unfamiliar with these tools, don't worry, you'll get to know them later. Finally, email marketing is so effective because of its ease of use. When it comes to email marketing, so many platforms, programs, and tools out there do a lot of the work for you. These tools, like HubSpot, MailChimp, and Salesforce, automate the process so that you don't have to know everything when it comes to design, formatting, and hyperlinking. So, whether you've been an expert email forwarder for 30 years or you just got your first email a few weeks ago, you'll have the guidance you need to become a great email marketer. And it only becomes more automated as time goes on. In 1978, sending the first email out required extensive training, knowledge, and expertise on the subject. Lucky for us, that's not the case anymore. We will not be teaching you how to send an email on a computer the size of a public transportation bus from the 1970s. However, we will teach you how to use email effectively, so sit tight. So to review, email marketing is so effective because a large number of people use email. The lengthy lifespan of email as a medium, the built-in insights, and the ease of use. When creating a marketing strategy, it's best to spend significant time focused on the strategy part. Just as a professional chef doesn't just toss some random ingredients into a pan and expect to create the greatest dish in the world, a successful marketer doesn't just aimlessly send out emails with no real direction or tactic and expect big results. In order to successfully create a marketing strategy, you'll need to conduct a few different types of analyses first. Conducting thorough analysis before you send out even one email helps your marketing efforts be more effective. The results of your analysis will help you create context for your email campaigns. What I mean when I say creating context for your campaigns is that you need to be aware of your surroundings, internally and externally, so you can optimize your success and reach your goals. Just like you had to work to understand the demographics of your potential customers, you need to work to understand the internal resources and external environments. Internally, you need some context on your team and resources. You'll need to consider who you are as a brand so that you can make sure you're playing to your strengths and staying true to your mission. The first type of analysis or audit, called SWOT, will ensure you're doing this. On a more external scale, you'll need to know what is going on around you so that your brand isn't coming off insensitive or unaware. The second type of analysis or audit, called PESTLE, will help you with that. You can conduct these analyses by simply writing them down on a piece of paper or putting them into a document on your computer. Or if you're conducting them as a team, you can use a whiteboard or a shared document. I've always enjoyed collaborating with others on these types of audits because the more voices involved, the more diverse your results will be. The first of these analyses is called SWOT. Conducting a SWOT audit will help you identify the internal context of your company. It's an acronym for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And although we are using it in an email marketing context now, it can be useful in a number of applications. As a digital marketer, you may use it for your overall marketing campaigns, for social and SEO strategy, and any number of other things. When running a SWOT audit, start with strengths. What aspects of the company's marketing resources make it stand out? What is special about the marketing team? Is it eye-catching design and innovation? Does your marketing team really shine at copywriting? Take note of anything your company excels at internally. Next up, weaknesses. Where could your company and/or marketing team improve? Maybe because your team is so talented with design and copywriting, you haven't prioritized strategy as much. Take note of that. The third aspect of the SWOT audit is opportunities. What resources, events, or contacts would help your team create an incredible campaign? What types of opportunities can you leverage into something bigger? Maybe a colleague of yours has a contact in another country that can help you build international brand awareness. Finally, take a look at threats. Similar to opportunities, look for resources, events, contacts, and opportunities that could be detrimental to your brand. Maybe you just heard about a new competitor who is creating the exact same product as your company. After you've conducted your SWOT analysis, reflect on the results. What is your general analysis of the results? What did you learn from them? Are you more aware where you shine and where you could use a little improvement? How will you leverage that information to create an effective campaign? If everyone on your team ran an analysis, compare results with your team members. I mentioned that SWOT was a way to create internal context for your campaign. What I mean by that is it helps you reflect inward on your team and resources so that you know what is available to you internally. When it comes to PESTLE, though, you'll be analyzing the external. So you'll be researching what is going on externally in your surroundings to find out what strategies will be effective and what strategies you may want to stay away from. Let's go over that one more time. A SWOT audit examines the internal context of your brand, while a PESTLE audit examines the external context of your brand. So, what does a PESTLE audit refer to? PESEL refers to the political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental factors that may affect your email marketing strategy. First, you'll consider political issues or happenings across the markets you're serving. Is there political unrest in a country you just started shipping to? Or perhaps a new piece of legislation that could impact your business has passed, and you want to include a mention of that. Then consider economic factors. People in varying geographic locations may prioritize spending money on certain products, and maybe you can deliver emails that feature products with relevance to those customers. Next, consider social factors. Try to be in the know when it comes to popular cultural references and social media use. Consider things like population growth rates, geographic location, cultural aspects, age, and education levels of those you may or may not be serving. You want to make sure your strategy is inclusive of everyone. These factors will affect how you market to customers. The next factors to consider are technological. Our world is ever evolving, and email marketing is not an exception to that. As I've mentioned, it looks different than it looked 40 years ago. For example, nowadays, customers are able to ask smart devices in their home to read their emails aloud. Make sure you consider that when you craft your strategy. Legal factors should also be considered. This means you should think about any and all laws in the markets you serve. Based on regional legal restrictions and requirements, certain tactics in marketing may not be lawful. Finally, consider the external environmental factors that could have an effect on your strategy. Examples of environmental factors that should be considered are climate change, sustainability, and natural disasters. After you conduct these audits, you'll be one step closer to thinking about the next step in creating your marketing strategy, setting SMART goals. We'll get to that in a bit. Check in again soon. Now that you know why email marketing is so important to a company's growth and how to perform PESEL and SWOT audits to create context for your campaign strategies, in this video, we'll discover what it takes to create a marketing strategy. In a previous video, we explored setting SMART goals. Recall that as a digital marketer, you'll need to remember to always set goals that are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Now, you may create SMART goals for your overall marketing campaign, but you also may get more specific with them and set them for social, SEO, or email marketing. So what do SMART goals look like in the context of an email marketing campaign? First, let's discover what it means for an email marketing campaign to be specific. It means that when you've made it to your destination, you know that you've arrived. If your goal is specific, it probably answers a couple of the following questions. What do I want to accomplish? Why is this a goal? Does it have a specific reason, purpose, or benefit? Who is involved? Who is the recipient? Where should the goal be delivered? What are the requirements and constraints? Your goal must be specific enough to know if you've achieved it. Let's say you are creating an email campaign for an app-based tech company. Your team wants to grow the brand. However, growing the brand is not a specific goal. What does it mean to grow a brand? How will you know if you've grown the brand if you aren't specific in the goal to begin with? So maybe the goal is to add a certain number of names to your subscriber list over the course of your email marketing campaign. Next up is measurable. When it comes to making sure your goals are measurable, ask yourself, what evidence will prove whether this was successful or not? Going back to the previous example, let's say your team decides that you need to increase app downloads to prove that there's a need for your product. How many downloads is sufficient? 100? 1,000? 10,000? Choose a number that you can track and measure along the way. You can tell if a goal is measurable by asking how much, how many, and how will I know when it's accomplished. Sometimes a simple yes or no will answer whether you hit your goal, but sometimes that won't be enough. In that case, you'll need to rely on metrics. Later on, you'll be introduced to the metrics you will use to collect and analyze data. These metrics will help you determine whether or not you are reaching your goals. For now, just know those metrics are what you use to measure something. For instance, if you're driving your car from Los Angeles to New York City, the distance you're driving is 2,789.4 miles. Miles is the metric you're using to measure the distance. So an example of an email marketing metric would be ROI, or return on investment. As I stated earlier, email marketing has an average ROI of 4,200%, or $42 for every $1 spent. That's an example of a metric. So as you know, the A in your email marketing SMART goals stands for attainable. You want to ensure the goal you are setting is realistic because, well, your goal is to achieve your goal. However, you do want your goal to be somewhat challenging because you want to see some kind of positive progress or change. Let's go back to our app-based tech company example. If your company typically gets about 300 downloads a week and you want to push to get more through an email marketing campaign, how many more downloads is attainable yet still challenging? An unattainable goal might be tripling your weekly downloads the first month into the campaign. It could happen, but it might not be super likely for your company based on current numbers. So what is a more attainable goal? Maybe it's weekly growth of 1.5 times, or 450 downloads per week, 1 month into the campaign. Now that we have a specific, measurable, attainable goal, we need to make sure it's relevant. In other words, does it make sense to try to reach this goal? You'll want to think about how your email marketing goal lines up with company values and overall company-wide goals. Does this goal make sense with what you are trying to do as a company? Does this goal match your organization's need and priorities? Finally, you'll want to make sure your goal is time-bound. This means your goal has a deadline. Without a deadline, there's no real way to know if you're making progress at a good pace. It's important to note that time and metrics go hand in hand with one another because time can also be used as a metric. Let's see what our goal looks like if we add a deadline to it. So far, we know that the goal is to increase weekly app downloads by 1.5 times, or 450 downloads per week. Let's say we will do this by running an email marketing campaign where the call to action is for subscribers to download the app if they don't already have it, and to share the email with friends who may not have it as well. If we say this campaign is going to run for 3 months, we've now added a deadline. So our goal is to increase weekly app downloads by 450 downloads over a 3-month span. By the end of the 3 months, we'll know if we got to 450 more downloads a week or not. Because our goal was specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. I hope you feel good about setting SMART goals now. I'll meet you back here again soon. I hope you're feeling more confident in creating an email marketing plan, and you're almost equipped to test email marketing out on your own. Before you do, we want to make sure you have some loose guidelines to follow. When it comes to creating an email marketing strategy, a lot of the decisions you make will depend on who you are targeting and what you find works best for them. But even before you have that information, here are some tried and true do's and don'ts that every email marketer lives by. First, I've mentioned how many email users in the world there are. So how many emails do you think are sent per day? Some experts have estimated that over 300 billion emails are sent every single day. That's a lot of emails. So knowing how many emails are being sent every single day, it's important for your brand that you do prioritize quality over quantity. Make sure you set a standard and define what quality means for your brand or team, and stick to it. If people like the content in your emails, they'll look forward to them, even if they're only once a week. Maybe to you, quality means that it enriches their life in some way. Perhaps you just want to provide some interesting or beautiful images to your customers or readers, and that equates to quality for you. Maybe quality means you teach them something. If your company focuses on mental health, maybe you equip your clients and customers with a new resource or exercise to start their week each Monday morning. When you prioritize quality over quantity, you are ensuring you aren't overwhelming your reader or customer. Don't spam them. If you aren't familiar, spam refers to unsolicited and unwanted junk email sent out in bulk to a broad recipient list. Always avoid making your emails look or sound like spam, and don't worry about appearing in inboxes several times a week just to stay top of mind. Spam often uses dramatic phrases and too good to be true offers. And if you use that kind of language, odds are you will end up in their spam folder anyways, and the emails will never be received. Moving on, our next do is very important. Do segment your lists. Segmenting refers to the practice of dividing an email subscriber list into smaller groups based on criteria like interests, location, or purchase history. You'll learn how to do this later on in the course, but the basics are that segmenting is a great strategy because it allows you to target tailored emails to specific people to ensure the customers will enjoy them. For instance, if you are marketing a product that you find typically sells better to people who identify as a certain gender, you might segment your list by your subscriber's gender. For example, women, men, non-binary, and other genders that people have self-identified. Or, let's say you wanted to offer a 10% discount to customers as a birthday gift. You could easily segment the list by month and send emails to customers with birthdays in any given month. A type of segmentation that is very popular is segmenting by time zone. Some email marketers believe it is best to be in your customers' inboxes first thing in the morning. However, all of your customers won't live in the same geographic location. For this reason, you may decide to segment your lists by time zone to ensure you're landing in inboxes at the optimal time. Don't send the same emails to every single subscriber. It can end up being a waste of your very valuable subscribers because if they feel they are being sent emails that they don't identify with, they are less likely to read the email, and they may even unsubscribe. The perfect email doesn't craft itself. It takes time, precision, editing, design work, and most importantly, testing. Do test various formats, lengths, links, and images in your emails. It would be almost impossible to get everything right on the first try. You might find that your audience hardly clicked on the hyperlinks you included. So maybe you try linking to different content or even just providing a bit more context for your links in the next few emails. See what works, and don't be afraid to try new things. The only thing you shouldn't try is sticking to the same format without testing anything new. I hope this video gave you clarity and context for how to create a successful marketing strategy, but we're just getting started. Congrats on finishing this section. I hope you're feeling excited and ready to keep it moving. Before we continue on, let's reflect on the concepts we've covered so far. You were introduced to the basics of email marketing. Recall that we defined email marketing as the process of sending branded or commercial email messages to a predetermined list of people to inform, drive sales, and create community. The aspects that make email marketing so effective are the lifespan of email, the ease of use, the insights it provides you, and the sheer number of email users. Then you discovered that in order to create an effective email marketing campaign, you'd need to do some audits on your company using the SWOT technique, and on the environment surrounding you using the PESTLE technique. After that, you were ready to explore the world of SMART goals. Remember that your goals must be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Then you learned about just how to get started crafting that marketing campaign based on your SWOT and PESTLE analyses and your SMART goals. We gave you some tried and true do's and don'ts in email marketing. We talked about how you absolutely should test different things out to see which strategies your subscribers enjoy and which they don't. You learned that segmenting lists will make each email feel that much more personal to your subscribers, an invaluable email marketing strategy. In the next section of the course, I'll introduce you to the specific types of emails there are and how to know when to utilize each of them. Then you'll put your knowledge to use as you write your first email copy and subject lines. Hi there. I'm going to provide you with some knowledge that will bring you one step closer to becoming the best email marketer you can be. In this upcoming section, we'll equip you with the skills required to craft successful emails. You'll explore what goes into successful emails, and I'll show you examples of eye-catching copy. Keep in mind, the content in your email will change based on what you hope to achieve for your brand. There are all kinds of email types that achieve different things. So, I'll start by introducing you to the common types of email used in email marketing campaigns. We'll start with acquisition emails, which are used for acquiring new customers. Then, we'll talk about welcome emails, the emails you send to welcome new clients and introduce yourself as a brand to them. Then, newsletters. These are the emails you use to tell stories or fill clients in on any relevant offers or anecdotes from within the company. After that, we'll discuss promotional emails. These are sent out when you want to let customers know about current sales or offers. Finally, there are retention emails. These are the emails that will help you keep your customers coming back. And you'll get plenty of practice crafting emails so that you'll be ready if you ever have to create email marketing campaigns on the job. These next few lessons will involve lots of learning. Are you ready to get started? Meet me in the next video. I mentioned previously that different email types will accomplish different goals for your company. Let's look at one of those email types now. As a company, it's very likely that one of your main goals is to gain more customers. So what is the strategy for acquiring customers? How do brands get people interested enough to take action? How do brands turn a potential customer into an existing customer? The answer to all of these questions in email marketing is acquisition emails. Acquisition emails are exactly what they sound like. They are emails sent to acquire or bring in new customers, and they're integral to the growth of a company. To relate this back to our coveted marketing funnel, think of acquisition emails as part of the awareness section. This is the portion of the funnel where you are trying to create buzz around your company, do your market research, and grow your brand by acquiring new customers. One secret to a good acquisition email is giving your potential customers something before they even know they want it. And I don't necessarily mean it has to be a material item, although you can offer items like downloadable guides, product catalogs, PDFs, or free trials. You can give them an indirect compliment or some positivity, just something that makes them feel good. You can also provide them with some new or educational information, or you can offer a glimpse into what your product will give them. Another aspect of acquisition-based email marketing that can make all the difference between a successful campaign and an unsuccessful campaign is copy. Sometimes in acquisition emails, a company is speaking to someone who is already interested but hasn't fully committed to the product yet. But more often than not, the emails are being sent to brand new recipients who have never come in contact with your brand before. Using witty, unique, and inclusive copy can be a huge difference maker. Email copy refers to the text in your email and subject line. So, taking these factors into consideration, what does an effective acquisition email look like? Let's go over some great examples. This email, from a social media-based photo and video editing company, is offering a tutorial on how to make attention-grabbing social media videos. This is a great example because right away, you can see that they're offering something new to their potential customers. They've included specific details on how the audience might use topics like seasonality and mood to create more engaging posts. It's short and straight to the offer. Their email copy is light and vibrant, and the use of the line, "spring into action with video," at the top is a play on words. They are urging customers to both take advantage of a new season and take quick action with their video posts. Next up, this cosmetics company offers an interactive email that invites customers to match products to suit their own skincare needs. By making the email interactive, this company gives potential customers valuable information that feels personalized just for them, and an offer to help them act on what they just learned by making a purchase. This email is effective because they use a clear call to action throughout the whole message. The banner at the top of the page offers customers 10% off if they shop for one of these products now. And there's a small Shop Now button below each item in the body. Not only are they getting a discount, they're also getting a mini skincare lesson. And finally, the subject line that went along with this email read, "Our #1 most asked question," and acts as a teaser, encouraging interested parties to click in and find out if it's a question they've had themselves. This is a great tactic for getting people to open your emails, which brings them one step closer to being a customer. There you have it. That's a brief introduction to acquisition emails, and there are lots more to explore. So far, we've spent some time getting acquainted with acquisition emails. Now, we'll look at a different type of email, the welcome email. Welcome emails are emails that are sent out to brand new customers or subscribers. Think of a welcome email as a virtual first impression you make with someone. If you were to welcome someone into your home for the first time, how would you do that? You might offer them water or a snack. If you were hosting your first ever meeting at your workplace, you'd choose the conference room most suited for your colleagues. You'd make sure it was big enough, comfortable enough, and you may prepare some kind of presentation, right? In the same way that you would be very thoughtful about welcoming someone into your home, you'll want to be thoughtful about sending your welcome emails. Welcome emails fall into the consideration bucket of our marketing funnel. Remember, this is the section of the funnel where users have already elected to subscribe to your marketing emails, so they are looking for more information. By clicking subscribe, these customers have decided they want to receive additional information on your business. This is a great time to nurture your leads by sending goods or services that your potential customers would be interested in purchasing. So when you're creating your welcome emails, ask yourself, what do you want people to know about you? Which aspects of your business's identity feel like they absolutely must be included? A good welcome email includes a conversational and inviting tone, and a brief summary that tells customers what makes your brand unique or tells your brand story. Welcome emails should also include a call to action. In case you are not familiar, a call to action is a concise instruction that tells the customer what to do next. These can be anything from statements telling customers to buy a product, or even just a subtle button in an email that says "Get started" and sends users to a landing page where they can create an account on your website. Whether or not your call to action is subtle or more direct will depend on what your subscribers engage with more often. Companies will send welcome emails to thank first-time subscribers or customers who have purchased a product. They also may send a welcome email when you download their app, encouraging you to use the app for the first time. Sometimes companies will send a welcome email to encourage people to buy a product by including a discount code. Let's explore an effective welcome email to give you a better idea of what they include. This example email from a kitchenware company is exactly what a welcome email should be like. For starters, it offers incentives, like a free shipping code right at the top. They know you're more likely to click the Shop Tableware button now that they've presented you, their customer, with a free shipping code. This is a great tactic. Then, the email includes a letter about the company's background, straight from the founder. Not only does this add a personal touch, but it makes the email copy feel conversational and inviting, especially when in the note from the founder, where the founder mentions their company's goal to make all meals feel special. The email is concluded with a few calls to action, as you are prompted to follow them on social media and to shop in their online store. There you have it. Now you know that a good welcome email includes a conversational and inviting tone, a brief summary that tells customers what makes your brand unique or tells your brand story, and a call to action. Meet me in the next video, and we'll talk about another type of email. We're still moving along on our journey into the various types of email marketing. So far, we've learned about acquisition emails and welcome emails. In this video, I'm going to share one of the most effective types of emails with you, the almighty newsletter. A newsletter is an email sent to subscribers on a regular basis, containing news and informational content relevant to the company and of interest to subscribers. Newsletters are a great way to advertise your product, build up trust, and show your expertise, create lasting relationships with your customers, and inform and educate them. Newsletters fall into several buckets in the marketing funnel because they exist at many stages of marketing campaigns. Newsletters can fall into the consideration stage when readers are still getting to know your brand, the conversion stage when they've decided they like your brand and want to support it, and the loyalty stage when they keep coming back for more products and content. They're an incredibly versatile aspect of email marketing. To really use newsletters effectively, you'll want to make sure you're being thoughtful in the creation of your newsletter. Newsletters should include only relevant content that you think your readers will enjoy. Recall that at this point in your campaign, you've done the necessary research on who your audience is, so you have this information. Newsletters should also include mentions of trending topics, pop culture, or current events, so that the content feels informed and fresh. And they should always include catchy, clever writing that makes them stand out among the dozens of emails your readers get every day. We won't get into design too much, but that is another important aspect of an effective newsletter. You want something clean that feels on brand for your company. Let's expand on those concepts for a moment. When it comes to including relevant information, think about whether you have big news coming from your company. Are you launching a new product or service? Is there a new update from your company that your subscribers would want to know about? And of course, your newsletter content doesn't always have to be strictly about your company. Maybe you are a wellness company who sells products that relate to mental health. You can include external resources like articles featuring anxiety-reducing breathing exercises from reputable therapists or specialists. There will sometimes be cases where you don't necessarily want to drive traffic to other sites, so just be thoughtful about what you do include. Some of the best newsletters out there include articles that don't try to sell a product, and instead include articles relevant to subscribers' lifestyles. While you're including that relevant information, be sure to cover trending topics in your newsletter. Consumers typically have an interest in the latest trends, so to remain relevant throughout the ebbs and flows of what is top of mind to consumers at any given time, keep the content topical and fresh. Your writing style and tone is a huge part of whether or not your subscribers feel connected to your brand. Make sure the style and tone you write in is not only catchy and on brand, but also genuine. It should be clear that your intent is to add value for your subscribers in some way. This is a huge part of relationship building between you and your base. Are you writing a newsletter for a hospital? You'll want to use an on-brand, empathetic style to make them feel comfortable. But if you're writing for a rideshare company, you might get away with using a more casual, humorous style of writing. Now, I want to share an example of a great newsletter with you. This is a furniture company's newsletter, and it's sent out bi-monthly. Let's talk about what makes it effective. This newsletter accomplishes all of the things I mentioned earlier. It advertises the company's products, it shows the company's expertise on furniture, and it creates a lasting relationship between them and their subscribers because it is sent out regularly, and it informs and educates their readers. In this example, you can see a headline that reads, "Pull up a chair," which already sets an inviting tone. The copy below that refers to a current event that forced many people around the world to stay at home for an extended period of time. Then they offer a chair for each type of subscriber. Under the headline "For the Remote Worker," they have an image of an office chair, and it links to a landing page where you can purchase the chair. Under the headline "For the New Family Edition," there's an image of a soft rocking chair for a baby's nursery. And under the headline "For the Poolside Lounger," there's an image of an outdoor lounge chair with a link to purchase. There are other types of chairs too, but you get the idea. They've done a great job advertising their products and establishing their expertise on the best chair for each type of person. The copy below the chairs educates and informs the readers on comfort levels, dimensions, and more product details. And generally, this newsletter is a fun and interactive way to create buzz about the furniture company's various chairs. If you are tasked with writing a newsletter someday, take your time and really be thoughtful about what you hope to give to your readers. And remember, the aim is to advertise your products, build up trust and show expertise, create lasting relationships, and inform and educate your customers. I'll meet you back here shortly. We've learned a lot about email marketing so far. We've explored acquisition emails, welcome emails, and newsletters. And there's still so much to learn. In this video, we're going to talk about another type of email, promotional emails. Promotional emails are emails that are sent out to inform your subscribers of your new or existing products or services. There are countless reasons you may want to send promotional emails. Maybe your company is having a site-wide sale. Maybe you like to celebrate your customers' birthdays by offering them 10% off of their order. Maybe your brand is celebrating 5 years in business. Maybe you're launching a new product, contest, or giveaway. Maybe you're offering some kind of free downloadable content for a holiday. Regardless of the reason for your promotional email, the goals will always be speeding up the buying process, encouraging subscribers to take some kind of action, and/or creating new or repeat customers. Because of these goals, emails tend to fall into the consideration and loyalty buckets of the marketing funnel. Promotions give your subscribers and/or customers a reason to keep coming back and, in turn, to purchase something. Since promotional emails can be packaged in so many different ways, there aren't necessarily strict rules about what they should entail or include. However, here are some tips you can use to help guide you as you craft a promotional email. Keep the email's focus on the promotion itself, keep it concise, and announce the promotion in the subject line. Your promotional email should focus on the promotion itself, rather than product features or details. If there are additional product features or details you hope to include, link to them so that your audience can click through to a landing page and read further. Promotional emails should be concise, so keep the body of your email brief and to the point. The body of your email refers to the text in the main content of your email. A learner should be able to read your promotional email in just a couple of minutes. Besides, your audience doesn't need to read 1,000 words on your company and its products or services because they already have some interest in your brand's products. And the body copy isn't the only thing you need to consider. Marketing studies show that 47% of emails are opened based on their subject line alone, which means you should spend considerable time crafting a subject line. Be sure to announce the promotion in your subject lines. This doesn't necessarily mean the subject line always has to say discount code for 20% off inside, but it should hint that something special is inside, and it should be relevant to the promotion. Including the promotion in your subject line gives your audience an idea of what to expect. It can get them excited, create anticipation, and ultimately lead to more effective campaigns. So, what does a great promotional email look like? This example from a grocery delivery app is a great promotional email because it follows the general rules I outlined earlier. There are no unnecessary details about products or the brand itself. The focal point of the email is the banner at the top with a code that gives you free delivery on an order of scones, fresh from the grocery chain's bakery. And if you decide to act on this offer, you just click on the button that says Order Now, and you'll be sent through to make a purchase. The subject line, free delivery on something sweet, makes it clear that there's some kind of promotion inside the email. Let's review quickly. When creating a promotional email, you'll need to make sure your email focuses heavily on the promotion itself rather than the product features. You'll want it to be concise and to the point, and you'll want to introduce or tease the promotion in the subject line. So, now that you understand the importance of an effective promotional email, let's keep this momentum going. So far in this section, we've explored acquisition emails, welcome emails, promotional emails, and newsletters. So, what's next? In this video, we'll explore retention emails. A retention email is an email sent to a current customer with the intent of keeping them as a customer. Retention emails are all about timing. When sent at the right time, they can be incredibly effective. And if you commit to sending them, you can keep more of your customers coming back again and again. That's why retention emails fit into the loyalty bucket of our marketing funnel. This is the stage where you're dealing with active customers. The goal here will always be to keep customers happy, because if your customer is happy, your brand is happy. There are lots of types of emails that fit under the retention category. For instance, if a customer puts an item in their online cart but doesn't purchase it, that company may send a follow-up email. This retention email is called a cart abandonment email, and it encourages customers to purchase the item they left behind. If, after a customer does make a purchase, a company sends a follow-up email asking for feedback on that customer's shopping experience, that is also a form of retention email. Getting customer feedback is a great way to make customers feel heard, and it also ensures any necessary improvements are made. If a company notices certain users aren't really engaging with their newsletters or promotional emails, they may send a special offer to those customers to encourage them to engage a bit more. That also fits under the retention email category. Regardless of what kind of retention email you are sending, there are a few things to keep in mind when you are writing them. Remember that the goal is to keep current customers coming back. There are a few things you can do to ensure your customers come back. Retention emails should include personalization, a clear call to action, and a great deal of empathetic and inviting language. You might be wondering what I mean by personalization. In email marketing, personalization means you get to know your customers and tailor your emails based on who they are. Lots of email marketing tools allow you to segment your list so that you can develop content specifically tailored for certain groups of people. We'll get more into segmentation later, but for now, just know that segmentation is the practice of categorizing contacts by a predefined set of identifiers so that each email feels relevant to every subscriber. So, after you've segmented your mailing list, how can you develop that tailored content? Sometimes it will be as simple as using their first name in emails and subject lines, a trick that email automation tools will allow you to do. Another great personalization tactic is sending a follow-up email with tips on how to use the product that the customer purchased. It shows you care about each individual customer and that you can anticipate what their challenges and needs might be. Be clear about what you are asking in your emails by including an obvious call to action. Are you hoping to get them to buy again? Maybe you can give them a discount code. Are you sending an email out to existing customers to tell them about the new loyalty program that just launched? Request that they sign up for it. Perhaps one of the best ways to keep a customer around is to help them feel heard and supported. The same is true for loved ones, colleagues, and anyone else we come in contact with. Empathy is just as important when it comes to a business-to-customer relationship. Using language like, "How did we do?" and "How was your experience?" helps a customer understand that their opinions matter, and that just might result in them coming back again. Now, please note that this type of language may be best used in its own email that you might send out just to get feedback. But you also may find that adding "How was shopping with us?" at the bottom of the email with a scale from 1 to 10 for them to choose from goes a long way too. In addition to getting feedback, make sure to use thank you language to make it clear you are grateful. Help them feel appreciated because you are appreciative of their business, and they should know that. Let's look at an example of a good retention email. This retention email from a vacation rental and lodging site does a great job at including the features we covered. For starters, it's personal because they've created individualized highlights for every host. So, when a customer clicks on the button that says "Get your host highlights," they'll be sent to their profile to view a highlight and to them. They include a clear call to action, which is for the customer to click on the button and go check out their highlight. And finally, the language this company uses is incredibly inviting and shows a great deal of gratitude. Using phrases like "We can't thank you enough" is a great way to show that your business recognizes how lucky they are to have each and every customer. So, there you have it. They've personalized the email, they've included a clear call to action, and they used empathetic and inviting language. All the keys to an effective email. You've covered so many new concepts, and you have a lot of new knowledge to carry with you, not only in your email marketing journey, but also your e-commerce and digital marketing journey as a whole. Let's revisit some of the concepts we've learned. First, we learned that acquisition emails are emails sent to acquire new customers, and they should give something to your potential customer, even if your potential customer doesn't know they want it. Remember that this can be a downloadable guide, a discount code, informational video, free trial, or something else. Then, we explored welcome emails, which are sent out to brand new customers or subscribers. These should be considered the customer's first impression of a company or brand, and therefore should include an explanation of what makes the brand unique. We covered newsletters, which are emails sent to subscribers on a regular basis, containing news and informational content relevant to the company and of interest to subscribers. Promotional emails, as you learned, are emails that are sent out to inform your subscribers of your new or existing products or services. They should explicitly and concisely introduce the promotion and use inviting language. And finally, retention emails are emails sent to a current customer with the intent of keeping them as a customer. These emails should feel really personal and include clear calls to action. I hope you feel like you've gained some new knowledge in this section and that it will be useful in your journey as a digital marketer. Hi again. By now, you have a general understanding of email marketing and the kinds of emails used by digital marketers. In this section of your learning journey, we're going to be covering all things automation, and I'm also going to tell you how to write effective emails. First, we'll go over best practices when it comes to building up your mailing lists. You'll learn how you can get new subscribers through different tactics like using Google Display Network, Facebook lead ads, and SEO. And after you've built up your list, you'll want to segment it. I'll explain what that means later, but recall from a previous video that segmentation is the practice of dividing an email subscriber list into smaller groups based on criteria like interests, location, or purchase history. There are 4 major ways you can categorize your lists: geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral. After we've worked on segmenting some lists, we'll ensure you have the necessary knowledge and resources to write effective emails. And you'll get plenty of practice. Then I'll introduce you to automation tools like HubSpot and MailChimp that will make your workflow as smooth as possible. You'll learn how to avoid mistakes in email marketing and what to do to fix those mistakes, if you do make them. All in all, this will be a fun section with lots of learning materials and lots of space for you to practice your new skills. And it's important to be familiar with these concepts because as an email marketer, you'll use all of this, possibly on a daily basis. Are you ready? Meet me in the next video. Perhaps the most important part of your email marketing campaign is its recipients. After all, without a mailing list, there's nowhere for your emails to go. In this video, we'll discover the tactics that businesses use to build up their mailing lists. A huge part of email marketing is lead generation. Lead generation is the practice of collecting a potential customer's email address. Every time you acquire an email address, you're generating a lead that could potentially turn into a sale. And since the main purpose of email marketing is to turn possible subscribers into loyal customers, leads are pretty important. The moment you start generating leads, you've begun building up your mailing list. So how do you go about getting those leads? Email marketers typically use one or more of the following strategies: website prompts, display ads, which are shown in the Google Display Network, or through Criteo, SEMrush, and Taboola. Social ads like Facebook lead ads, search engine marketing or SEM, referrals, and direct email marketing. One no-cost way to build your mailing list is to create a prompt on your website asking customers to provide their email address. Marketers love this technique because it doesn't require any additional budget, and it's a single tactic that makes all the difference. Users visit websites for a reason. If they're visiting your website, they are, at the very least, intrigued by your brand to some extent. So it's a great idea to add a prompt on your homepage that encourages them to provide their email. You can even offer them something in return, like a discount code or some kind of free content. A website prompt is a digital banner that calls on a website visitor to act in some way. Another way is through display ads. Display ads are graphic ads on websites and apps through banners comprised of photos, text, or videos. When used in an email marketing context, they will include a place for the internet user to fill in their email, or it will link them to a landing page where they can sign up. When the email is filled in, the lead is generated, and the email is added to the mailing list automatically. Display ads are an effective way to build up your mailing lists, but keep in mind that they do come at a cost. At many organizations, there is no budget allotted for list building, so you may want to focus on some best practices that don't require spending. And of course, you may work at an organization that does have a budget for list building. Recall that when someone creates a website or a blog, they have the choice to opt into the Google Display Network, and if they choose to do so, the ads will appear on their site. Those are display ads. Another great way to get email addresses added to your mailing list is through the use of social media ads. If you use social media, you've probably seen social ads before. If you don't use social media personally, you can always go back to the course before this one to learn more about it. Social ads are paid advertisements on social media platforms targeted to social media users. Some social media channels offer ad formats specific for lead generation. For example, Facebook has lead ads. These are similar to display ads in that they combine text, images, and a URL that links to a website where customers can learn more or buy products. However, these ads feature a form where users submit personal information, such as their name, email, or anything else the advertiser chooses. And rather than existing on a website or blog, they exist on social media. Let's say a book publisher wants to build up their email list using Facebook lead ads. The publisher provides an incentive for people to sign up for their list. Anyone who adds their email to the blank field can download one chapter of their newest book at no cost. All they have to do is sign up by providing an email and agree to the terms and conditions set by the brand. You learned about search engine marketing in a previous course, but let's talk about its relationship to your email marketing campaign. Recall that SEM is the increase of a website's visibility in a search engine through paid advertising. If you are using Google.com to search for something, you will see some paid text ads above the organic results. This is an example of search engine marketing. One way to build your list using SEM is to include a discount or other type of incentive written out in plain text in your ad, enticing those who subscribe immediately in the ad copy. Another way is to use SEM specifically for email marketing lead generation. So if a customer is browsing a website, they may see an ad for your company with a form included directly in it. They can fill out the form then and there, resulting in them subscribing to your list. One way to get additional emails without added cost is to rely on customer referrals and forwards. A customer referral is a word-of-mouth initiative that encourages existing customers to introduce their family, friends, and contacts to become new customers. Think about how much you trust your best friend or closest family member. If they told you you'd like something, you might believe them. Customer referrals are incredibly valuable because research has found that people are 4 times more likely to buy a product when they are referred by a friend. If your brand has a loyalty or referral program, you can offer subscribers points, discounts, or credits toward their next purchase in exchange for them sharing a referral link with friends. Or you can keep it even more simple and ask them to forward the email to friends. Either way, the goal is to get another subscriber and even possibly another customer, and referrals and forwards can help you achieve that. While we are talking about building your list, it's important to discuss the ethics around handling personally identifiable information, or PII. PII basically refers to any data that could potentially identify a specific individual. When people share information with a company, it's important to use it in ways that build trust and for only the intended purpose. Your subscribers didn't have to share this information with you, but they did, and in doing so, they are trusting your company to use it for good. As a digital marketer, it's your job to make sure you are up to date on your country's latest laws and legislation regarding PII. Okay, let's recap. To generate leads or build your mailing list, apply these tactics. Use website prompts, display ads, which are shown in the Google Display Network, or through Criteo, SEMrush, and Taboola, social ads like Facebook lead ads, search engine marketing, referrals, and direct email marketing. We'll talk some more about lists throughout this section, so stick with me. If you were having a party, you wouldn't want to invite someone that you knew wouldn't want to come, right? The same is true in regards to sending your email list to someone who wouldn't care about the content in it. In this video, you'll learn the basics of email list segmentation and its benefits. Segmentation is the practice of dividing an email subscriber list into smaller groups based on criteria like interests, location, or purchase history. Once you build an email list, you need to segment it. Using segmentation, a company is able to deliver the most relevant content to its subscribers. The more tailored and personalized the email is, the more likely subscribers are to enjoy their emails, which can result in sales and brand loyalty. You can segment your list based on any number of criteria, but most companies segment their lists by geography, psychographic characteristics, demographic data, and behavioral data. Let's explore what each of those means. When you're segmenting your list by geography, you might do it by location, climate, population, language, or environment. This segmentation focuses on the physical location of your subscribers. If your brand is offering free shipping on all orders for the month of October, but you're only offering it in the United States, you will want to segment your list by country so that international customers aren't misled or confused. And you wouldn't want to send an email written in Mandarin to a German-speaking country, right? If you intend to send emails out in a few different languages, consider segmenting by language. Let's say you work for a clothing company in Asia. Because of the extreme variances in weather from region to region, you may want to segment your emails by environment or climate. In Asia, there are many geographic regions with varied climates, such as the desert, the rainforest, and the tundra. Customers that experience cold winters, like those in Japan, China, Russia, and Korea, might be interested in your company's new winter coat, but customers in more tropical Vietnam and Thailand might not be. Another way to segment your list is by psychographic characteristics. Psychographic characteristics are based on customers' activities, interests, and opinions. This includes factors like lifestyles, values, and hobbies. If you handle digital marketing for a local grocery store, you might segment based on dietary preferences. Are some subscribers vegan or gluten-free? Segmenting by lifestyles and diets can help ensure you send useful, targeted content to people, while also ensuring you don't send anything unappealing or offensive. If you work for a health and wellness company, your subscribers that enjoy cycling might want to know about the most famous bike paths in the world. But you may have subscribers that prefer running, in which case you'd be able to send them a list of running trails instead, thanks to segmentation. The next category to segment your list by is demographics. Demographic data includes information such as age, gender, income level, and family status. Segmenting by demographics is great because it's based on fairly consistent information, whereas psychographics are more subject to change frequently. Let's say you handle email marketing for a company that books travel. Your company has a special romantic getaway idea that they want to include in their newsletter. This is an example where it's important to know if each subscriber is single, in a relationship, married, in a domestic partnership, or has a family. So you may want to segment your lists by family status. Or let's say a famous band from the 1980s is going on tour again for the first time in 20 years. The concert venue that you handle email marketing for wants to announce that they'll be performing at your venue. However, subscribers who are under a certain age may not find this interesting at all. Thankfully, your list is segmented by age group, so you can target subscribers whose age suggests they may enjoy the band. And finally, let's talk about behavioral data. Behavioral data refers to the actions your customer takes or doesn't take when it comes to shopping on your website. This is one of the most important categories because it gives you a glimpse into how a customer engages with your specific brand and products. Purchasing habits, spending habits, browsing habits, loyalty to your brand, and engagement with your website are all great ways to segment your list based on behavioral data. If you work for a sporting goods store, knowing whether a subscriber is visiting your site for the first time or if they've been a long-time customer can help you change your messaging and get the right email to that customer. For a new customer, sending an email that says, "It's nice to meet you, here is 10% off," will work just fine. For a long-time customer, you might send an email with a message like, "It's great to see you again. Here's 10% off on your favorite team's gear." If you want to reward customers who purchase frequently from your website, you'd segment your list based on customer loyalty to your brand. That way, only your most devoted customers receive the most exciting offers. Before we move on, let's recap. We covered 4 very common categories of email marketing segmentation: geography, psychographic characteristics, demographic data, and behavioral data. And as you choose one category, you can break it down even further and target audiences more specifically. Although marketing emails have become more design-focused and streamlined than they used to be, the most important part remains the same: the content. You can create the most beautifully designed emails, but if the copy isn't compelling, informative, or adding value for the reader, it won't matter. If you aren't sure where to start with your emails, don't worry, it's a big task. Writing emails is a skill that takes practice, but in this section, we'll provide you with some best practices and guidelines that will help you do so effectively. Let's start by talking about your subject line. This is the first thing your recipients will read before they click into the email. So the most important thing is that it answers the question, what are you offering? And when it comes to your subject line, prioritize clarity over catchiness. And if you feel like it's clear enough, add a little excitement. Here's an example. Let's say my company is an emerging online audiobook and podcast company, and my email's purpose is to introduce the business to my audience. So I ask myself, what am I offering? And how can I be clear about that? The subject line might say something like, "Books for your ears." That clearly explains my company's mission concisely. Or, "Bookworms, you've been waiting for us." So that it's clear who my target audience is and that they'll be interested in what my company has to say. Now, let's move on to the body of the email. Recall that the body of an email is the text in the main content of your email. When you're writing it, you want to consider the following questions. How can this content help your reader? What stories can you tell them? After you've answered those questions, you can prioritize: writing in the second person, personalizing the email, telling about the benefits rather than the features, and being brief. Ensure you are always speaking directly to your readers by using second-person language. The second-person point of view is used for giving directions, offering advice, or providing an explanation. It means you are always using the pronouns you, your, and yours, like how I'm speaking to you now. The only time you aren't referring to your audience as you, your, or yours is when you are using their name. Email marketing automation tools allow you to use merge tags or personalization tags to make emails as personal as possible. A merge tag or personalization tag is a code that allows the writer to insert unique user data from their mailing list into emails. These tags will vary depending on which programs you are using, and we don't need to get too far into the details on them, but sometimes it's as simple as typing, 2 curly brackets, F-name, and 2 more curly brackets to prompt the program to include the reader's first name. So if we are talking about the body text of my audiobook company's email, I would type, hey, 2 curly brackets, a space, F-name, space, 2 curly brackets. What's your favorite book? We've got it. And if my reader was named Angelique, she would see, hey Angelique, what's your favorite book? We've got it. After I've created a clear and clever headline and I've personalized my first bit of body text, I'll want to explain why the reader should care about my company. I can do this by talking about how it will benefit them, rather than the actual features of the product or service. So my body text might read something like, hey Angelique, what's your favorite book? We've got it. And if you like to listen to your books rather than reading them, we've got you. Listen on your way to work, at the gym, or while you're doing the dishes. Listen anytime. You deserve it. Now, the final thing I've made sure to do is be brief. There's no reason to go into very specific detail about your company, product, or service. Keeping your email short and succinct will keep your readers interested, and it won't make them feel like they're doing a lot of work to read the email. After your body, include a call to action of some kind. This may include a button encouraging readers to try a product now or visit your website. For my make-believe audiobook company, I might end the email with a clickable button that reads, try it for free now. We'll have some activities for you to practice, but I would encourage you to practice writing emails on your own. It can be really fun. As you do that, remember that for your subject line, ask yourself what you're offering the readers. As you write your body, ask yourself, how can this help your readers? What stories can you tell them? And wrap it up with a call to action that clearly says what you want them to do. I'll meet you back here later. When it comes to digital marketing, automation has become the key to a campaign's success. Email marketing automation helps you find your audience and serve them only the content they want. Email marketing automation tools help email marketers generate leads or turn strangers into customers. With automation, email marketers can send personalized messages to each individual subscriber. Email marketing automation is the practice of using software, programs, and technology to manage email marketing processes automatically. Email marketing automation makes the email marketing process simpler and smoother. It ensures your campaign stays organized and on track. And it happens in the background, so you can be completing and focusing on other tasks if necessary. Automation has positively affected our lives in countless ways. Whether it's driving a car instead of walking, managing your money by using software rather than manually balancing your checkbook, washing your clothes in a machine rather than by hand, or anything else that you do in your everyday life. Automation just makes things simpler. It's the same with email marketing. As a digital marketer, you'll absolutely want to become acquainted with these automation tools because they're integral to the success of your marketing campaign. That's largely due to the fact that marketing automation tools ensure your emails don't lose your personal touch. With automation, you can track emails automatically, and the real key to automation success is just how targeted your emails can be. Using automation, you can efficiently build up your list, segment that list, send automatic welcome and acquisition emails to new subscribers, follow up with newsletters, promotional emails, and retention emails using templates, and easily track the engagement and behavior of each subscriber. And depending on which tool your organization uses, all of those capabilities, actions and insights, and more will live in the same place, your marketing automation tool. Later, you'll learn about specific automation tools such as HubSpot, MailChimp, and Salesforce. But there are countless other options when it comes to marketing automation tools. Regardless of what you use for marketing automation, all of these tools are a very important aspect of email marketing, and they'll help you become that much better at digital marketing. Like many other jobs, email marketing comes with its challenges. How will you decide on templates for your campaign? A design? What type of tone do your emails need to have? How will you even manage every single aspect of an email marketing campaign, from sending a large volume of targeted emails to tracking your insights? Luckily, there are tools that were created to streamline this process for email marketers. Email marketing automation tools like HubSpot, MailChimp, and Salesforce are all great options for sending emails. Although you will still have to remain engaged in your automation processes, for the most part, these tools will do a lot of the work for you in the background, allowing you to focus on other aspects of your campaign, like planning strategy and writing engaging copy. In this video, I'll give you a very high-level introduction to a few of those industry-leading tools. I'll talk specifically about HubSpot, Mailchimp, and Salesforce Marketing Cloud. Let's get into it. HubSpot is one of the most commonly used email marketing automation tools, mostly due to the non-cost version, which offers robust features. Through personalization, you can offer different experiences based on your personas and key audiences. Since it's so customizable, HubSpot allows for intuitive and effective A/B testing in email marketing, which is invaluable when it comes to finding out what kind of emails your customers engage with. Another one of the more popular marketing automation tools is Mailchimp, because of its user interface and robust email template editor, making the automation process effective. Mailchimp's automation tools include pre-built journeys, which offer customizable workflows for some of the most common marketing automation use cases. Salesforce Marketing Cloud is an industry leader in many ways. When it comes to email marketing automation, the Salesforce platform is well liked because it offers powerful customization. It's a little more expert level than the others, but with that comes more capabilities, like customizing your interface. So, that's a very high-level look at a few different types of email marketing automation tools. You'll get a much more extensive and specific look at them in the following readings, but I hope you feel like you have a foundational understanding of the pros and cons of each of them. And if you join an organization that uses a particular tool that you are unfamiliar with, don't worry. You'll be able to apply what you learned here to many different automation tools. The ways the tools work and the tasks they perform are similar. You'll just have to learn the specific features. And to learn more about these specific tools, be sure to visit their websites. Although email marketing is an incredibly trusted and effective way to keep your clients up to date, it's important to note that sometimes mistakes happen. This video will give you some tips for when those mistakes occur so you can recover and so that your relationship with your subscribers isn't affected. Since you're sending the emails to your recipients' inboxes, there's no way to edit them in real time. Once the email is sent, it's out of your hands. Some common mistakes are sending a broken link, sending an email to the wrong segmented list, sending an outdated or incorrect email, sending emails with personalization mistakes, or sending emails with typos or mistakes in the email copy. The good news is you can take preventative measures to identify mistakes and fix them before you send emails. First, let's talk about sending a broken link. A broken link is a hyperlink that no longer leads to the correct website for whatever reason. If you're sending a marketing email that hyperlinks to external websites, PDFs, documents, or something else, and the reader gets an error message, your link may be broken. And the best way to ensure this never happens is to double-check every hyperlink before you send the email out. It always helps to have another set of eyes on your email as well, so enlist the help of a colleague to ensure everything looks okay. Let's say you link to a blog from your website in an email, but the URL had a typo. How do you fix this mistake? You can redirect them so that the link with the typo sends subscribers to the correct URL. Or you can let it go and aim to triple check next time, because even the most experienced email marketers make mistakes. Another mistake made in email marketing is when an email is sent to the wrong segmented list. Recall that your lists are most likely going to be segmented based on demographics, behavioral data, psychographic characteristics, and geography. So if you want to send a targeted email to your list of 18 to 25-year-olds because they're more likely to purchase a certain item, but you accidentally send it to your 40 to 55 age group, you've sent the wrong email. First, to prevent this from happening in the future, you'll want to create some kind of quality control, or QC, process for your marketing emails. Quality control is a process through which a business seeks to ensure that product quality is maintained or improved. This might include creating a checklist that ensures you're using the right format, content, personalization tags, and anything else you may want to be extra careful about. If you make the common mistake of sending the wrong or outdated email to your subscribers, don't panic. There are some steps you can take to fix it. Of course, the best way to fix this mistake is for it to never occur in the first place. This means you need to be incredibly fluent in your automated systems, tools, and software. Regardless of what tool you're using, you should aim to be an expert user. This will decrease the likelihood of sending an incorrect email. However, should it happen, sometimes all it takes to make things right is a thoughtful follow-up email. You may want to have some apology templates already created in your marketing automation tool so that it can go out as swiftly as possible. You'll need to make it relevant to your specific situation, of course. Let's say you sent an email that said there was a sale on a particular product, but the product is already sold out, and the sale ended a week ago. This mistake has threatened your credibility, and you need to apologize to your customer base. In your apology email, you'll need to admit your mistake, apologize to your subscribers, and offer them something to make it right. Your follow-up email might say something like, "We messed up. We're sorry. We sent an email claiming a product was on sale, but that product is in fact out of stock, and the sale ended last week. To make it up to you, we're offering you 10% off the entire store for today only." Your subscribers will probably forgive you for the mistake, and they'll definitely appreciate the discount. Perhaps the most common mistake of all is sending out an email with typos. Like the other common mistakes, these typos leave you at risk of losing credibility with your subscribers, and they can be especially damaging when they occur in personalization tags. Sending, "Here's a gift for you, Malcolm," is obviously much more effective than sending an email where you misspell your tag and it ends up reading, "Here's a gift for you, bracket, first main bracket." To ensure you don't have typos, grammatical mistakes, or personalization errors in your email, conduct an automated spell check using an online spell checker or some kind of plugin on your internet browser like Grammarly. QC your email by proofreading several times and make sure to send a test email to yourself to double check all personalization tags are spelled right. Finally, automated emails can sometimes end up in spam folders rather than inboxes. This could be because you're not adhering to your country's spam-related laws or because your email seems like it might be spam. Emails may be flagged as spam when they include too many images or images that are too large. Take note of this and make sure to send yourself a test email first and review that you don't have too many images. Now that you know some of the most common mistakes in email marketing, I hope you feel equipped to avoid these mistakes in your journey as a digital marketer. Hi there. I hope you're feeling good about your progress to becoming an expert email marketer. And if you don't quite feel like an expert yet, hopefully at least you are beginning to piece together the importance of automation tools, segmenting, and writing effective emails. In this section of the course, we covered a lot. We took a look at best practices when it comes to building your email lists. We learned that in order to build a list, email marketers often use display ads, like the Google Display Network, social ads, like Facebook lead ads, search engine marketing, or SEM, website prompts, and referrals. Then we explored the common ways to segment lists. There are endless categories you can choose to segment your lists within, but recall that the most common are by geography, psychographic characteristics, demographic data, and behavioral data. Next, we discovered what it takes to write an effective email. And you learn that effective emails are written in the second person. They're personalized. They discuss the benefits of the product to the reader rather than the features, and they're brief. We explored which tools will help you in your journey as an email marketer. We talked about the pros and cons of email automation tools like HubSpot, MailChimp, and Salesforce. And finally, you learned about common mistakes in email marketing and how to avoid them. Those mistakes include sending a broken link, sending an email to the wrong segmented list, sending an outdated or incorrect email, sending emails with personalization mistakes, and sending emails with typos. You've made some great progress in this course on email marketing, and you've still got plenty more to learn. We'll meet back here soon. In this section, we'll explore all facets of collecting and analyzing your email marketing campaign data. Data is important because sending the emails out is only half of the challenge. Measuring whether your campaign was successful or not is a big part of your campaign too. So when it comes to email marketing campaigns, how can you tell if yours was successful or not? First, you have to understand how data, metrics, KPIs, and reports all fit together. You'll learn that all of these concepts help ensure you're confident in your decision-making, allow for a more productive strategy, help organize and define target audiences, and open your organization up to new opportunities. Then, I'll talk to you about the common email marketing metrics most digital marketers use to determine a project's success rate. Those are open rate, click to open rate, unsubscribe rate, complaint rate, conversion rate, forward rate, list growth rate, bounce rate, and your campaign's ROI. Then you'll discover best practices for presenting those campaign results to stakeholders. Stakeholders are going to be the people, usually within your organization, that are affected by the campaign in some way. This might mean your boss, your team members, or colleagues in other departments at your company. So let's begin. Meet me back here in a bit. When it comes to email marketing campaign results, there are lots of concepts that are important to know. Terms like data, metrics, key performance indicators, or KPIs, and reports are all likely to be a part of your daily vocabulary as a digital marketer. And it can be confusing to try to distinguish between them. In this video, we'll work to understand the relationship between all of these concepts. You'll come to learn that tracking and evaluating your campaign's performance will help you understand how to serve your audience, which will lead to audience growth. When you know what works, you know what you want to stop doing and what you want to do more of. Knowing how to collect data, track metrics and KPIs, and review reports will help you analyze results and turn them into insights. These results help ensure you're confident in your decision-making. They enforce productivity so you don't waste time focused on tactics that aren't working. They help you define and target your audience, and they open your organization up to new opportunities. Think of it this way. Lots of data makes up metrics. Metrics make up KPIs, and KPIs make up reports. Let's start with data. Data refers to a collection of facts or information. These facts, numbers, or information are used to inform or plan something. So when you think about how many people visit your website, how many purchases were made after you sent out a promotional email, or even something like the age breakdown of your audience, that's all raw data. So how do you turn data into metrics? As you've learned in this program, metrics are data with additional context. If data is a number, think of metrics as a quantitative measurement of those numbers or data. Metrics help you make sense of raw data. Metrics refer to the quantifiable measurements that are used to track and assess a business objective. For example, if you're looking at an email marketing automation tool dashboard and you see 40 website visits from an email campaign, that's an example of data. It's only until you view it as a metric that it becomes a piece of useful information. If you look a little closer and see that the 40% is your open rate, that's a metric. You'll learn more about open rates later, but the open rate is the percentage of users that open your email. When it comes to email marketing, you can't choose and personalize data based on your organization, but you can choose and personalize which metrics to prioritize based on your organization's goals. Some important email marketing metrics are open to click rate, open rate, unsubscribe rate, bounce rate, and share rate. Recall that key performance indicators, or KPIs, are measurements used to gauge how successful a business is in its effort to reach a business or marketing goal. KPIs are metrics, but not all metrics are KPIs. This is because KPIs are the metrics you decide are important to determine your email marketing campaign success. You may decide that return on investment and conversion rate are the two metrics your company needs to prioritize for success, whereas open rate isn't a metric you'll pay attention to. And sometimes it's helpful to think about how your metrics fit together. Maybe you have secondary KPIs that, when prioritized, will help you reach your goals. For example, if your sales are a little low but your conversion rate seems to be on target, you might want to focus on open rate so that you're getting subscribers to open the email. If they open the email, they're one step closer to buying, and your sales may increase as a result. An email marketing report is a collection of KPIs. It usually includes the use of effective visuals like graphs, tables, and figures. Once you have your email marketing campaign report, you can use it to pull insights from. What did you learn? What did the figures tell you? Your reports are oftentimes included in presentations to inform stakeholders. The importance of data, metrics, KPIs, and reports in email marketing really can't be overstated because they help inform your path as an organization. They help answer questions like, are you where you want to be? Are you headed in the right direction, or should you pivot and adjust your tactics based on audience behaviors? Being able to answer those questions for your organization is invaluable. Recall that metrics are quantifiable measurements used to track and assess progress toward a business objective. This is important to remember as we explore the most commonly used metrics in email marketing. Whether you're the one tasked with setting KPIs at your company or they're already set for you, you'll need to know the importance of each metric in email marketing. In this video, we'll explore open rate, click-to-open rate, and unsubscribe rate. Let's get into it. An open rate is the percentage of users that open your email. Most likely, you won't have to do any kind of calculating yourself because you'll be using a tool that automates those for you. However, it's good to know that it can be calculated by dividing the number of people who open the email by the number of people who receive the email. Your open rate is important because it indicates how engaged your subscribers are. A high open rate might mean you are writing effective subject lines, while a low open rate might mean your subject lines need some work. If your organization doesn't put much emphasis on achieving high open rates, though, you aren't the only ones. Some companies care more about how the subscribers engage with the email once they've opened it, rather than the fact that they've opened it. That's where your click-to-open rate comes in. A click-to-open rate is the percentage of email recipients who clicked on one or more links in an email out of the total number of unique opens. If you ever need to calculate your click-to-open rate, divide total clicks by the number of unique opens. This metric is often used in A/B testing, where two versions of an email are sent out at the same time to see which version an audience responds more positively to. Lots of marketers pay very close attention to their click-to-open rate. Let's say you are trying to generate interest in your new cleaning business through email marketing. You decide to send two versions of the same email with different images attached to hyperlinks. Whichever has a higher click-to-open rate, or whichever version your subscribers clicked on more, will determine future decisions around which images you may add. The more your audience engages with your content, the more your email marketing campaign will thrive. And if they aren't engaging, you may find that they'll eventually unsubscribe. That's where our unsubscribe rate comes in. An unsubscribe rate is just what it sounds like. It's the percentage of email recipients who unsubscribe from your send list after opening an email. This metric is useful because it indicates whether you are delivering content that your audience enjoys. However, in some cases, users just opt out of opening your emails altogether, rather than unsubscribing. So if they aren't opening your emails, that's a different issue than them unsubscribing. To calculate the unsubscribe rate, divide the number of unsubscribes by the number of emails delivered. Open rate, click-to-open rate, and unsubscribe rate are all great indicators of how things might be going for your campaign. Whether or not they are the right metrics to prioritize as KPIs, that's up to you and your team. In this portion of the course, you're learning all about the metrics companies track to see whether their campaign is successful or not. We're covering everything from open rate, click-to-open rate, and unsubscribe rate to conversion rate, email bounce rate, complaint rate, and more. In this video, we'll focus on the last three I just mentioned: conversion rate, email bounce rate, and complaint rate. The conversion rate is the percentage of email recipients who clicked on a link in your email and took a desired action, like making a purchase. Basically, conversion rate answers the question, did your audience do the thing you wanted them to do? Achieving a high conversion rate is very important to many companies because it means you're selling more products or services without having to increase your budget. You can calculate conversion rate by dividing the number of conversions by the number of clicks. Typically, you'll rely on analytics tools to give you this number. Google Analytics, which you may have already heard about and you'll learn more about in later videos, provides marketing statistics and analytical insights. It's a great tool for understanding your customers by tracking various metrics, like conversion rates. Going back to a prior example, if you want to know the conversion rate for your new house cleaning company's email campaigns, you'll want to check how many people ended up booking your services from your emails. A subscriber is more likely to take your desired actions if they receive your emails. That's where email bounce rate comes in. Email bounce rate refers to the percentage of emails sent that could not be delivered to the recipient's inbox. This metric can be calculated by taking the total number of bounced emails and dividing by the number of emails sent, multiplied by 100. Typically, bounce rates can vary and are subject to change, so to see how you are doing, check your industry standards online. If you find your bounce rate is higher than the industry average, you may need to do some investigating. A bounced email is caused by incorrect or inactive email addresses or an import error with your email list. To avoid a high bounce rate, make sure to verify your domain, double-check your automation tool is up to date and working properly, purge your email list periodically so that inactive emails are no longer included, and make sure you have your subscribers' permission to send emails. Your complaint rate is the percentage of complaints recipients send to mailbox providers about receiving your email. You can calculate it by dividing the number of complaints you receive by the total number of messages you receive from recipients. Most experts agree to an industry standard of about 0.01%, or 1 complaint per 1,000 emails. So since your new home cleaning business is relatively small, you may not track this metric for a while, because odds are you're not getting a lot of complaints. This metric can help you gauge how happy your subscribers are. And since you're serving them, you want to be sure you aren't offending them or getting something wrong. If you do, you may lose subscribers. Conversion rate, email bounce rate, and complaint rate all provide important insights to the overall success of your campaign. When it comes to email marketing, growth can be measured in lots of ways. One organization's definition of growth may be different from another organization. One company may choose to track their list growth rate as a KPI, while another tracks forward rate. A third company may choose to track return on investment, or ROI, to find out if the work they're putting in is resulting in increased sales dollars. In order to know which metrics your company should track, you'll need to become familiar with the most common email marketing metrics. In this video, we'll talk about ROI, list growth rate, and forward rate. Let's start with ROI. Recall that ROI is the ratio of money made and money spent. You can calculate this number by dividing the total revenue by the total amount of money spent and multiplying by 100. So, let's say your house cleaning company made $800 from your first email campaign, and you figure you spent about $200 on it. Your ROI will be 400%. This important metric tells you whether your email marketing strategy is productive. ROI in email marketing tends to be pretty high because the total spend is so low. This number is always helpful to know, but it's especially useful when creating reports and presentations for stakeholders. Showing a dollar amount helps to show the effectiveness of your campaign to your organization. It's important to note that you may not review your ROI as frequently as the other metrics. You may check the others daily or weekly, but ROI is often calculated and reviewed monthly, quarterly, or annually. In the previous video, I mentioned that email marketing has an average ROI of 42 to 1. So for every $1 spent, $42 is made back. That's a pretty high return on investment. But don't get discouraged if your ROI isn't that high. Every situation is different, and maybe you are more focused on tracking other metrics. And return depends on multiple factors, such as volume of sales, average order value, website conversion rate, and more. Because of this, companies in different industries may have very different return margins on email marketing campaigns. List growth rate is the rate at which your list grows. The calculation for this one is a little more advanced. You take the number of new subscribers minus the number of unsubscribers, divide that by the total number of email addresses on your list, and then multiply it by 100. If you gained 6 new subscribers and lost 2, your list growth rate is 4%. This number is helpful to track because if your emails are quality, a high list growth rate may translate to a higher sales volume, which can mean a higher ROI. Another way to grow your brand's audience is through subscriber forwards. A forward rate is the percentage of recipients who click on the share button to post to social media, or who click the forward button to send to others. Forward rates can be calculated by dividing the number of forwards or shares by the total number of emails delivered. A forward rate is an incredibly valuable metric because when an email is forwarded, it means you are generating new leads. And what greater compliment to your brand is there than to know your subscribers want to share you with the world? I hope you feel ready to help your company, or future company, strategize and prioritize growth using the metrics and KPIs you've learned. After you've spent time tracking your metrics and assessing your campaign success levels, You'll want to share that information with stakeholders and marketing team members. Your stakeholders will be interested to know how effective your email campaigns are and if your time is being used wisely. And this is where you'll communicate that. To do this, you'll build an email marketing report. An email marketing report is essentially a collection of your KPIs that you present to your team and stakeholders to inform them of your campaign's progress. In this video, you're going to learn how to create an effective email marketing report. An email marketing report tells your stakeholders just what your campaigns are doing for the company. These reports answer questions like, how has our business positively benefited from email marketing? Is our email marketing strategy falling flat anywhere? How can we improve upon it? Can we put even more money behind certain aspects of our campaign now? And so many more. So when it comes to presenting these reports to stakeholders, be concise, visual, engaging, and show growth. Being concise is important because you want to show you value your stakeholders' time. So only include details that are absolutely necessary to tell your campaign story. And avoid jargon and technical language so that anyone can understand your report, even if they are not familiar with email marketing metrics. Using visuals in your report is an effective way to tell your story. Visuals show your audience something that words can't always accomplish, and they represent what you're saying visually to help people understand it. For instance, showing your stakeholders a line graph with many spikes and dips in it is much more effective than putting text on screen that attempts to explain the spikes and dips. It's okay to use your report straight from your automation software, but if you want to tailor the presentation to your liking, you should rely on programs like Google Slides, Microsoft PowerPoint, or Canva. Using images, diagrams, and charts also adds interest and allows you to be more engaging with your stakeholders. Being engaging is important because you want your stakeholders to be interested and entertained. Grab and keep your stakeholders' attention by varying the way that you present your data. Play videos of demos, testimonials, or case studies. Tell a story or anecdote related to the data in the report. And ask for audience participation through questions, surveys, or quizzes. It's not just about entertaining your stakeholders, though. You want to show them that you're adding value to the company thanks to your campaign. Include your key performance areas. This will help you demonstrate how you achieved successful results and outcomes. So, describe the goals and objectives you set for the project and what you hope to have achieved by the end. If you're presenting this report to your business partner and co-owner of your house cleaning service, and you know your general objective is to grow your subscriber list over the duration of the campaign, explain how you did that. Then, describe how you met those objectives against your KPIs. Review how you define the success of your project at the beginning and highlight the outcomes you achieved that demonstrate this success. Let's say your goal was to increase your list growth rate by 400% over 4 months. Your list growth rate is your KPI. So include whether or not you hit that goal. Include all of this as a bullet point list so that it's organized, clear, and concise. Growth can also mean you learn some hard lessons. Discuss anything you learned during the course of the project and any areas you've identified for improvement. You may or may not be a naturally gifted presenter, but use these tips and you'll be better equipped for that part of the job. Meet you back here later.
My name is Karin, and I'm a digital strategy lead on our accelerated growth team here at Google. I basically describe our accelerated growth program as Google's internal startup incubator, startup accelerator program for high potential customers. So whenever we find someone that just got a new round of funding, is launching into busy season, expanding to new locations, hiring new sales reps, or something along the lines of they want to grow with Google, we get to hand select those customers, loop them into our program, and give them access to all sorts of betas, resources, consultants to help the business profitably and successfully grow using Google products. Presenting to stakeholders can definitely be scary. I have definitely had experiences where I am sweating before I enter the room to chat with these people. But what gets me over that sometimes is getting in the room and actually just having a real conversation with them before we jump into all of our action items and all of the wonderful things that I've prepared to talk about today. How's life? How's your day going? What's the most exciting thing that happened to you today? And just getting a little bit of that banter going kind of just takes a little bit of the edge off when you're talking to these stakeholders, because you remember at the end of the day, they are also real people. Feeling prepared is one of the most important things when entering the room to present to stakeholders. It makes you feel comfortable, makes you feel relaxed, and it makes you feel like things are going in the right direction because you know what you're going to talk about, you've thought about the objections that you might get to some of the ideas that you're bringing to the table, and you're able to kind of work with everybody in the room to make clear action items and next steps. I love to prepare an agenda so that I know these are the exact specific things that I know I want to cover in this meeting. And I like to know who's in the room to make sure that I can customize the content to the people that I'm going to be talking to and make sure that it's relevant for the specific people that are going to be in the room. It is so important to prepare stakeholders before you enter the room. One of my favorite tactics is actually before the presentation where I present to a group of stakeholders is to individually meet with each of those stakeholders beforehand to let them know, this is what I'm going to talk about. Do you like this presentation? I kind of want to get your opinions before I present this to the large group. This way I can kind of vibe check each of the individual stakeholders before entering in the room, make sure that they are aligned with my ideas, and kind of know that they're going to support and back up what I'm going to say before I enter the room. The follow-up after the presentation is just as important as the presentation itself. I typically like to send a detailed follow-up email with everything that we talked about and make sure that we clearly outline what the action items are from the presentation, who is owning the action item, what is the timeline that they need to be completed by, when are we following up next on these action items, and put everything in writing that you discussed so that everybody has a very clear report, essentially, to go back to know what needs to be done following this presentation. Presenting poor or unexpected results to stakeholders can definitely be a tricky subject. My biggest piece of advice is to tackle the issue head on. Come to them and acknowledge the bad performance before they have a chance to say that back to you. And come with tangible action items and solutions in order to get out of the bad performance. This way it doesn't feel like you are reactive, but you're being proactive and saying, I know that this is happening, this is why this is happening, and these are the 3 next steps that we're going to be taking in order to achieve our goals. You are saying, I'm a part of this team, I know that some things are not going as well, and this is what we're going to do to fix them. The biggest piece of advice I would give to an entry-level digital marketer when preparing their first presentation is do not try to present too much. Less is truly more. Think about the key takeaways that you want someone to leave this presentation knowing, whether it's understanding a bit of information, whether that's wanting to assign people some homework, or whether it's just kind of communicating how things are going right now. Know and work backwards from what do I want the end goal to be from this presentation? What do I want people to leave this presentation knowing? And work backwards and make sure that is very clear and explicit through what you present.
Excellent work. You're another step closer to becoming a confident digital marketer. First, we dove into the relationship between data, metrics, key performance indicators, or KPIs, and reports. You learned that data, metrics, KPIs, and reports are all building blocks of one another and work together to make up a more organized email campaign. You learned that metrics are quantifiable measurements that are used to track and assess a business objective. Then, you learned the most common types of email marketing metrics. I introduced you to metrics such as open rate, click-to-open rate, unsubscribe rate, conversion rates, email bounce rate, complaint rate, ROI, list growth rate, and forward rate. Based on greater goals and objectives, each company prioritizes and tracks certain metrics, which they'll use as their key performance indicators. Finally, you learned how to present your reports to stakeholders and team members. You know that the key to a good presentation is being concise, visual, engaging, and show growth. These concepts will be important to your success as a digital marketer because understanding, tracking, analyzing, and presenting metrics is the best way to gain new insights for future campaigns. Keep working your way through the program. You're doing great. Hi again, and welcome to a new section where things are going to get a bit more interactive. In the next several activities, you're going to grasp what it's like to create and run a full email marketing campaign. First, I'll set up a fake scenario for you, where you will act as an email marketer for an online furniture company. You'll do activities such as creating SMART goals and then reflect on them, crafting different types of emails, segmenting email lists, analyzing data and metrics, and presenting to stakeholders. Someday, you may have to run email campaigns, so getting practice now will help you out when you find yourself in your new role as a digital marketer. Are you ready to get started? Meet me in the next video. In this video, I will introduce you to a made-up company where you'll be acting as their newest email marketing coordinator. You'll be asked to do lots of email marketing-based activities so that you can feel totally confident in your email marketing skills. This will help you become a more confident and well-rounded digital marketer. Let's get into it. Feels Like Home is an upscale, mostly online furniture company with a brick-and-mortar storefront in New York City and a factory in Oslo, Norway. You've just been hired as their newest email marketing coordinator, and your team consists of 5 other digital marketing coordinators. You'll handle the upcoming email campaign, while your team members handle other digital marketing duties. Feels Like Home already has a good online presence because that's where most of their orders are made. They have ads set up within the Google Display Network, and they have ads set up on social media and through search engines. They've hired you because they're releasing a new line of furniture to appeal to a different crowd. Their For All line features furniture at a much lower price point, but with the same quality craftsmanship. In releasing this line, they hope to cater to customers with less disposable income and grow their customer base. Feels Like Home is already serving its current base with email marketing campaigns. So your aim will be just to leverage those current subscribers and new subscribers to market the For All line. And for the sake of ease, you won't have to worry about creating design elements or branded imagery in your emails. You'll be given templates when you need to create emails, segment email lists, present data to stakeholders, and more. Keeping these details in mind, you'll complete several self-review activities that help you do this. And at the end of it all, you'll be able to reflect on your work. No one else will see these activities, and you'll be responsible for doing your absolute best. As each activity comes, we'll provide you with the specifics necessary to finish them with confidence. Feel free to refer back to this video if you need a refresher on Feels Like Home as a company. Great job completing those activities. You've accomplished a lot in this session. To recap, as an email marketing coordinator for Feels Like Home, you set SMART goals for your campaign to target a new audience, crafted emails that you might send out to grow your subscribers, segmented email lists, analyzed metrics and KPIs to gain insights, and presented those insights to your stakeholders. Now that you've created, tracked, and leveraged insights from an email campaign from start to finish, you understand how important each element is to the success of your campaign. In moving your way through this course, you've been prepared for a whole new role, and perhaps industry, and by the end of the program, you'll be able to use all of these assets to create a portfolio to show employers. The purpose of digital marketing is to garner new traffic, leads, and sales for a company. Setting SMART goals, crafting emails to segmented, targeted audiences, and reflecting on the metrics that come as a result helps you do that. And getting extra practice at presenting to stakeholders will help you justify whatever campaigns you come up with in your role. You should be really proud of the work you've done on that email campaign. Congratulations on completing this course on email marketing. If you search for jobs in the digital marketing space, you'll have several achievements you can point to as proof that you're equipped to handle all kinds of digital marketing tasks. In this course, you gained an understanding for how email marketing fits into a digital marketing strategy. You learned to create context for your strategies using PESTLE, SWOT, and SMART goals. Then, you learned about the various types of emails and what makes each of them effective. You explored email marketing tools like HubSpot, MailChimp, and Salesforce. You learned all about analyzing metrics and presenting data to stakeholders. And finally, you put all of those skills together and created an email marketing campaign from start to finish as a digital marketing coordinator at our example upscale furniture company, Feels Like Home. And as a digital marketer, each day may be different than the last. Keeping in mind the email marketing-based concepts and processes you learned here will give you a greater understanding of how all of the different types of marketing fit together. And if you know how to create goals, track metrics, and reflect on lessons you learned in email marketing, you can apply the same basic concepts to all kinds of digital marketing campaigns. As you continue on in the program, refer back to what you learned here. Having a full picture of all types of digital marketing helps you become a more effective digital marketer. Good luck!